Okay, so Professor Manyora, we are with you today. Tungetaka kujua sana about the famous ruling of the BBI that we had. It's actually shocking to the principles of and the promoters of BBI. So tulikuwa tunataka kusikia kutoka kwako about the ruling itself. What's your view on it?
My view? Of course, there are two things I can say about the ruling. First of all, it is a monumental ruling. It is assertive. It is bold, well argued, and the judiciary is now showing Kenyans that they can rely on it without having to bother about interference from anywhere. That's the first thing. But in terms of the actual judgment, I find fault with it in almost all ways. Yes, that's what I can say initially.
Okay, and in case of elections, kuna video yako tumeona ina trend sana huko online. There may be no elections come 22.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Elections in 2022, kuna video yako tumeona ikisema there may be no elections. I'm saying in 2022, there is a video umefanya inasema yes, 2022 elections. You can't hear me? Oh, what do we do now? Check the mic huko. Hello. Hello. Okay, guys, I think
sorry, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me, but I can hear you. Imagine. Sijui what's the problem. Unaweza kuwa na mic? Kama if there isn't, then I think we will go on. So guys, kulikuwa kumeambiwa hapa kuna so many things I wanted to hear on 2022 elections, but sijui what is happening. Professor cannot hear us. Akona shida. Rogers. Ananiambia niinge English, kwani mimi ni mzungu? Professor, unatusikia sasa? I think imekataa. Let's go. Magara.
Yeah.
Kujaji ukua.
Yes.
Tulikuwa tunataka kuongea na Prof. Prof, unaweza nisikia?
Yeah. Hello.
Prof, unanisikia?
Can you now hear
me? I can hear you, but sijui mbona unipati.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me? Tuachane naye basi. Let's go to these other guys. Ayaga. Magara, Chris, Agwambo, Rupia. Everybody is here. Sijui how comes that this professor hatujasikizana na yeye. Rupia.
Backstage. Yeah, now I'm in.
Nipo.
Now I'm in. Good evening.
Tumekosa kusikia Prof na venye alikuwa na story nzuri. I wanted us to discuss tonight, but all in all alikuwa amesema 2022 there is most likely that hakutakuwa na elections. So ndio tulikuwa tunataka kusikia. Collins, tusikie kwako.
Safi sana Mtembei. At least leo sasa umenisikia. Kila siku unanifungianga nje.
Nakusikia. Endelea.
Sasa unasema ati 2022 hakuna election. Sijui nyinyi mnasomanga katiba pande gani? Mnaanzanga nyuma ama mbele? Mimi nauliza tu kwa sababu mimi nashindana na wengine. Sasa katiba mnasomanga na nyuma ama mnaanzanga mbele? Hiyo maneno ya hata ni vile tu imekuwa pati mbaya kwa Manyora ameenda tungesikiza hivi. Sorry?
Ni Dominic naambia zime mic.
Okay, sasa Mtembei nataka nikuambia kwamba hakunanga kitu serikali anakuanga na hii maneno ya BBI hii hakunanga tusi hata kuhangaika kuhusu hiyo. Kwa sababu already imefika dump site. Imefika
nisikia sasa.
Waja nipe nafasi Mtemaiti Manyora tusikize anasema nini.
Endelea kwanza, acha wanatengeneza hapa, let them finish then we see kama watatusikia.
Okay. So mimi nataka nikuambie Mtembei, sisi tu ni tukuangalia, lakini unajua unaweza jaribu serikali lakini hautaweza. Wakiamua kwamba hiyo BBI ipite, unajua itapita tu, hakuna kitu naweza fanya. Lakini let's hope, kwa sababu zao ndio natengenezanga sheria na wanajua. Sasa wakitaka kukataa watakataa, lakini tusiwe watu wa kwamba tusahau kwamba sisi tunataka kusimama kivyetu kama wananchi, ya kwamba tusiwe tunaanza kufurutana hivi na hivi leo, lakini tusome katiba mzuri. The mighty Manyora waja nipende huyo, naona amekuja.
Sound kuna shida. Unaweza nisikia? Atupati. Sound yake ni mbaya, sijui kwa nini. Sawa. So Rupia.
Habari zenu, hamjambo?
Tuko salama.
Hamjambo? Naona mtandao si sawa sana. Wacha niendelee.
Hata kwa
and hello? Can I continue?
Endelea. Yes. Sasa
hiyo story ya election, unajua mimi I'm a very loyal citizen and a patriotic. I'm also patriotic. And when it comes to 2022 election, I don't have any information that we will not have elections next year. But in the event that the situations and the circumstances surrounding the BBI and everything, politics that we have right now, forces us not to have elections in 2022, I'm a loyal citizen. I will just follow that. If that is in the best interest of this nation. But I hope we are going to have elections in 2022. Hello? I hope we are going to have elections in 2022. Na hii story leo sioni kama opposition wako wengi, kwa sababu maybe wanaogopa professor. Unajua professor ni mtu tunamheshimu sana. Sasa hao opposition pia tunawangoja hapo mkuje mseme hizo vitu zenu. I want to assure you that BBI is going to resurrect. I don't know the time, but it will come back and we will continue. Na hii kitu msichukulie kama mchezo. Sisi tunaangalia Kenya at large. Hatuangalii watu wachache. At some 5 people can see it. And then unajua tukienda kwa appeal, there are some bad things we can say here until people get annoyed, because hakuna vile watu watano watakaa mahali alafu waseme kitu sisi tumetia sahihi. Tumeweka signatures zetu hapo. We have put our signatures there, and the due procedures are still ongoing. Now wanaenda wanasema hata wanashtaki president. I don't know which Kenya these judges come from. Maybe we have two Kenyans. One Kenya where there is BBI and BBI is good. The other one, I don't know. So BBI itarudi, hata kama ni ngumu sana, tutaingiza na fence, because 5 people cannot hold us hostage that we cannot bring a good we cannot transform this country. This country must be transformed. We are not going to 2022 elections. We will not go to 2022 elections with those bad election rules that we had in 2017. We want elections to be transparent, and we want accountability to be there, and IBC must be able to account for each and every vote. So that is what we are trying to correct in the BBI. And some people, 5 people, hata hiyo tutaenda tukae tu hapo Nairobi, watufanyie uamuzi ingine ndio tutoke. Otherwise muendelee.
Okay, sawa, tusikize Dan. Dan.
Yes. How are you people?
Yes, tunakusikia.
From my side, I'm okay. I thank God for everything actually. So basically, in the first, before nichangia, I want to say, Bernard, I see you. I know you are one of the opponents. I see you. Okay, personally, I want to say that if I just say that BBI is not bad, but if the charges stood and said it cannot be maybe done the way the government declared, yes, I'm coming. If we allow the BBI process to go on, and all the as I call me manifestos about BBI will go to every county, the money or whatever, this 35%. Actually, it will help. But probably what we are supposed to do is not a mandatory that when somebody stand and say BBI is not constitutional, we stand and start opposing. In the first place, if the president goes against the constitution, there is a way of going to the president and rectify the few steps on the BBI. But probably what I'm trying to say is BBI is there. BBI is not going to be stopped. But there are some people here, I see, they are saying that the government went against the rule, but the rules are supposed to be followed. But they are not supposed to wait until it is amended from Senate, from Parliament, and they say that it is unconstitutional. Actually, I was listening when they were analyzing those things that they are supposed to be, maybe they were wrong on the BBI. Basically, before this BBI went there to them, they were supposed to go direct to the how can I call it? This word has gone. But from my side, BBI is there. Yeah.
Okay, Bernard.
Unmute the mic.
Wechangia bana.
Bernard, unmute the mic. Unmute the mic.
Okay. We toka hapo. Reverend Oguna. Collins, unaenda live then unaleta msichana huko ndani. Mimi niko na shida.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, so first I'm sorry nimekuja kuchelewa, unless pia ukaniambie
hujachelewa, tunaendelea, ndio tumeanza.
Yes. So mada imekuwa ni sababu juu ya nini?
Mambo ya BBI ruling and the way we may not be having elections in 2022.
That we are not going to have election before 2022?
Yes.
Who say that? Me, what I'm seeing is that election will just going to have the election. The ruling has just been made, and also I think the proponents of the BBI say that they are going to appeal. So let us just wait what the outcome of the appellate courts, what the result they'll get. But what I saw is that the judges actually, they try to analyze when they are giving their verdict. But there is also another high court, which is appellate, and the Supreme Court. So I think we should give them a chance so that we see the outcome, what they might come out with. But basically, for what we saw, the judgment, actually, they tried as much as possible as they can so that they explain as to why they stopped it. I don't think there was some political intrigues inside. It's just they analyzed and they interpreted the law based on what the facts that were presented before them. And I saw that, and I see that the BBI team, they did not present the best lawyer to argue their case, and that's why they lost. Because in a court, whoever argue their points correctly will win the day. So it depends on how they brought the facts on the table. But they try to explain on their part. But you see, Constitution is very broad. Let's give them a chance so that we can hear the outcome. But considering the time limits, it might go through or it might not. But I don't think there is a provision that extends the term of the current government that they can go, we cannot have election. I don't think, because we have everything. Elections will be 2nd of August 2022. Nothing can stop it from happening.
Okay, so tusikize Angel.
Yes, hello Mr. Mtembe and the rest of the members. Mzuri. Me, I want to say this. You people of BBI, you are complaining bitterly at BBI. He had stopped BBI. But because Uhuru knew that he has more powers than any other person, that's why he didn't listen to Maraga last year. Even Maraga told Uhuru to dismantle the parliament. He didn't, because he knew he has powers. He has powers, but he has never read the Constitution of Kenya. If he wanted to amend BBI, it is too late for him. He could have.
Angel anapotea. Angel, uko hapo au umeenda?
Ni my network.
Okay.
Ni my network, I think so.
Okay. So malizia basi tuende kwa Elias ama Dr. Radish.
So I wanted to say this. Let's come out with the minds how we can build a new Kenya. Let's not just focus our minds to Raila, to Uhuru, to Ruto, with this BBI, with this Tanga. As we as Kenyans, what do we propose in this Kenya? We shall be just following Uhuru, Raila, and Ruto, or we shall have our own decision making, which will lead Kenya into the best leadership. Why can't we reason out differently in our minds? Even if they are saying that we should not have election 2022. Remember when the judges were ruling out, they said that the IEBC itself, it has a problem. It has to be corrected first so that it can hold any election, whichever it is a by-election or a general election. So I don't know, in Kenya we are not having a straight way to follow. We are being misled with others. And because Kenya, it has money, when you have money, you are the spokesman. Now that is the problem comes in. I rest my case there.
Okay, sawa sawa. Dr. Radich. Unmute your
Kenya
mic.
need prayer.
Unmute your mic, doctor. Yes. We, Radich ni nini? Uongei? Okay, Kich.
Namna gani lakini Mr. Mutembei na wengine wote?
Tupe uondo wako. Tupe uondo wako, naona 2022 hakuna elections.
Elections zitafanywa. Sasa sijui nitakupatia nini, nitakupatia vile mimi naona mwelekeo wangu
Yes.
Now, nyinyi watu wa BBI kwenda kufanya appeal itakuwa ni wastage of time. Na Raila kwa sababu Raila lazima asimame 2022 hata ingawa hajasema. Mimi namfikiria tu lazima atasimama. Ata waste a lot of time, na by the time akuja kugutuka hivi itakuwa already 2022 ndio hii. Waona? So kama mimi ningekuwa na muadvise na wewe pia na watu wa BBI, ningesema kwenda huko kwa appeal ni wastage of time. Now, kumbuka kotini walisema kuna options mbili. Kuna options ya popular vote, popular initiative, ambayo sasa koti walitupilia mbali, wakasema hiyo haina blessings ya nini ya the popular. Lakini kama wangetumia parliamentary one, sasa hiyo ingekuwa sawa sawa. Sasa options ambazo wako nazo ni mbili tu. Either waache maneno ya BBI, ama sasa waanze maneno ya parliamentary. Wakianza sasa kwenda hiyo option ya parliamentary, sasa basi hapo tunaweza ongea na watu majudges hapo wanaweza waambia haya sawa, mnaweza endelea. Lakini can you imagine sasa ati sasa waanze from zero kuendelea all the way mpaka parliament kule, parliament watu waende washikane mashati, watu kanane. By the time wakimaliza hiyo process yote hiyo, 2022 itakuwa hapa. Ona, so mimi ile mwelekeo wangu naona ni hivi, kwenda kufanya appeal ni wastage of time, kwa sababu hizo vipengele 20 ambao hao majudges over 20 waliangalia wanasema hii yote haifai na iko wrong. Court of Appeal kuoverturn hiyo yote itakuwa ni hard sana. Itakuwa ni absolutely very 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 hard. Kwa hivyo na remember 2022 inakaribia, 2022 haiko far, na kwa sababu although Raila, na insist hapo, although Raila hajasema atasimama, I'm pretty sure kuna vile atakuwa tempted kusimama, na akisema aende hiyo maneno ya koti, na mimi nakwambia 2022 itakuwa hapa. Na Ruto, unaona Ruto ana engage watu kwa nini? Kwa social media na everywhere else. Sasa kama Raila atajifunga na hiyo appeal na hiyo maneno ya appeal, atakuja kugutuka kwamba 2022 iko hapa. Na ikiingia hapa, by the time apige barabara, bas itakuwa too late. Kwa hivyo mimi naweza mwambia tupilia haya maneno ya appeal, itoe kabisa, alafu sasa fuata, kama kabisa unataka BBI iende, sasa fuata parliamentary. Hiyo sasa, in fact wanaweza enda bunge na wapeleke mbio. See, they have numbers, even if walisema. Kwa hivyo wanaweza fanya mbio. In fact hata Uhuru wanaweza fanya hiyo maneno leo, aitane bunge kesho na waipass. So hiyo itakuwa the option much better than kutumia ya koti. Ya koti itachukua a long time. Alafu mwishowe
sasa wewe Kwani uko wewe ni judge ama mbona unasema itachukua long time?
Hebu angalia angalia sasa, lazima unajua sasa pale lazima majudges kuna process, si kitu ambao watafanya si nani AG huyu nani huyu Attorney General amesema ameweka hiyo appeal hebu utaona muda itachukua, kwa sababu kuweka leo, akiweka leo koti haitaanza hiyo process kesho. Hapana, itakaa sijui lazima na majudges.
Hii ni kesi serious bana. Acha kuongea without facts. Hii kitu
sisemi maneno ya facts. Mimi nakwambia
iendelee, itaendelea kama kesi inaendelea. So sijui nini unasema
lakini kumbuka lazima wataenda kwa session kwenda kuargue their case mbele ya makoti. That time it takes time.
Kama BBI inaendelea, that's what I'm telling you.
Lakini mimi kwa maoni yangu mimi mwenyewe ningeulizwa tu hivi, ningekuwa mtu wa kumadvise pale, mimi ningemwambia wachana na maneno ya appeal, fuata option ya parliamentary, fuata hiyo. Nyinyi watu mko na numbers, hii ni kitu mnaweza ifanya within 1 week na iendelee na iende kabisa. Parliamentary si lazima, itakuwa very very simple because they have everything, waona. Lakini kuenda kwa majudges mtachukua time nyinyi na ebu wewe jiuliza, hata wewe mtembee
hapo ukisema utachukua time nikwambia hakuna.
Yes. So
na wacha kuonesha
sasa mtembee umenifunga na sijamaliza.
Enda huko kwa
kumaliza kitu.
What ilikuwa nasema that what my colleague is talking about parliamentary is also the same with the popular. The only difference that is it originates from the parliament, but from the parliament it has to follow all the procedures. So you cannot say that the best way and the quickest way for the president is to go to the parliamentary system. It must come to the people, from the parliament to the people. Remember, the popular comes from the people, then to counties, then to parliament. For the parliament, it starts in the parliament, that comes all the way into even to the county and to the people, back again to the parliament, and then back to the people. So the procedure is still the same. The only difference is that now this one originates from the parliament. It does not mean that they are going to propose and amend and big and then they pass like that. So to that extent, I don't believe going the parliamentary way it will solve. The only basic that we have now is to wait for the appeal. If appeals, now it's upon the president to get the best lawyers. Remember, we are talking about the point of law. How you present your case matters. So that judges can overturn this or it cannot be overturned. So let us not speculate on things because they really explain as per them. Many times there are cases that has gone to the High Court and then they go to the Court of Appeal and then be nullified. The ruling made at the High Court. If it's got up to the Court of, even to the Supreme Court, sometimes it can go to the Court of Appeal and then they upheld the verdict of the High Court. So basically, let us now wait for what the court will say. After that, now we can say that we can speak on two things, that if in case the court upheld that it was illegal, now what's the way forward? If the Court of Appeals vindicate that verdict, now it means that the process continues. I think we should discuss now, what if the court nullify, or what if the court upheld? I think that's what we can. Now, if, for example, the Court of Appeal said find it also that is still unconstitutional, I think now that's what may lead to the death of the BBI, because I don't think starting the process again now and they finish before 20 will work. I don't think so.
Let's go to
that's on my
Elias. Point. Elias, unmute your mic. Ni nini sasa? Elias zimezoea kuja hapa na uongeangi. Toka. Okay, acha tuende kwa Dan. Oguna toa mtoto hapo bana. Unaleta mtoto kwa nini?
Nasema kuna mwenzangu amesema kwamba kuna points ambazo machurches wali analyze wakasema silikuwa more than 20, na ukiangalia PBI yenyewe
kidogo Dan, SJ umekuja, tafadhali endeleza haka kitu kidogo na kuja.
Thank you. Mzee, good evening.
Good evening.
Asante sana. I think I've just joined now and I was following what is going on. I will excuse myself as I follow the proceedings so that I prepare to rebuttal effectively. Thank you.
All right. Vile nilikuwa nasema that unajua ukiangalia BBI yenyewe iko na vipengele nyingi sana, lakini zile ambazo machurches wali select zilikuwa more than 20 and something. Ukisema mwenzangu akisema hapa kwamba itachukua muda kurekebisha hayo makosa ambayo yalikuwa yamepatikana pale, haitachukua muda. Kumbuka kwamba sisi wa Kenya tunaangalia mambo na uongozi. BBI imekuja ili unganishe wa Kenya wote, haikukuja ikue na mgawanyiko. Tunataka kukua na ile Kenya ambayo hatutakuwa na kupigwa ama yani kuchocheana kwa ukabila. Unaona? Ndio sasa unakuta watu wengi wale, mimi mwenyewe naunga mkono BBI kwa sababu kaunti yangu yenyewe peke yake inaenda kupata mgao wa eneo fulani. Unaona? Na kuna kaunti fulani ambazo sipati, lakini kwa sababu sio kubwa kukato. Unaona? Lakini basically ni kwamba wale ambao wanasema ati PBI itaangushwa nini haitapita, the only thing we need to focus here to let us wait that tuone the appeal itafanyika vipi. Hapo ndipo tutapata mwelekeo kwamba sasa tuanze kusema Raila atasimama hatasimama. Wacha nikuhakikishia kwamba Raila ako kwa debe. Ule mwenzangu anasema Raila sijui hatasimama, maybe whatever. Raila atakuwa kwa debe na atakuwa yenda atasimama kutoka chama cha ODM.
Lakini hebu niulize swali Dan, kama unaendelea. Yes. Point of order, niulize tu ka sentence kamoja tu hivi. Lakini huoni kama hii inaweza kuwa ni mpango ambao wamepanga ndio wampotezee Raila time? Kwa sababu kumbuka politics inafaa kuwa na a little bit of some time, ndio sasa aweze keep the momentum going, au sio? Kwa sababu kumbuka opponent wake huko wana engage watu wengine kwa social media, kwa hivyo wanaendelea tu. Kumbuka wako kwa ground pia, wana masoldiers wao pale, lakini Raila amekuwa focused kwa hii BBI. Sasa swali ni wakiendelea na hii maneno hii, nawe ikuwe maybe alikuwa amewekewa mtego, ndio wamfanye awe late, deliberately tu hivi. By the time akikuja kumaliza na Raila asimame, itakuwa too late. Sasa hapo ndio mimi niko. Asante.
Unajua hata ni kusikia. Okay. Oguna.
Yes, nataka kumjibu kusema kuwa Raila is late. Raila is not late. Raila has been there. He has been participated for 3 elections. He has his stronghold. And the other time he got more than about 6-7 million strong. So he's not late. The people you are talking about, the latecomers, are the people going to buy for the first time. So because first of all, he has satisfied all followers. We are just waiting for what Baba will say. If he say left, right, they'll go to whatever. So the point of saying that Raila is going to be late, that one is neither here nor there. So what we can talk about that, and in politics, anything can happen. You might think that the person is being called is the one calling you, and the other vice versa. So I think that one, it's not there. Being that somebody's, what you can do that, you think something that you can see. The judges, they put the verdict on the point of law, what was brought before them. Now, that's why I'm saying, let us wait for the appeal so that we can see what the way forward. If appeal goes okay, it's okay. If it doesn't go their way around, I think it cannot happen. Only what can push the election to more than 22 is IBC. Because the IBC has to be constituted for it now to run the election. So if they delays to appoint the commissioners, so that the commissioners can go do exactly what the judges say and register new voters, do all those things fast, It's only that one, and that point is whereby you can say, let us now push election past 2022. But I believe they are going to do everything before that time so that we can have election on 2022, 8th of August. But now about the BBI, if it is null by the appellate court, it will not happen this year, but it will happen post 2022.
Ya, nikiongezea Oguna, nilikuwa nasema, nikiongezea point yako nasema kwamba that hakuna mtu anachezewa kama karata hapa, ya kwamba wakati walikaa chini hata before waanze launch the BBI Uhuru na Raila walikaa chini wakaongea, wakaona mahali kwamba itasaidia mwananchi, haiwezi saidia Uhuru na Raila peke yake. Sasa unajua unakuta watu wengine wale okay, tumesoma BBI lakini we are ongoing reading slowly by slowly. We are almost finishing. We are almost the end chapters. But the only thing ni kwamba hatuwezi kusema kwamba Raila anachezewa ama mtu mwingine anachezewa, kwa sababu wao waliketi kwanza wakakubaliana, ndio wakakuja na hii kitu inaitwa BBI. Unaona? Building Bridges Initiative. Unaona? So kuna umuhimu wao wenyewe waliona kwanza. Na ukiona size the popular people wako behind the BBI. Wameona umuhimu wa BBI. So hakuna mtu amechezewa karata hapa. Hata kama amechezewa karata, hakuna venye unachezewa karata ndio ati kitu ipitishwe kwa ubaki pale. Lazima kuna some other point B. Nikikumbuka the last election tulifanya wakati wali ODM waliweka tallying center yao pale chini, ilikuwa upper hill. And then the following tukienda election, the tallying center iliharibiwa usiku huo, lakini walidhani ya kwamba that's the only thing ilikuwa na favor the ODM people or the ODM party, but they find another place we have. So there is nothing like hakuna mtu anachezewa karate hapa. It is point blank and direct. Yeah, thank you.
Sijui niongezee kidogo kabla Angel
CJ, can I interject?
CJ, wewe ndio chairman waulizwa.
Thank you. You can take it on, Angel.
I want to tell them that, remember that the process, the judges say that the process used for BBI was a wrong process. You are saying that you had registered votes. Remember, the registering votes were from people were I don't know, they were employed to walk door to door to look for signatures to take them to the IEBC. It was not the IEBC itself which took over the activity. Remember that. BBI was, the popular initiative was formed in a wrong place. That is the first thing. And when you say that Raila could be the president or might be not, it is all upon him. Raila was a prime minister during Kibaki's time. That was the best time for Raila to become Kenya's president. But when he lost that, then even 2022, I don't think so. Then remember that you are saying that Raila has numbers. I voted for Raila, but I won't vote again for Raila. Let me assure you. Those numbers, they were there. But right now, Kenyans have changed minds because of COVID-19. How many Kenyans have lost jobs? How many Kenyans have no place to sit? It is during Corona system, the government is distracting the place people are staying. So, do you think that person could vote again for the government? People have changed their minds. If you talk of your minds, and let me correct you, it's like the way the senators and the MPs were voting in a correct way. And senators stand and say, me and the people of Trans Nzoia. Who said that? It's him himself who voted for yes, not with the people.
Can I respond?
Because they have never gone to the grounds to educate people on how BBI will work. Even the judges say that they could have given the people of urban areas and rural areas some copies for them to read,
Angel,
so that they can know what is in BBI. And
Angel,
let me tell you that when you read that, my time is over.
Yes, your time is over. Let's have a rebuttal from Kiche,
Yes.
so that we move on.
Yeah, yangu iko kwa yangu, nitaisema kama naielekeza kwa Reverend. Nikuulize Reverend, ukiangalia hii kitu on a straight way kabisa, yani bila siasa ama bila chochote, waona kweli kabisa wakienda kwa appeal court itachukua 1 week ama 2 weeks. Hii kitu itachukua long time kwa sababu lazima majudges wawekwe pale, na nakwambia itachukua time. Na ebu imagine ile blow ambao watapata. Nimekwambia hao majudges 5 walieka vipengele kuanzia I think around 20, na vile Dana amesema, unakumbuka vile Dana amesema kwamba ati Raila na Uhuru walienda pamoja wakakaa pamoja. Sasa hivyo vile amesema, hivyo ndivyo majudges walikataa, na ziko more than 20 of those. Na sasa watakuwa naenda wakiangalia moja na nyingine. Na mimi nakuambia itachukua time, lakini kuna vile maybe wafuasi wake wanaweza ona hakuna time ambayo itachukuliwa, but I'm telling you watachukua time, alafu itakuwa very hard kuiweka iwe ati sasa iwe wale wamesquash ile nini ya 5 judges. Kumbuka hao ni 5 judges ambao kila mtu ana akili zake na ameweka yeye ameona. So but I think maybe nyinyi Reverend unaweza ona different.
So what I'm saying is that
thank you Reverend Oguna. Yes. Oguna, just a minute, sir. Let's just have some decorum so that we allow everyone contribute in a very uniform way, and we get to know what you are saying so that we pick something from you. And let us always refer our talks to the chair so that we move in a most professional manner. You can respond, Reverend Oguna.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that I believe during the presidential elections petition, it was the biggest petition ever, and it only takes 7 days. In fact, 2 days hearing, and then verdict was made. So I don't think this one can take more than that. It cannot actually take more than even 2 weeks. What I'm saying is that because it's a matter of urgency and it's something that's public interest, so the court knows actually what's happening, so that you can do away with either we understand we are going for BBI or it's not BBI. So I believe that judges will take at most 2 weeks so that this matter is cleared. Presidential petition had a lot of bundles of documents, and actually it took less than 2 weeks, and it was hard and dispersed, and the people moved on. So this one will take them less than even 2 weeks, at most 1 or 2 weeks maximum. Then the other guy, the angel is talking about that. What I'm saying is that Raila has numbers. It is true that there are people in politics move from there to there. There are people who have registered now, and Raila not being the president, what was that? That one was his problem, or it was whose problem? And how can you vindicate him and he's not in the government? It's just by handshake. He has been invited, but the people running the government is not him. So you cannot say because he never became the president that time, you cannot vote him in again or out. So I don't think that one is right. But your opinion is okay.
Thank you, thank you, and mute your mic. Let us allow, is it Robert? Robert, is your time? If there's a network problem, then let's proceed to the next. Is it Bena?
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Are you getting me?
I get you, sir.
Okay, I am trying to analyze about Manyora, saying that we are not going to have elections. I think that's personal analysis of Manyora. But what I think constitutionally, next year we are going to have elections, let come what may. Because we don't have anything which can prevent us from having those elections. The only thing we need is actually to have the commissioners of IEBC ready. Once we have the commissioners of IEBC ready, and remember, we are going to have another financial year where IEBC actually will be allocated the money which it will be using for elections next year. So next year, let nobody cheat us that we are not going to have elections. Elections will be there, and it is a must that we are going to have those elections. Back to BBI. Actually, the pronouncement of the churches the other day is not going to change. Even if at the appeal court, even if it change, it will change some few things, but most of the things actually will remain. And the final that this BBI is unconstitutional will always remain. Because if you look even Parliament, there are very many things where they were looking at BBI as unconstitutional. And actually, if you look at very many people who have made kind of analysis, others say actually this was a decoy. It was not actually meant to be, because very many irregularities were made when actually we were coming from the process, from the legal way of doing this popular initiative. So actually BBI was a decoy. It was something which was not meant to be. I was listening to one of the analyses. He was saying actually maybe this was a making of the government, knowing that it was going, once it was heading to court, it was going to break up. So you can never know. But what is very clear is that BBI is heading nowhere. Even if we go to the Court of Appeal, it will fall. Even if we go to the Supreme Court, it is going even to fall. So this is actually the end of BBI. We should forget about it. We should actually do other things. We should actually come up and look how we are going to make our electoral body work well. So those are my submission this evening.
Thank you for a very candid submission. Maybe Rupia, my friend, how are you? Good evening, and what is your take on this, sir?
Good evening, Bwana SJ. I was here sometime, a few minutes ago, and I had actually given my contribution, but I want to respond to some things that I'm hearing. And let me start with Kich. Kich was telling us that the process of the BBI was flawed or was incorrect. And I understand properly that Kich doesn't have a problem with the process of the BBI. Kich has a problem with the BBI itself. So there is no point in advising us that we should go through the parliamentary, or we should go through what we know. And politically, we are much better than you. So hii ni kitu ni yetu, let us just handle it, and you will see at the end of the day what will happen. And to my friend Bernard, let me finish. And my friend Bernard, let me tell you, you are dreaming.
Okay. Let me give you one of what you have said, that this is our own thing.
Wacha Rupia amalize.
Bena, kindly always reply him.
Wacha nimalize.
Tafadhali mwache tu, wacha malize tafadhali.
You've talked of things, you are talking of things that you don't know. You are telling us that there are some procedures which are not right about BBI. You cannot even mention one procedure you are talking about, so you don't know what you are talking about. Let me tell you, BBI is in the interest of majority of Kenyans. Those who are opposing BBI are just a few people, and we know them. And let me tell you, if it means that we stop the economy of this country for BBI to pass, we will stop it. And I've said it here. If it means that BBI will go through the fence, it will go through that fence. If it means that we are going to seek another ruling from that court, we will go and bring those judges and put them down, and they will give us another ruling, and we will continue with the BBI. Na msijikonsala hapa. Sasa mnaongea tu. We will appeal this thing, and then after the appeal, amtaongea vile mnaongea, because after the appeal, 100% sure. Let me just finish. That BBI will be back on track. Whatever means it will take, even if it means that we can defy the courts, we will defy them. Where will they take us to? Hakuna. Watatupeleka wapi? BBI is in the interest of majority of Kenyans regarding elections, regarding all walks of life. And I've been telling you, look at the good things about BBI. The people who are opposing BBI,
Rupia is going round and round. Let me try to answer you.
The people who are opposing BBI have been made to oppose, thinking that it's for getting positions for. I'm finishing.
The chair, please. Rupia is going round and round. Let me answer you.
SJ,
no. Allow me finish.
The opposition has had their time here. And let me also just take some time to drive my point home. Let me finish, please. Okay, what I'm saying is this. That even if it means, whatever means it will take, BBI will go through, mpende msipende. Hii story ya kusema ati BBI imekufa wapi? Nyinyi watu mmeshika tu makende. And I'm telling you, from those other weeks, you will not be talking the way you are talking here.
Thank you.
Rupia tumia lugha mzuri. Don't tell us hiyo venye unaongea. Rupia tumia lugha mzuri. Sawa? Excuse us, please.
Let me answer.
No.
How many people are addressing
me?
Please.
Excuse me, all of you. Excuse me, all of you. Kindly, Rupia, let us not use the derogative language. We some of us are with the families. Kindly, let's check on our language. It's important. Two, Rupia, Ayaga, I see you on board. Just a minute, sir. Rupia, is less than a week you suffered a thunderbolt, and the court demonstrated 21 reasons why BBI was unconstitutional. Maybe Ben respond in less than 1 minute, then we give it to Ayaga.
No. I just
It is me. It is me. It is my time, please. Okay, what I'm trying to put a close is that. Okay, what am I? How many people are speaking? Why can't you give me my time, please?
You are on.
Okay, what I'm trying to put across. What I'm trying to put across is that if you go around this nation, and I have done a bit of analysis about this, many people are just quiet, but in matters dealing with BBI, they are not with it. And if I tell Rupia, you are my neighbor near here. If you come now, let's say to the most part of Kisii, you ask about BBI, you go to the Rocco place. When they had that verdict of the court, actually many people celebrated. They said this is the court has really helped the Kenyans. So when you talk about this, and also let us respect one arm of the government which is called judiciary. If it has given that announcement that it is unconstitutional. Let us respect that. And even if we appeal, I'm very sure still it will be unconstitutional. Even if we go to the Supreme Court, it will be unconstitutional. Let us wait and see that. Thank you.
Thank
Let
you.
other people speak.
Let me react a bit. Just let me react
No,
something.
Rupia.
No,
You know,
Rupia should be stopped. We have other people to speak.
Rupia, let us have a very nice conversation today. Let us allow each one of us enough time to express themselves without interjection, without unnecessary orders and everything. Ayaga, good evening and continue.
Mark Clinton, usinizimie Mike, habari yako. Bena ukitaka kuja BBI, kwa sababu vitu mingi unasema ni vitu kuambiwa. Nilikwambia na nilijaribu kuelimisha vizuri ya kuambiwa changanya na ya kwako. Sasa hii unaulizwa simple. Kwa hizo 21, tell us ile iko unconstitutional. You can't even say one. Until Steve help you to tell us that there are. My friend, point. Be a man of point of facts. Go to SEMA number 1 is unconstitutional because of this and this and that. And we will also rebuttal you. If something is stamped
to tell you,
High Court, wait kidogo. If something is stamped unconstitutional in High Court, that can be changed in the Court of Appeal, can be constitutional. And if it goes to Supreme Court and confirm that it was not constitutional, you can't sit here telling us that anything declared unconstitutional in a High Court remains unconstitutional. My brother, read a lot, ask a lot, and listen to people. Things change.
Can I give you facts?
Give us facts. Thing is rumors.
Ayaga.
Yes.
Ayaga.
Can I give you facts?
No. Bena, kindly. You don't enjoy the monopoly here. Everyone has a right to talk. Ayaga, I will invite you to the court ruling. It is well out. We may not read for you why the case was dismissed, and we are very sure you are aware of it. Stop behaving as if you've gone for a DNA test. You've already been informed the baby belongs to you, and you are the one who invited the DNA test, and you want other methods. Let me not get there. Let me invite Dan. Dan, kindly, you've been there for quite some time.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mimi nilikuwa na kwanza, kuna kitu nataka kujibu Angel aliongea mara ya kwanza. Nataka kumwambia kwamba watu wengi watapigia Raila kula kwa sababu ameanguka mara mingi. Kwa hizi kura zote Raila ameingia kwa uwanja, hajawahi anguka. Lakini na si yeye amefanya watu wamefutwa kazi. Nataka kumjibu Angel. Kitu tumefanya watu wamefutwa kazi ni corona. Na si kupenda kwetu. So we accept that. So number 2,
Dan, listen to my point. I said that Raila could have stayed opposition, fight for his people during this time. You can't expect the government demolishing houses for people and people have no job. Babies crying overnight during rain season. Mtu wa kawaida, mwananchi wa kawaida, the best leader you have to have huruma inside your heart. I don't say that Raila alileta corona, no. But you have to stand still a leader for your people. Defend your people. Right now, corona is not only in Kenya, but you can't compare Kenya with other states. Can we compare Kenya with even Tanzania? No, we can't.
Angel,
a point of order.
Just a minute, sir. Angel, are you there?
Yes.
Yes. Let us not get emotional here, because the topic is about BBI and whether it will have survival at the Court of Appeal. What is happening today should not be a case on this matter. About BBI and
Okay,
Okay,
CJ.
let me
Thanks for correcting.
Thank you. Let me invite Clinton. Clinton, go ahead.
Hello.
Okay, thank you. Mimi sina say.
Clint, ni mimi nilikuwa naongea.
Mimi sina say.
Okay, nilikuwa nasema unajua tukisema mambo na BBI this platform imekuja tupeane mawaidha, tusaidiane mahali tunaelekea. Tusikuje kuleta ma feelings kwa platform kama hizi. We are just weighing how tunaenda wapi, tunaelekea wapi, na tutumie language nzuri. So maoni yangu ni kuwa mimi personally BBI hata kama appeal imepelekwa, kitu ya kwanza wale wote mnasema BBI imeshakufa. Yes, nyinyi ongea BBI imeshakufa, lakini the only thing ina remain, remember serikali haitaki upingamizi mwingi, lakini ukiangalia over 100%, 88% of people in Kenya they support the BBI. Even if one Bernard said that BBI wakati churches wametoa their ruling ati watu wali celebrate. Mali niona wamecelebrate ni Baringo. Wacha kusema kwamba ati ukienda kwa ground hii watu menyamaza ati wanasema BBI hatutaki BBI. Saizi ule mwenye ako nje mwenye anatuangalia tuna discuss this point here is very much clear kufuatilia ajue nini inaendelea. So usiseme watu ati pale kwa vijiji kwa manyumba kwenda pale ati wanasema mambo na BBI hawataki. Come on the platform, listen properly and then say BBI naiunga mkono kwa sababu ya kipengele fulani. Kwangu mwenyewe naunga BBI kwa sababu kwa kila kuna mgao wa pesa inakuja which is 35%. Na ikikuja kwa county kwa actually sisi youth tutafaidika. Kitu ya pili, BBI ikiendelea hatutakuwa na hii tabia ilikuwa unapigwa tear gas each and every time. Tunapatana kwa barabara, ukienda maybe Eldoret, ukienda mahali unauliza wewe ni wa wapi. Ukipatikana wewe unafanya taxi yako hapa, gari yako kama si msafiri wewe si wewe Mchaluo, kuna huo kabila. BBI imekuja kuondoa hiyo maneno. So ndio tutaki. Asante.
Point of order.
CJ sijaongea sana.
CJ, unmute your mic.
Mine is better. Just all of you mute your mic so that we communicate. Reverend Oguna, you will give me a minute so that I welcome Ray Kabui, who is silent here, sir. Please proceed.
Now, I just want to rebut on one thing. First, I really listened to that judgment, and the judges spelled out issues very clearly. And one thing they said that we can do what is called a multiple choice. To me, what I'm seeing from that judgment, there's one area which can be changed. The Court of Appeal can say, let us remove this one, which was the second schedule that allocate the constituency for the IBC. But the rest, I don't think, because, and that's why I say that it seems that these people did not have best lawyers to argue this case, because the only problem I saw was the delimitations of the boundaries, which court clearly says that they can say, remove this one out, but the rest of the things goes to referendum. That's why I'm saying that let's wait for what will come at the appellate court. Now, the agent is talking about Raila to stay in opposition. Tell her that the current constitution we don't have opposition. The opposition are the member of parliament that keeps the government on toast inside the parliament. Raila is not an MP. And now we don't have that post. The current constitution, which is the proposed BBI, is what will have the opposition leader. Now you cannot tell Raila to be a opposition leader and that post does not exist. There's no funding opposition leader, there's no office, there's nothing like called opposition leaders right now in the parliament. So you cannot say Raila to be on the opposition side. And again, the BBI, I listen for that judgment. There is only one area, and judges say you can remove it. Then the rest to go to the referendum. So let's wait for the appellate court. Let us not judge that BBI has fallen or reggae is stopped or it is still on. As a matter of fact, the case is still on. On Monday, tomorrow, we are going to Court of Appeal. Let's wait. After 7 days, we shall have the result. And people will go to referendum. They're going to remove the second schedule.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Eriko Omolo, for purpose of the housekeeping, I think it's not proper to put the face of an infant in such forums. Not allowed in any broadcast. And we will not give you an opportunity to talk as we see the face of the baby. That is a broadcast rule. Now, let's proceed to maybe Rupia, you had a burning issue before we go to Bena. I'll be fair to you.
I was triggered by Angel. Part of it, Ogunas.
CJ, don't allow Rupia to interject with me. That's the first thing. Rupia interject with any other person, not me, please.
Okay, Angel and Rupia.
Rupia, don't interject with me.
Angel, we will allow Rupia to speak. Rupia, take it on.
Thank you. Angel, the government has a responsibility to protect its citizens because it's the government of the day and we voted the government. So kama watu wanabomolewa mahali, you should cry to the government. And I believe, no, I'm not attacking you, but you voted the government. So you need to ask government more questions that you can ask Raila, because they have more of a responsibility protecting Kenyans than Raila. Raila is a free citizen. I will not talk about that much. So the other thing is, judiciary. I'm not attacking judiciary, but what tunaambiwa tuheshimu judiciary. Judiciary is on record on giving rulings and judgments without putting in place the interest of the nation. Last time, the judiciary advised the executive to dissolve the whole parliament. Look at the implications. If you dissolve the parliament today, look at the implication of that. Again, they ruled that BBI is unprocedural, but you can do a multiple choice referendum. I don't know how these people are acting, because what we are heading to is a referendum. This referendum, you will have a chance of saying yes and no. I want it, I don't want it. And these people who are, you said I should not use, who are backing inside here, why do you fear referendum? A referendum will come. If you don't want the BBI, you will vote no. If you want BBI, you will vote yes. At the end of the day, we will have.
We are not backing, we are talking and we are reasoning out. Can you please use best language for us, Rupia?
Angel, you make me have problems with the handling. So to say, you allow Rupia finish. Rupia finish, then we go to Angel.
I have finished.
Then we go to Eric. Then we go to Eric before Bena. Kindly.
And don't forget me, Bona CJ.
Please, you are okay, sir. We will talk. Rupia finish, then we go to Eric Omolo.
Remember, somebody else can talk.
Thank you, sir. Eric, take it on, brother. Eric, are you there? Bernard, take it on. Eric, your time is gone.
Okay, what I'm trying to put across is that this is the time we have judiciary which is alive, which knows what it's doing, which knows why it has been mandated to put it there. And the Kenyan judiciary, actually, from the time when we gave ourselves a new constitution it has made us believe that judiciary can do its job. If you look at the last election, judiciary did the best. If you look also what's happening with this called BBI, it has given the best verdict. Why am I saying that it has given the best verdict? One, if you look the way BBI started, first, it never made people to come up together. They laid down the procedure they were going to use in terms of correcting, in terms of constituting the committee. And that's why we are actually saying it was a two-man guitar. It was not meant for the Kenyans. And if these people wanted this BBI to be for the people, they were the people who were supposed actually to bring all the people. Because remember, when even these people came up with the handshake, they left other people out. They left Kalonzo Musyoka out. They left Mudavadi out. They left Ruto out. So the way it really started, and then we were told this is reggae, and even people never understood what reggae was about. That is one of the things why I'm saying that this BBI is not meant for Wanjiko. It is actually meant for the rich. Another thing why I don't believe in BBI, I believe where we have narrow government, lean government, small government. But look at what BBI is doing. It's giving a very broad kind of government. And this very broad kind of government, it is actually going to give us a headache. Currently, we have what we call the wage bill. What if we had more officials in the government? What if we add more MPs? What if we add more MCA? That means the money which can be used for development is going in people's pocket. That means paying people's salary. And also, in the current situation, the Kenya we are, we don't need a BM. Actually, the BM is not needed. We only need the president, the deputy president, and then we have a workable ministers, people who are put in the ministry who knows what they have to do. For example, if we look at Matiang'i, when he was in the Ministry of Education, he made everything to work normal.
Thank you.
So if we can get people of integrity like that with a lean kind of government, it means we are going to do a lot. So again, also what we need, we should actually actualize our current constitution. We should make everything to work out. We should actually devolve all the funds which were supposed to be devolved to the what? To the county. We should devolve all what? All the work. Like now the roads. Roads is a devolved unit. But you will find that most of the money are being kept with the national government, which is wrong. So what we need as Kenyans, we don't need a very broad government. We want a real government,
and you are also
a workable government, and people like Rubia who are interjecting.
And you are lying here.
Once I have been given the time, Rubia, keep quiet. Let me continue.
Which roads are devolved?
Which
roads are devolved?
Rupia, we gave you all the time, bro. We gave you all the time, bro. do not interject when someone is speaking. He has the right to speak now.
But
have
you
the
told
right
him to
hear.
stop, and he is now
No,
lying.
listen.
He's just lying to us.
No, listen. No, listen. You cannot rule out that someone is lying. Just listen to them the same way we
when
don't
he
believe
says
that
roads are devolved, which roads are devolved? That is what these people don't base their arguments on facts. This is why I have a problem with them.
Rupia, we have county roads that have been devolved. We have county roads that have been devolved. So please listen to me, Rupia.
He said roads are devolved and most funds remains with the national government. Is that a correct statement?
No, Rupia, because
I am saying like this, Rupia, be a good listener. Rupia,
Bena and Rupia,
a good listener.
Bena, with all due respect, I rule you out for now. Tito Masinde, can you tell us something, brother? Unmute your mic.
Mi ile kitu nimefanya, nimewasalimia sana, najifunia kuongea Kiswahili ndio at least nisikike kidogo nyumbani.
Lugha yetu.
Yeah.
Lugha yetu.
So kabisa ile kitu mimi nasema, kwa hii maisha tumeishi, Kenya ni yetu. Kenya si ya jirani. But watu wenye kwa uongozi ile kitu wanatafuta, wamejua tumekaa kwa muda mrefu na tumejua system yenye wanatutumia ndio watu kule. Sasa unajua watu wenye tuko chini tunakuliwanga na serikali na watu wa kanisa. Tunaambiwa ukinivotia utaishi maisha mazuri. Ukikuja kanisa ukitoa sadaka utaenda mbinguni uishi maisha mazuri. Wote wanatu promise good life. But sasa wameona hapana, vile tutakuja kukuliwa tu, si tunapatisha mbinu, si tufaidike. Bila maskini government yes run. Bila maskini church haziwezi run. Wakati wamefunga kidogo, wakati wa corona church zimefungwa, wamepika nduru. Kwa sababu ya nini? Lazima tukae hapo tukue na tukuliwe. Government same. Lazima tufanye kazi, tutoe ushuru, wapate hiyo pesa. So BBI ni nzuri, inaongelea maisha yetu. But particularly ukienda kindani sana, tuko na vitu zenye wamechiwekea sawa, ni mzuri. Ndio wameweka ya kila mtu, but zao ziko saidi kwa sababu wanajipenda. So wakirilook,
thank you,
position waiangalie tena. Itakuwa vipoa. Tuko na vipengele zenye tunasema waangalie, si tufeve, si wafeve ndio. But mostly mwananchi at least tumefinyika sana kwa muda mrefu. But hakuna mtu anakaa kwa ofisi yake akifikiria vile nitasaidia maskini. Wanafikiria vile watajisaidia hao wenyewe.
Asante Tito, asante. Let's welcome in Abdullahi. Abdullahi, if you can, please take it on. Then we go to Raise Kabui. There are voices that have not been heard here.
CJ, nimekaa sana bwana, nimetulia tu.
No. Kitch. That is not a burning issue. Please, just allow me invite voices that have not been heard. Abdullahi, you are here. Ray Kabui, you are here. One can pick up. Abdullahi? Raise Kabui?
Nakusikiza vizuri, sijui kama naongea Kiswahili.
Usema Kiswahili ndio tunapenda zaidi.
Oh, good. Kuna hii issue Bena ameongelea kuhusu judicial activism. Talking about judiciary, first thing, Kenya tumeona judiciary is overwatching the parliament, the executive. And doing so, we are citizens. Tunajua vizuri
Please, do you have a problem?
Network.
Thank you. We will proceed some other time. Let's go to the burning issue from Kitch. Kitch, take it on, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Nimekuwa nikigojea hapa sana. Na
Ushapata endelea.
Sasa si ndio sasa nakuja hapo. Rupia aliongea about BBI kwamba siipendi. Kusema ukweli na nitamwambia ukweli. Unajua mimi huwa wanasema msema ukweli ni mpenzi wa Mungu. Mimi sipendi BBI. Na ile kipengele ambao mimi sipendi ni pale kwa ombudsman. Najua kuna watu wengi kama Ayaga wamekuja wameanalyze na wamesema mimi tu provided president ana appoint. Hiyo tu president kuappoint. Hiyo that's where I have a problem with. Kwa hivyo mimi nitamwambia Rupia hiyo tu, mimi sitaki maneno ya BBI. Haya, tuende sasa kwa majudges. Rupia sije akaona kama majudges, unajua majudges, kumbuka hata ile time ya elections, majudges walisema hatuna shida na votes, tuna shida na process. Waona? Sasa kwa hii BBI walienda wakasema hatuna ubaya na signatures. Lakini process yenyewe vile imefanywa ni makosa. Na kwa hivyo wale watu ambao wanasikia wamesikika ndani, wamesinyika ndani yake kama Rupia, wanafaa wachukue hiyo judgment kama vile tulifanya 2017, waianalyze vizuri, alafu sasa wakienda kwa appeal, sasa waende kama wamejipanga. Lakini mimi nakuambia hata waende appeal, hakuna vile, mimi kwa maoni yangu sioni vile majudges watatoa more than those 20 of them, kwa sababu wataenda wanadiscuss moja wanaitoa, wanadiscuss moja wanaitoa. Hakuna vile yote watayatoa alafu iwe sasa BBI iko correct. Hiyo itakuwa ni shida sana. Kitu ya tatu, na nitamwambia Rupia, ni kwamba huyu mkwasi wao huyu Rao hata kuwa na time. By the time wakienda kumaliza hii maneno yote ya appeal, alafu tena kule sasa tena waenda wakakampainie hiyo BBI, ndio sijui iende kupita, itachukua time sana. Na kwa sababu mimi na wewe na everybody else tunajua Rao lazima asimame 2022, hata kuwa na time. Na hiyo ndio mimi nasema anaweza kuwa anachezewa shere, lakini hajui ile sasa wanataka wamweke na ile carrot, wanaita ile kudango lile carrot ile, wamdango vile, achukue muda, by the time haikuja kugutuka hivi atakuwa yuko hayuko. Kumbuka Rao aliambiwa na mtu mmoja, akaambiwa Rao ukachezwa na Moi, tukakuambia hukusikia. Haya, ukaenda kwa Kibaki, ukachezwa hukusikia. Sasa uko huku kwengine tunakwambia wachezwa husikii. Sasa bwana, utasaidikaje na Rupia wako? Asante.
Asante sana Kitch kwa kutoa mawaidha yako, tumeyashukuru. Maybe Clinton umenyamaza nawe sana. Welcome bro.
Rao kachezwa na Moi, tukakuambia hukusikia.
Tafadhali
kuambia wachezwa.
Unajigamba na bora Kiswahili.
Kitch, switch off one of your gadget and Rupia tafadhali nyamaza baba. Clinton, we want to hear from you.
Huyo mwenye alikuwa na shida ya mic anaitwa Eric Omolo. Nimejaribu kumute lakini alikuwa ameshikilia kabisa. So asante sana SJ Chairman. Mimi nilijoin hii debate miezi miwili iliyopita, lakini nilipoingia nilikuta kwamba kila mtu mwenye alikuwa ndani alikuwa pro BBI. Sasa nikajieka mimi ni anti ama wale wa kupinga. So from that day nikapewa jina Tangatanga, na mimi ni nani, nilikubali jina. So without much ado, Mr. Chair, naweza nikasema kwamba kulikuwa na uamuzi wiki jana na wanasema wanaenda kuappeal. Na mimi kama Mkenya mzalendo naweza nikasema kuappeal imekubaliwa, lakini waache vitisho eti kila mtu sasa hivi akichukua mic pale nje anatishia majaji 5, 85 people cannot decide the destiny of the country. Mr. Chair, utakumbuka kwamba 2017 walipoenda Supreme Court ni majaji 6 ama wale 5 waliamua kwamba uchaguzi wake Mheshimiwa Rais ulikuwa na dosari. Hawakuwa majaji 10. Wakafurahia, wakafanya celebration. Leo hii majaji 5 wamesema BBI ni mbaya. Sasa wale majaji hawana uwezo wa kugeuza uamuzi wa wananchi. Mheshimiwa Rais alipata kura milioni 7 round 1, lakini majaji 5 walipindua uamuzi wao. Sasa what's so special in BBI that 5 judges cannot unanimously agree that it had a problem? Hawajasema eti BBI ni mbaya, wamesema the process and the initiators. BBI ni process nzuri sana, lakini hawakufuata sheria kuianzisha, na wale ambao walianzisha hawafai kuianzisha because they are public servants. I once heard a minister say that BBI is a government program ama BBI is a government project, na mwenye atasimama mbele ya BBI hayuko kwa serikali. That one was said in Kisii. Meru BBI rally pia wakasema government project haijawahi fail. Majaji wakatuambia kwamba the president, government or any other state organ cannot initiate a popular initiative to amend the constitution. A very clear statement. Wao wanasema majaji maybe wako tangatanga, majaji hawezi wakakataa maamuzi ya Wakenya wengi, but the law is very clear. Majaji hawakuamka wakasema kwa sababu tunamchukia Mheshimiwa Rais alikataa kuappoint judges, acha tuseme kwamba BBI ni mbaya. Walisema ni mbaya wakiquote the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Wakituambia kwamba the BBI steering committee was an unconstitutional outfit. It is true. Tunaona. The outfit was formed by the president, Raila, and maybe deputy president. These are people ambao hawaruhusiwi, maybe Raila, lakini Mheshimiwa Rais na naibu wake hawaruhusiwi kuform this commission to initiate a constitutional process. That's why it was termed unconstitutional. Even if they are going to appeal, we welcome that decision, but they should not threaten judges na wale ambao maybe tunaunga ama tunapinga BBI, eti wanafanya maandamano tudogo, leo wafanye Nyeri, kesho wapi, eti BBI ni ya wananchi. Yes, ni ya wananchi, walipata sahihi milioni 4 ama 5, lakini the process itself, that's what matters. Nani ameianzisha, imefika wapi, kuna vipengele ambavyo maybe hawakufuata, such simple things, you know. But we all agree that BBI has benefits, even though some of them cannot be achieved, but it has benefits. So judges only have a problem with the process. Lakini wakati nilikuwa nyuma ya curtain, nilisikia mtu akisema kwamba BBI itapita, we can either forego the decision of the judges, we can either use the back door, or we appeal. Why do you want to appeal if you can forego the decision of the judges, or if you can use the back door? Why again do you want to appeal? You can go ahead and use the back door. My last submission on this, Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me at least a little bit time, ni kwamba I like Mr. President a lot because he's a political and scientist, and my party leader Raila Odinga is an engineer and a very senior politician in the country. Lakini tuangalie kitu kwa undani kidogo. The president had all the powers from 2017 or 2018 during handshake. Mwezi wa 3 alikuwa na pesa, alikuwa na powers, angetumia mtu yeyote kuinitiate the constitutional amendment bill. Lakini jamaa amekuwa akitupigisha kona. Mara tutakuwa na referendum 2020 by June ama April. Anaisogeza tu. Mpaka ikafika hapa. Na jamaa is someone who has advisors all over the country. Hadi kuna wale wengine wanaulizwaga hiyo kitu unataka kusema, is it very important? Eti hapana, then let's so and so go and advise the president. So hata hii ya BBI ako na lawyers, ako na kila kitu. The guy is very smart. Juzi wametoa uamuzi, yeye akachukua ndege akaenda swearing in ceremony. Baba mwenyewe ameshindwa kuongea. Ile statement ya baba ni kama mtu ana give up ama hataki kuattack koti, hayuko sure kama hiyo appeal itawezekana. As in amejiweka tu hapo katikati. Unaelewa? Because this is a guy who sees everything. Saizi wanasema Orengo will be in court on Monday. The same president told us that hiyo ni conflict of interest. Politician hafai ku represent mtu kortini. How will Orengo go back to court eti aende asimamie BBI? The same Orengo is on record, Hansard ya parliament, akisema kwamba we are using an unconstitutional process to initiate the amendment of the constitution. It is on Hansard, hawezi delete. It will be used. Government officers are on record saying that BBI is a government project. Judges wanatuambia constitutional amendment bill haiwezi kakuwa government project. Let them go and appeal tomorrow. The Court of Appeal will look at the decisions that were made by the High Court. And I am informed as well, Mr. Chair, that in the Court of Appeal, they don't allow new evidence. So what they are going to do there is to prove that the judges of the High Court never did it right. For instance, wakisema kwamba no evidence, no, hiyo ni at least hiyo ni a layman. The attempt to distribute constituencies in the BBI bill is unconstitutional, which is also true according to me. Wabunge hawafai kudistribute hizo constituencies. This is the work of IEBC. Na ukisikiza majudges vizuri, Mr. Chair, they were complaining that the IEBC was sidelined. Yeah? Kuna roles zao zilichukuliwa hadi na parliament. So people are going to appeal, but I want to tell you, in the right minds of the judges of the Court of Appeal, this thing won't go far. That was my submission, Mr. Chair. Thank you for giving me time.
Thank you, Clinton. We realize all of us that when you present your case in that manner, you even have more time to speak a lot because we listen to you. But the moment we start battling when somebody is talking, we bring interjection and unnecessary orders, it makes communication difficult. I will agree with you before I give Rupia an opportunity to talk that this country is anchored on the rule of law. So some words such as we will do it through the back door and everything, those are words for cowards because we believe in the rule of law. One thing I know for sure, you cannot introduce a new evidence in an appeal court when these issues you never raise them in your first petition. You cannot introduce new evidence in a court of law when already matter has already kicked on. But that is left for those who will appeal and for those who will hear and determine the matter. Rupia, welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. But Chairman, I would like to say that this court ruling, it looks like it was sponsored by Tangatanga. If you look at all these things that these people are talking about, it was sponsored by Tangatanga. And I had said it is a faulty ruling because when BBI was starting, there were two proponents, major proponents. I don't just look at them as Raila and Uhuru Kenyatta. Those are two. In fact, Uhuru Kenyatta as a president right now is a symbol of national unity. And he represents all of us. Raila, with his supporters, Raila and Uhuru, in total, they have 15 million votes in this country. It's not that Uhuru just took it a decision, just made a decision to maybe contact his brother. Raila had even also tried to reach them because the situation that we were. I explained here how BBI was born, and that is what the judges refused to open up. They didn't open up because they were just telling us that on one side is the executive that is actually driving the BBI, which is not true. BBI has got proponents, and we are going to prove. You know, you cannot preempt that the evidence which were presented. Who knows all the evidences that were presented in court that were not even mentioned? There are so several. So, you know, you are trying to preempt for the Court of Appeal.
Rupia.
That
Rupia.
Wacha tu niendelee, wewe ndio umesema kama watu wamenyamaza.
Rupia rule out. I'll rule out. This is the matter which was in court. The matter which was heard in court. The court gave its ruling. We no longer discuss it. We have no powers to change whatever the verdict the court made. Now let's leave it to the court. Meanwhile,
I'm reacting.
Rupia, let me get it from me, my brother. Just get it from me. That's why I'm a chair. Just get it from me. I'm asking you. You are a Kenyan. The court said that this process didn't follow the law. No one questioned whether the issues that were being raised on BBI or the concerns of the BBI were illegal or what. The court just said that the process was flawed. Now, like any other Kenyan, the process ought to have come to Kenyans. They give their views, and then they present their views. That we go through the process. Then
that was done.
Which was done according to you? What was your take as a Kenyan, as a Wanjiku? You are a Wanjiku here. What was your take? What do you think should be done so that we end this election post-election wrangles or violence after each and every election? What is your take? What do you think should be done as a Kenyan?
I'm in the process of answering the question, but can you let me finish my statement, and I'm going to answer it inside whatever I'm saying, and I will actually indicate to you that I've answered it there. Can I continue?
Please indicate.
Yes. What I'm saying is this. This judgment, personally, I have a problem with it because of what I'm mentioning. That it's not only President Uhuru Kenyatta inside BBI. There are other people inside BBI who are citizens that will validate this thing as a popular initiative. So if the judges went ahead and mentioned that it's President Uhuru Kenyatta who did this, and they did not mention Raila Odinga who did this. So in one aspect, there is that aspect of popular initiation. So that one is there. And as per what ought to have been done, we had a constitution 2010 that I don't know who initiated. I don't know how it was initiated. This is the first time that we are getting that the constitution should be initiated through 2 ways. We had a constitution 2010, which also started the same way. I don't think people started, but it started politically. How this one has started. And nobody came here and told us that this procedure is wrong, this process is wrong. So people need to be sincere. I feel that these judges are just revisiting what the president said we shall revisit. And again, now they are also revisiting. And I can tell you for sure that BBI has majority of Kenyans at heart. Hakuna kitu, you know, Nani said, Kich said that he has a problem with the ombudsman. Ombudsman, the way we were explained to yesterday, it will be done that way. But Kich has a personal problem with Raila Odinga's candidature. That is what I have noticed, that he had a special problem with Raila Odinga's candidature. So that he should not bring to us here.
Thank
Let
you.
me finish.
You've explained your...
I've
Frank,
not finished.
Would you take it on, my brother? Welcome on board.
Me or Jay called Frank?
Hii kitu watu wanakatwa. Sasa wacha tuwaachie mkataze BBI hapa ndani, huko nje tutaipitisha. We'll come back tomorrow if you have
Jay
another
called
point.
Frank, will you listen to me? Kindly take it on.
Yes. Sasa nyinyi mna mute mic, mna unmute. Sasa hatuwezi kuongea iko ni mute. It's long time nikuwe kwa hii show. It's around 2 months now, but I'm happy that I'm back because each and every time nikikuja napata mmejaa ni wengi na hii show inastahili kuwa na watu 10 peke yake. Okay, mimi ni mtu mwenye nimetengeneza enemies wengi kutokana na hii mambo ya BBI. Even my enemies wako hapa, but I'm going to stand with my stand about BBI. Kitu ya kwanza, BBI itapita whether you like it or not. Hiyo ilikuwa side shows zenye tuliona chuzi like koti wameenda kusema that BBI haikuwa nini popular initiative, sijui ilikuwa ya watu, sijui nini. We know the crutches zenye au machachi wako nayo kwenda kwa President Uhuru Kenyatta. Kuna kazi Uhuru alipatiwa, hakuwapatia. That's why waliluli. Kesho our Anton channel na nini timu yetu ya CORD na NASA wanaelekea kotini. I know that tunaenda kushinda. So for those wenye wanapinga BBI, wamekuwa wakifight BBI, at the end tutapata matokeo. But kitu nataka kuambia ni moja. Tusiangalie BBI that just because Raila Odinga ako ndani, that's why unaipinga. That Uhuru Kenyatta ako ndani, that's why unaipinga. Most people wenye wanapinga BBI, ukiangalia the Tanga team, the William Ruto team, and the fake people wenye wana support William Ruto, most wanapinga BBI because Raila Odinga ako ndani. Tusiangalie benefit yenye unaenda kupata because Raila Odinga ako ndani. Tuangalie benefit yenye tunaenda kupata after tumepitisha BBI. Of course watu wengine wanasema that Nyanza haichapata zini constituency ngapi, kuna constituency 3. Mimi mwenyewe natoka Bobasi constituency Kisii County. Na Kisii County, Bobasi is the largest constituency in Kisii County. Na sijai complain about that because ukiangalia voters wa Bobasi constituency tuko 72,000. Lakini ukiangalia population we are over 300k. So hatuwezi tukasema that tunataka tukatanishe, yet voting pattern yetu iko chini. Lazima tupandishe voting pattern ndio tupate constitution zingine. So hii kelele ya kutupigia kelele, watu wanapiga kelele sijui Nyanza pata constituency yake. Apart from hizo constituency inapata 3 benefit itu ya kwanza, for the first time each election in Kenya nenda hata free election 2020. Sasa iangalie your side election ya next. Pesa zinakuja mashinani. Sasa kama wewe unapinga pesa isikuja mashinani, maybe unatoka Homa Bay, maybe unatoka Kisii, maybe unatoka Nyamira, maybe unatoka Mombasa, but still unapinga pesa isiingie mashinani. Na bado unasema ama unalia that maybe your governor, your senator, your MC hajaifanya maendeleo ground, yet you are peace fighting that the BBI document. So kitu yenye ningewaomba wa Kenya wote, hii document is not for Raila Odinga kuwa president. Hii document is not for Uhuru Kenyatta to extend term limit. Hii document is about Kenya na vile wa Kenya wataachwa after 2022 election. We need peace. Tunahitaji amani na tunataka kuanza kufanya biashara. You can't uwezi ukafanya biashara penye inchi inapigana. You know what happened 2017, hatutaki happen tena. Mimi mwenyewe nilishuhudia 2017 watu wakiuliwa hapa Kariobangi. Mama mwingine alikuwa anatoka sokoni asubuhi amebeba mandizi zake just because of election. Amebeba ndizi, aliuliwa nikiangalia tu hivi asubuhi nikienda town. So that's why I'm supporting BBI. Tusiongee BBI juu iende kupatia William Ruto power akwe president ama iende kupatia mtu wako mwenye una support akwe kitu fulani. Angalie benefit yenye wa Kenya, including you and your kids wanaenda kupata kwa hiyo BBI. Tuangalie hizi shedizo nyingi zenye William Ruto anatuletea ama watu wengine wanatuletea ili tukatae BBI. Tuangalie benefit, tusiangalie benefit ya politicians. Tuangalie benefit yenye kwa BBI. Na kesho tunaelekea mahakamani ama representative wetu wanaelekea mahakamani na tunajua tunashinda because kesi yoyote yenye nadiliwa na kina Amos wako, the likes of Orengo, Otiendo Omoro, nani Oraro, I know that hiyo kesi tunaenda kushinda. Na tukishinda prepare tuende kupiga kura either next year ama this year ya referendum ya BBI.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Jacob Frank. Thank you, Frank. You've made your point very well. I'm seeing Dan has been waiting for quite some time, and Ben. But let me allow Paul. Is Paul there? Then we go to Dan. Paul Karibu before we go to Serkal.
Excuse me, Chair. Just a minute, Chair. Chair, we have to ask Jacob some questions before he goes away. Chair. SJ.
Yes.
So, Jacob, you are saying that people have problems with BBI. Maybe some of them, they don't want BBI to go through because of Raila Odinga, maybe because of William or because of Raila or Uhuru. So, Jacob Frank, let us be frank, just as your name suggests. Mr. President said one time that politicians are not allowed to go to court because that one is like a conflict of interest. And here you are telling us that Otiende Amolo, James Orengo, and Amos Wako will be in court tomorrow. What will they be doing in court? Is that not conflict of interest?
Clinton, huwa nikiwa kwa hii show always huwa tunapingana na wewe. I don't know hata tunaulizana anga nini. James Orengo is a lawyer. Hata ukienda chuo uulize Margot yenye kwa chuo utakwambia James Orengo is a lawyer. Otiende Amolo is a lawyer. Akiwa outside political ground ama political field au wote ni maloya. Hiyo ndio kitu Orengo amesomea. Hata wewe ukishikwa saizi uite Orengo atakuja kukusaidia. He's a lawyer. Na hiyo ndio kitu amesomea. Achasomea kuwa politician, alijipata politician kama binadamu. But kuna kitu amesomea. So Orengo anaenda kotini kama lawyer. Aendi kotini kama politician, Clinton. Anaenda kotini kama lawyer to represent Kenyans, 47 million Kenyans. Not a politician, like a politician. Anaenda kama lawyer.
But did you hear the president say what I'm asking you? Did you hear him say that politicians are not allowed to go to court to represent people because that is conflict of interest? Yes, Orengo is a lawyer. But did you hear Mr. President say what I'm telling you?
Maybe unitumie hiyo clip, sijui na sijaisikia. Maybe unitumie clip.
Okay. Mimi pia sina clip. My last question to you is this, Jacob. Jacob, on matters BBI, you are saying that the judges ruled like that because they were revisiting President Uhuru's case. Uhuru alisema tuta-revisit. Majudges pia walikuwa wanam-revisit, if that's the correct word. When you heard them rule, did you hear them quote the Constitution? Or they were just there to revenge what the president did to them?
Clinton?
Mr. Clinton, yes. I'm not saying that machachi walienda kurevisit ama walienda kufanya nini. I'm talking about kuna wale machachi wenye wako kwa hiyo bench watano wenye walikuwa sijuenda wa mahakama makuu ambao Uhuru Kenyatta hajapitisha. We are not talking about the visiting. They are fighting Uhuru Kenyatta because hajawapeleka na hajawapoint kuwa kwenda huko juu. Kitu ingine Uhuru Kenyatta is the president. Akona nguvu, is the president, is the current president. Hata akiitwa saizi aende mahali ama huko kwa baharini kama kuna ma-president wanatachikwa kwenda huko, yes, the president. But ukisikiza hiyo kesi wakati walikuwa naitatua on Thursday, I don't know if walikuwa na Wednesday, hawakupatia Uhuru Kenyatta heshima yoyote. Walikuwa namuita kwa jina yake. Is that the way hiyo ndio kesi mnasema that ilikuwa mzuri ama ruling yenye ilikuwa mzuri? Respect the presidency. Kama uwezo
alito aje Jacob. How was they referring to the president?
Okay. Uko YouTube, sitaki kurudia Clinton, uko YouTube, you can go and
tunasaidiana. Ukisema they never refer to the president with his name, ni kama walimuita kijana ama
Okay, walikuwa namuita Uhuru Kenyatta badala ya kumpatia title yake like the president. Church anaita Uhuru Kenyatta, not the president, Uhuru. Then ukuje kuniambia that hiyo ruling ilikuwa fair to Kenyans.
So tomorrow you are going to appeal that they refer to the president as Uhuru Kenyatta, not because the process of BBI had a problem.
Clinton and Jacob.
Yes.
Jacob.
Mimi siendi kwa appeal, malawyer ndio wanaenda kwa appeal. Mimi siendi kwa lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. Sijasomea lawyer nini? Sijai katika class of law mimi.
Jacob, sijakuuliza wewe ni lawyer. Nimekuuliza, umesema kesho watu wa NASA wataenda kortini. Unasema what the judges did that never made you happy. Nikumuita
Clinton, stop contradicting yourself. Malawyer wanaenda kortini to appeal the case yenye iliuliwa last week. Si tu wanaenda kusema Uhuru aliitwa hivi na hivi. Stop contradicting yourself. Even you unajua chenye wanaenda kufanya kortini. Sijui unauliza nini tena.
Nimekuelewa vizuri, lakini place elewe
You can proceed because these guys actually
dakika moja tu.
Allow us also to give our submission kindly.
Clinton and Frank, thank you for your contribution. You've done so well. And Serkal, come on board, my brother.
Thank you so much, but I'll allow Dan to give his submission before me because he was in earlier than me.
No, Dan has at least talked. You are the one who has not talked today.
Thank you so much. I've been following this discussion today, and I like the way Clinton actually brought in his submission. It was actually good in a way. Today, I'll not speak as from the sycophant side of the story, but allow me to submit my submissions in a sober manner. Personally, I don't have a problem with BBI. To be frank, I don't have a problem with BBI, but I have a problem with the process, how it was done, how the signatures was collected, how the whole document was presented to wananchi. From the day one, nobody is against BBI. But from the day one, this document was brought in a very interesting manner. But now, you know, God is God of wonders. You do your things, you force your things, you force your way, you force the process, you force the committee, you force it to an NG through everything, intimidation, blackmails, but God works in a different manner. Let's wait and see what judges will say. But now I've been enlightened that in High Court, I'm not a lawyer and I don't understand. I just have I just know some 2-3 things. But from the way you guys have actually educated me, you said in High Court there is no supplying of enough evidence. I want to know if Atienda Omolo will go to court. I want to know if James Orengo will go to court. Because these are the guys who told us in National Assembly that Atienda Omolo stood up and said, gentlemen, the way we are distributing these constituencies, it's not constitutional. James Orengo in Senate said, gentlemen, if I'm even to lose this majority seat, the way we are distributing these constituencies, the process is unconstitutional. Let's wait and see what will change tomorrow. You know, this Kenya is so interesting. You sleep today, you wake up tomorrow, you meet some things that nobody knows. Yani surprises ni mingi. Hii Kenya unalala, kuamka asubuhi unapata surprises ni mingi sana. Mimi my issue with PBI is labda moja ama mbili. Issue ya kwanza, I have a feeling that it was not the right time to fanye easy changes a constitution, because I have a feeling that hatujamaliza kuimplement constitution ya 2010. Number one, we still have a problem with even with gender rule. We have been having issues with gender rule since 2010 constitution ifike. Hatujesort, but the same BBI is not giving us a problem. It's not giving us a solution of the gender. It's not giving us any, in fact, it's deepening the problems. Number two, we have a lot of things our economy is not that stable. If I was the president of the Republic of Kenya, or if I was close to the president of the Republic of Kenya, ningemwambia boss, tufanye hivi. The constitution is a document. It's a living document. We can keep on building it each day. Boss, Could we first sort these economic issues? We have the issues of corruption. Tumedanganywa that BBI inakuja kusort corruption. Mimi mwenyewe nimesoma, I'm very worried. You know, we science men, the science men, we are so poor in reading, especially when it comes to so very long paragraphs. But sijaona mahali ina sort. We need to visit countries like China and Japan. I was actually waiting to look. I was waiting for a clause in that constitution that it is the same, that is borrowed from either Japan or China on how to handle corruption, or Singapore on how to handle corruption. But now it's just theories. We are being given theories. This BBI will sort corruption. How? This BBI will sort the issue of winner takes it all. We actually, I remember somebody asking the same question, and let me repeat it for the second time. I was expecting that we will be given that, you know, this is what happens. Once an election is done, if you lose, this is what you're supposed to do. If you win, this is what you're supposed to do. But now we don't have. In fact, the Moise time was so better because in 2002, between 92 and 97, we had an official leader of opposition who keep on. Now we don't have a leader of opposition. But in 2007 and between 1992 and 97, we had a leader of opposition with rules, with roles and with roles. The best opposition we had was 2002 to 2007, when the president was when our president, His Excellency, was in opposition. We had a lot of things. The government was in check, but now we don't have. Okay, we will have opposition. The first, let's take it back to let's go back to 2017. Who was the leading? Raila could be the leader of the opposition leader. What will happen to Wetangula? Not Wetangula. What will happen to actually the entire brigade of NASA? What will happen? Hapa kuna mahali tunadanganywa. Another thing tunaambiwa.
Thank you.
Time yangu imeisha.
1 minute, sir.
1 minute. Another thing is the kotini imetuambia vizuri. And gentlemen, the process is wrong. President has options. Actually, I got this from a lawyer friend. President has an option of extending parliament by 2 years and get everything right. Why don't we do these things right? Because you see, from actually I would have wished somebody could have asked for the project between to answer BBI mpaka saisi to spend how much. If we draw this, if kesho kotini sembe throw away this BBI, who will actually take the cost? Ni nani who will take the cost of the billions of money tumelose kwa BBI? Si tungeifanya tu right from the word go. Me I feel for Kenyans. Hii Kenya hii kuna mahali tutanunua mkate na 300 shillings na sijui tutaambia nini watu. Thank you so much, Chair. That was my submission.
Asante, that was very good. I also agree with you. There's a lot of hypocrisy in Kenyan politics, and it's so sad that these days when you talk, you are branded Team Tangatanga, Team Kieleweke, and whatever team it is. And I believe even this platform, I don't think is allied to any political party, but is a platform for us to share our views and learn from each other. Thank you. Now, I will go to Dan. I don't know whether Dan is on board. I will go to Dan. Then after Dan, I will go to Duke. After Duke, then we go to Alpha. And in that order, then back to Clinton. Thank you.
Okay, CJ, thank you. Maoni yangu nikimalizia ni kusema kwamba mambo na BBI tusianze kuangalia wale watu waliunda BBI ama uhusiano upi uko na mtu mwenye ako ndani ya BBI, uanze kusema maybe hauitaki nini na nini na nini. The only thing we need to focus on BBI, only the benefits. Wale wenzao mnasema kwamba penye the process yenye ilitumika Wacha nikwambie kwamba hata kama process imetumika vibaya na imepatikana kwamba kuna dosari mahali, na najua ya kwamba itarekebishwa na itakuwa sawa. So kitu ya muhimu ni kuwa the main important the BBI iko nayo, kila county hata kama zitakuwa 2-3 ambazo asitakuwa na ule mgao wa constituency ambazo zinahitajika, most of the counties watapata hela, na hizo hela ukiangalia out of 100%, every county itapata 35%. Hicho kitu inanifurahisha kwa sababu kuna zile barabara ambazo sisi mahali tumetoka, huu mgao wa pesa ukikuja kwa kaunti yangu mimi mwenyewe najua ya kwamba wale wasimamishi MCAs, member of parliament watachikakamua na watie nguvu, at least tuone kwamba barabara zetu zimekamilika ama zimeendelezwa vizuri. Jambo la pili, kuna mahali mimi sikubaliana na wengine mkisema kwamba BBI about these representatives who is James Orengo and Otiendo Moro. Unajua hawa ni lawyers, and the lawyers can stand on the any side to anybody, to defend anyone. So that's why naona kwamba Otiende wakiingia wakienda maybe wasimamie pande ya NASA ama pande ya BBI, I mean, yes, I don't see the problem that you call them politicians. There is kuna member of parliament ambaye amechaguliwa akienda huko na kuna title, akienda pale hawezi kuja kwamba yeye ni member of parliament, anakuja na hii title ako nayo. Ni kama mwalimu akienda shule kufunza na yeye ni pastor, aendi shule akiwa amevalia ile atuseme ni pastor, yeye pia ako na title mbili. So maoni yangu ni kwamba BBI yenyewe haitaleta uhusiano, haitaleta mgawanyiko kwa Kenya. Kwanza itaondoa wasiwasi nyingi, more especially in elections. Itaondoa wasiwasi kwamba tukipiga kura uko na uhuru wa kusema nimepiga kura, niko sure mtu wangu nimepigia kura, naenda. Hakuna mtu atakufika kwa barabara aanze kukuuliza umepiga kura, umepigia nani. Sasa unakuwa enemy, na utakuwa na hii kuchocheana, haitakuwa kabisa. Asante sana.
Duke, is your time. Duke, is your time.
Okay. First of all, I want to start by responding to what Dan, is it Dan or whichever, what he has said. I agree with him on one point, where he said we should be interested on the contents of the proposed amendment and not the individuals who initiated or started the process. That's a fact. But you have forgotten that the contents are the one which we are disputing. Many of us disagree with those contents. Me as a person specifically, I disagree with the constituencies, the way they were added. They were added unfairly. Some areas were given more constituencies than others. And parliament is legislation. It makes laws in parliament. And when one area is overrepresented, they can pass laws which discriminate on Kenyans. So that's what I opposed. Also, I want to, in connection to that, there is what Frank said. Frank said that he talked about a constituency in Kisii, where he said that the voters should be more so that it can be given additional constituency. That's very wrong. The constituencies the way they are added, it's based on the total number of individuals. The constituency fund builds schools. So the children who do not vote also have to be taken into account, because the constituency fund does not work for only those who vote. Children who go to school, schools have to be built. Therefore, the basis should be, and that's how the constitution puts it, that the creation and addition is based on the total number of people, not those who have voted, because we have children who have to be protected. There's schools for those children who have. That's it. Also, in conjunction to that, I want to continue to disagree with Dan, what he has said. He has said that the new proposed amendment is not bringing division and is not bringing distrust. In my opinion, it is bringing division and it is bringing distrust. You know, the main intention of bringing this amendment was to make Kenya a peaceful coexistence, where we have peace, where there is no election violence. But when you see some individuals starting to talk about deep state, there is a deep state which is going to be sided to a given individual so that they can be the president. What if the 2022 election comes, for instance, Raila wins, and then Ruto says it's a deep state which assisted Raila to make him win unfairly? Then we have the election violence. So how is this document or a proposal trying to bring a peaceful coexistence after 2022? That's why I ask, that's why I'm against that proposal, because the president in 2022, he has to retire. He's going to go home. There is new individuals who are going to come. Therefore, there must be peaceful coexistence after 2022, because after that, Uhuru Kenyatta will be out of question. But when you hear some statements from leaders who are respected talking about the system, Ruto has a right, is actually like giving him an evidence to disagree and to reject the outcome of 2022, and then we have violence. Therefore, this document, when it's purporting to bring peaceful coexistence, is I'm against that on that consideration. Also, talking about distrust, for instance, in 2017, the main contention was about the IPC. The IPC refused to open the server. Up to now, the server was not opened. Those who are programmers may understand that it's only in the server where you cannot alter the contents. The contents which have been entered into the server, they cannot be altered. And the IPC refused to open the server. Then Raila Odinga, who was against the IPC, decided that he will not recontest in 2017 because the IPC was compromised and it was not independent. Has that been sorted out? So how did the same IPC turn and become good? That's the question. Therefore, we are against this document, not because we are supporting Ruto or because we are supporting Raila. We are against it because of the contents and because of the interpretation of the impact of that document in the future. That's why we are against that document. Also, Frank said that he's very sure they are going to win. You should not be just optimistic like that. That's you are trying, like, you know, when we hear senior readers talking about that, it's like trying to bring chaos, because it's like they are trying to distrust the system. they should wait for the courts to give their verdict. But when you give people that we must, that it's a must we win. So that means you can, if they don't win, what will they do? So we have to wait and see what will come out of that. That's my final submission.
Thank you, Duke. That was very lengthy and also captivative, and I got you right. They're the same things we've been discussing around here, and they're well captured. I wish to invite Alpha. He is gone. Is Alpha there? Alpha has left. Alpha, you are there? Fine. Dan, then Clinton.
Yeah, me.
You know, I would request that now. What's the way forward? What would we do as a young generation towards? We've seen the politics of the BBI. We've seen the politics of the Tanga Kieleweke. You are seeing that Uhuru and Raila power team tomorrow will be in court to fight back for BBI. Now, as a nation, what do we really need? What do we really need? Do you think it is important to postpone the election? And is it that if there were not this BBI, we would be talking about postponing election? Do you feel that we are now presented? Do you think handshake has brought peace to us? Apart from just bringing the political temperatures, calming the political temperatures in the country, do you think that Kenyans are very happy? Kenyans are doing well now? Do you think we are hard? Do you think we have a place to run to and present our grievances, our pain as a nation in a country that is being ravaged by the economic crisis? Those are the new views. Kizito Karibu, my brother. Let's proceed. Clinton, take it on before done.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I had issues with Jacob Frank, but unfortunately he disappeared, or I wasn't given time to maybe disagree with him. So, Mr. Chair, my humble submission now is that I generally had issues with BBI from the time the president and Raila had the handshake. I felt that if it was true that they had handshake to bring peace, then everybody could have been accommodated. And if the handshake was to bring peace, then haingeleta hizi vitu zote kama BBI ama any other thing. Kwa nini nasema hivi? We have so many reports, TJRC report, I don't know, what report. There are so many reports that are lying somewhere that have never been implemented. Kama hii BBI report imezaliwa juzi na ndio hii wako mbioni kuimplement, lakini wale watu wa Mombasa nasikianga kuna commission ilifanyaga sijui uchunguzi wakapata kuna shida ya ardhi, hiyo wamekanyagia. Mbona wasichukue zile ripoti zote, the recommendations from those reports, waongeze na hizi za BBI, alafu wazi implement. So on a personal point of view, I have so many problems. I agree the handshake ilileta peace, but I can also question the peace that was brought by the handshake. Kwa sababu shida ilitokea pale ambapo rais alichaguliwa, baba akasema hajachaguliwa kwa njia inayostahili. Sisi wafuasi wake baba tukafeel ni yeye ameshinda, lakini ni kama amenyang'anywa. Mheshimiwa rais went ahead akakuwa sworn in, akawa president. Ndipo handshake ikakuja baadaye. Kama walikutana wawili wakasema eti my friend, let us shake hands, we have peace, Kenya isonge mbele. ingeishia hapo, lakini president akasema this one is not about 2022, tukakubali. Junet Mohamed wanatuambia if the president wants to play Baba like he played William Ruto, then they are ready to quit the handshake. Kumaanisha on the side of president this thing was not political, lakini on the side of sisi wa ODM ilikuwa political. Why are we blaming William Ruto that he is not supporting the handshake? When you look at the sentiments being made by ODM leaders, it is all about Baba's presidency, the BBI, or the handshake in that matter. So you want William to be into it, support it, knowing very well that this one is meant to make Raila the president, as ODM are claiming. So I think when we are honest, then Kenya itasonga mbele, kwa sababu sasa hii tusipokuwa na BBI tuende kwa uchaguzi, mtu mwingine ashinde ambaye si Baba, bado tutaenda kortini eti yeye ndiye alikuwa ashinde na hajashinda. Kwa nini? So let us look it from a very deep point of view. Lastly, kwa hiyo issue ya court ya kesho ama wiki ijayo, in that case naweza nikasema kwamba guys, let us put ODM psychophancy aside. Let us put the other side of political divide, psychophancy aside, and let us argue as people who will need the Kenya tomorrow. Guys, we know very well, kuna mtu ametuambia hapa eti BBI lazima ipite, it doesn't matter the process. And in class 6, kama sijakosea, kuna topic inaitwa constitution making process. It is a process. It is not something you can wake up today and make a constitution. But most of us, we feel, kwa sababu Ruto anapinga hii constitution tunamtengenezea, ambayo si ukweli. We will make the constitution. Ruto maybe won't be there ama atakuwa, na sisi ndio hiyo constitution itatufanyia. For instance, somebody was saying that the president ni mwananchi tu wa kawaida kabla hajakuwa president, which is true, but also false in a way. Once we go to vote, wakati unachukua kura yako unampea mheshimiwa rais, alafu anashinda, anatangazwa kama rais, alafu anakuwa sworn in. The power yenye nilikuwa nayo kama mwananchi nishapeana, so ana act kwa niaba yangu. Ile power sasa sina, nimeidonate to whoever person I elect. Ndio maana MPs wanasema huko, on behalf of the people of Homa Bay, I vote yes. Kwa sababu ni sisi tulimchagua. We donated the powers to him or her. So please, mimi Mr. Chair, sioni kitu watu wataappeal kesho. I don't see anything. Because the ruling was just, I can say 100% on my side. Because they said this, they quote the constitution with a supportive statement. And the Court of Appeal is not a high court whereby you are asked, ikopi evidence, ikopi nini nini. They will take the 21 points, look at them one by one, then they say this one is true, the ruling was true, the ruling was true, the ruling was true. Hata hao kina Raila wenye wanaenda kotini kesho ku appeal, wanajua there are some rulings that are very true and they cannot appeal. You understand? But I want to caution people here. History ya kusema kwamba, and we are youth saying this, that BBI itapita tupende tusipende. As if sasa hata wewe na mimi hatujui kwamba sheria inafaa kufuatwa. Kama tumekutana hapa, Duke ni watangatanga, mimi ni watangatanga, SJ tangatanga ama kieleweke ama wapi, tunaweza weka differences zetu kando, then we look at it in a very serious way. Kwa sababu you are a law-abiding citizen as I am, you know. So, Mr. Chair, mimi as I go to my bed, I want to plead with my friends Kizito, Bartai na Duke, tuweke psychophancy kando, alafu tuangalie hii kitu kwa undani, kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Rais atatupea BBI, kesho ameondoka anaenda nyumbani. Rais mwingine atakuja achukue, aendeshe, pia alete BBI yake, tupitishe, tuangushe, na life itasonga. But as at now, we don't need the BBI thing, Mr. Chair, if I may say so. It is only, naweza nikasema, I lack the right word to use. Na pia hii kitu nataka kusema simaanishi hivyo. Ni venye tu, I lack the right word to use. From 2002 when Baba started vying for the presidency, amekuwa akishinda ama amekuwa akishindwa, but hapo ndio shida imekuwa ikitokea. Akishinda ni sawa, akishindwa kuna shida mahali. So I want to plead with Baba, maybe at a watch. Baba, hii ya 2022 ajieke kando kidogo, tuone hao wanaume wengine shida itatokea wapi. Arudi 2027. That's my submission, Mr. Chair. Ajieke tu kando kidogo.
Mr. Chair, allow me to add something before Clinton alale. Clinton.
After wametupea BBI, yeye na Uhuru Kenyatta wakae kando waseme, acha tuone hao vijana wetu watafanyaje. Alafu akuja vai 2027. I think that one will be very fine.
Thank you. Clinton, thank you. And I know everyone wants to rebuttal you. And let me request you, my brother Clinton, please don't go to your bed for now until you hear what people are saying, because you don't want people to respond while you're not there. You must be given right to reply. Thank you, my brother. Now, because I'm seeing every hand is burning here, and let me go for Serkal Kwanza before I go for to Ivo.
Thank you so much. It's just some, I just want to point of information. I don't know if it's an order or information. Clinton, yes. Baba never fired in 2002. Baba fired in 1997, 2007, 2013, and 2017. Thank you.
Thank you.
Acha nimalizane na Bartai. Baba alikuwa kwa debe 202. Akaona ni kubaya, ndipo akasema Kibaki tosha. Alikuwa anaona atashindwa. Alikuwa anashindwa akiwa nyumbani ama akiwa kwa debe.
Okay, that was the main reason why I was saying so is because you actually raised a very important point that it's time that we actually need to put some things aside, because you see, in the person who led 2002 campaigns, remember the president, the retired president Mwai Kibaki at that time was sick. He was in bed. The person actually who fought for the seat is Baba. And you remember, the game actually, the politics of this country, the politics, the rainbow,
Circle, you are stealing another people.
My last statement. Actually, remember, the person who killed Kano is Baba. And I want to say why. I want to explain this.
But we are not looking for the person that killed Kanu.
Circle, allow me rule you out.
Okay.
With tremendous respect, allow me rule you out now. Then
thank you.
Thank you. Then we invite Ivo, Kizito, then we go to Ndeto, then Bernard. Before we go back to Duke.
Thank you, guys. Good evening.
Good evening.
Just before, a quick one on Clinton. He's mentioned that Baba or Raila has been, whenever he vies, whenever he wins, it's okay, and whenever he loses, it's a bit of a problem. I don't think he's ever won any election. We know that for sure, because if at any one point Raila won the election, then he would have been a president at some point. He's never been, so we know for sure that he's never won. So the idea that at one point he's won the election and everything was okay, and whenever he loses, then there's a problem, that, it's kind of not true, Clinton, because it doesn't matter what everybody comes up with and says, oh, the swearing in is done the day before and all this and that, and it's a pre-recorded and everything. At the end of the day, what we're presented with as Kenyans is whoever is the president on the day, and we know for sure after Kibaki, Uhuru was the president. So, and if they had issues that Raila won and everything and all that kind of stuff, that is one thing that they need to rectify, and that's probably my guess is that's where the BBI is coming in. Right. To carry on with my point now, everybody in this panel knows that I'm against BBI, but not in particularly because of the timings. this was not the right time to carry on with the BBI issue because there are actually burning issues that needs to be sorted in Kenya, and BBI was not a #1 priority. Government should work hard to make sure that they get wananchi of Kenya back to work. They unlock the country. Watu na shida on the ground, so at least vile imepigwa injunction, at least for now, if I can say, kama naweza tumia as the right word, wamesimamisha gawa ilikuwa inataka naishughulikie some other things ambao wanajua ni priority at the moment. Alafu another issue walikuwa wanasema kupostpone your election next year. It's not going to be to anybody's interest to postpone the election next year, because at the end of the day, the current sitting president anamaliza term yake, and it's only right that amalize the second term na aende. It's more than likely itakuwa more peaceful ikifanyika hivyo rather than to postpone the election. Remember our neighbor in Somalia walikuwa wanataka kujaribu the same system, and they voted against it now, and that was the right thing. So at least in Kenya we shouldn't be talking about maybe postpone the election. It just doesn't happen. It's unfair, and that vitu kama hizo ndo zinaleta post election wars ama vita katika nchi. People need to move on. Uhuru anamaliza time yake next year, and I can die peacefully. And those are my points for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Already AG has filed a notice of petition under certificate of urgency, signalizing a legal battle in court starting tomorrow. And the lead lawyers or legal team for the government is Ken Ogeto, Solicitor General, Paul Kihara, our Attorney General, and Professor Ben Chanja, BBI Committee of Experts, Kibe Muigai, Constitutional Lawyer, and Paul Mwangi, Building Bridges. And also reminded that we brace for COVID-19 spikes in July. Now, like you've said, it is a good thing at a wrong time, because we have more pressing issues. Now we were going to Kizito, then Leto. Yes, Kizito.
Good evening, my brothers. First, today, I don't want to talk too much. I don't know how many minutes. I have 3 minutes because I have to type myself. I don't want you to cut. Okay, thank you. First, I would like to tell my brother, welcome, Clinton. Clinton, you've been away. When you were away, we were discussing some things, but maybe you are not listening. Mr. Clinton, you are very right. Everything you've talked is very right. But the only problem we have, we as youths, what is it that we want? That is only the question, according to me, when I can just rebut on what you are saying. Because when we are talking, let us not just argue that, okay, BBI was like this and we wanted like this. You have to put points that me as a youth, why is it that I don't want this BBI? Is there any point that I want? If I go to Duke talks something very good just in connection with what you've said. Duke explained it very well. He doesn't want BBI. That one, he put it clear. But him and Evo, they are saying it is a wrong time. When will it be the right time, especially in Kenya? Especially in Kenya. That one, just to rebunk. So when I'm going to talk on my point, my brothers, the only problem we have in Kenya is that so many of us, we act like activists. These activists, they come up with idea that they are just, activists do not, they just want to oppose. Before you oppose anything tangible, you have to have something tangible in your hands. For example, this BBI, it might be good, it might be bad. But on the other side, you here, Kenya are saying, we have COVID, we have corruption, we have this. What is it that we have come out with to say, when we do this, there's no corruption? Steve, you said something that these our politicians, these our leaders. The only problem we youths have, you and me, I just repeat it, is whatever we are discussing here in this channel is not what we do. If we youths, remember, sorry to use this as an example. Remember when people were going to Ruto for these handouts, you find these musicians, these people are going there. Do you want to tell me they were genuine? I'm just asking, were they genuine? To me, I thought, to my thinking, they were not genuine because everybody want to be celeb. Everyone want to be seen. It's why they are going. If to say they were going to support Ruto, like Clinton declared is supporting Ruto, that one is his own side, is his own decision, is his own mandate to do whatever he wants as politics.
Kizito, just one. I'm allowing you to speak. Clinton never mentioned that he's supporting anyone. Please proceed.
Okay, sorry. I beg to withdraw, but whoever is supporting Ruto or supporting Raila, what is it that you sat down and heard from this person that makes you support him, to make you to be sycophant? I was coming to this word of sycophant. Sycophant is not that because I'm saying mimi ni mtu wa baba, mimi ni mtu wa Ruto. I'm not a sycophant, but there are some points that this person, something that this person has done that is making me look at him as somebody who can help. But we youths, you are in Kenya. All of you here, I think you are more than 20 years old. When you were born, up to the time you reach 20 years old, you've been seeing these politicians, whatever they talk on in podium, is not what they are doing. So for we as youths, we have to stop this habit of believing on what is not there, because you find some people, I argue, I don't want BBI, I want BBI. If you ask him, what is it that why you want BBI? What is it that is there that you don't make you not want this BBI? Nobody want to explain. They want to say it is for Ruto, it's for Raila, it's for Uhuru. Today, we have finished this habit of saying that it was only for dynasty. Nowadays, we have gone back to now it was for Raila, it was for Uhuru. Please, even Kenya, we as youth, nobody has ever come here with this mentality to go and, because constitutional amendment, you as a citizen who is talking here, you can go and say, we want this thing to amend. These are our politicians, the MPs, the MCs that we always elect. All of them, they are not fools, but they know it is politics. What we have to know, I came here very early. I was just listening at the backstage. I was hearing the way Angela and Rupia were arguing. Let you not only judge one person, even if it's Raila, even if it's Uhuru, even if it's Ruto.
You've been muted or you are lost.
I'm saying,
I hardly hear you now.
Do you hear me now? I think maybe there's a problem with yours, because Bernard can hear me. Okay. The only problem we as youth we have, we only talk in social media to please or to make it look like a fun. We should come out clearly and say, BBI, we don't want it. The same youth are the people who appended their signatures. When they come in social media, they say, we never did it. And that is typical Kenyan. I always say, I'm a Kenyan, and this is our character. When I go to parliament, to my parliamentarian, I say, Steve Tosa. Akienda, Ndeto come. I say, Ndeto Tosa. We don't have a ground. We have to stand for our own things. We have to give value for what we want. BBI for me, I think all this constitution Duke was talking, violence, all this. When Raila had a handshake with Uhuru, why did they come with the 9 points agenda? They came up with this 9 points agenda because they sat down and say, what is it that has been giving us a problem in the country? They wrote them down and found the 9 points agenda. Yeah, just 1 minute. I'm just summarizing. I was just in this last. After they sat down and found those 9 points, that is what gave birth to this BBI. And when you want to change amendment, change constitution, whether it's corona, because people are saying it's corona, and the same people saying it's corona, they don't even wear a mask. They don't put on mask. They only go to social media and make video. They fight with the police. First, before you say it is a wrong time to amend because of corona, first let us, we citizens, adhere to COVID rules. If it's lockdown, let it be lockdown. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your very good presentation or submission. Mr. Ndeto, you may make your respectful submission.
Okay, thank you so much, SJ. And I'm very impressed to see the faces of very many young men, people who love this country, people who are really giving very good ideas, and why even youth same bill. My viewpoint, I come from Mount Kenya region, and for sure, in terms of timing, Duke mentioned something to do with the timing of the bill. I think for now, there are very many other pressing issues, excluding something like BBI. If for real it is, and tomorrow they are going to put the appeal on the same. If it is for real, then it will proceed. But one thing I'm noting is it will take like 3 years, not 3 years, sorry, 3 months for the judge in the Court of Appeal, like to come up with a complete judgment about the appeal. So meaning that will be towards the end of the year. And you know, the elections will be on, or the campaigns will be on from early next year. So meaning, if still the bill have...
Excuse me, Nderito, the 3 months is based on what? The 3 months before the ruling is given by the Court of Appeal is based on which article of the Constitution?
Okay, I may not be in a place to tell you for now, but I'm still following what also the court, the High Court, the time that the High Court took. So because it is not just an easy process, like to present the document and judgment will just be tabled. It will require argumentations, it will require a lot of justification, and also bearing in mind that the judges in the court of the High Court have put their score lines, maybe towards why they avoided the bill. You know, a lot I know will arise in the Court of Appeal, and it will take such time frame, 3 months. So meaning, if this bill will be pushed,
the 3 months period, if it's not stipulated in the law and it's not in the jurisdiction, we shouldn't fly it out as a requirement.
Okay, Bernard, I am not saying it is a requirement, but what I'm indicating... Sorry. Yes,
I'm
yes,
on a
please.
point of order, though. Yes, kindly.
Okay.
I will request Bernard to allow you just finish your submission fully.
Yes.
Then you're going to have all the opportunity to ask those questions or to respond to you. Please, Bernard, allow me just finish. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. So if the bill, these guys are for real for this bill, so even after maybe sometimes in August or October, they will start their campaigns. Maybe the thing passes in February there. So you see, campaigning for BBI, or maybe is it campaigning for the elections to come? So let us maybe leave it at that point. I come now to the key issues, of which I feel BBI is a good document because for one, there is equity in terms of distribution, like the model formula they were using to compute for maybe how the resources will be distributed. For that one, I could see it was fair, because if a constituency needs to have 135,000 people, and for sure some areas like in Lamu, Kirifi, we could see maybe some counties added some constituencies, which is an addition. In Mount Kenya, even if maybe there were very few constituencies being added, I believe equity is a bit costly, and it's always good to think about other people. So that's why, as a young Kenyan, I did not have any maybe any problem with the formula that was used. But one thing that we should understand as young leaders is Kenya is a youthful nation, and also we should bring in the issue on literacy. The literacy rate in Kenya, majority of Kenyans are not literate. Majority of Kenyans are the young people also. Maybe some were high school dropouts, others maybe are those who finished just class 8, and due to the issues of the poor or humble background from wherever we have come from, maybe for that reason, they ended up getting into jobs that are informal. So we should recognize that the backbone of our economy is the informal sector. And these are the people, you will see things like boda boda, things like the kibada things like juakali, such like things. So in line with the BBI, you know, I have been really trying to see how it is favoring such kind of a population. And it is favor. I did not see maybe like any big thing that is proposed in the bill that is really favoring the bottom-up approach. Why am I saying this? Because of the 70 constituencies that the BBI is proposing that they should be added, of course, I believe it will come with some job creation. But what about the wage bill that this thing is bringing to the Wanjiku? And also, you know, the source of the tax that maybe the government, where the government gets its money to pay the wage bill is from the tax. And if it is these young people who have their small businesses, who are riding maybe the motorcycles and such, and they have to pay the tax, then this bill is not caring for them, then there is a very big problem. Because like if you look at the time of Kibaki, when he encouraged the issue of microeconomics, where people could get to the bank, even if you own a kiosk, you are able to access the banking system and get those small loans. Even the mushrooming of the circles came during the time of Kibaki. But look, for now, at least maybe what we are really seeing in our country, loans have become a burden to many people. And for sure, those people who are controlling businesses, maybe there are people with who has a big, like people with money. So where are we getting back to what the old constitution before the promulgated one for 2010 came into effect? So I think that it is not the right time for the constitution to be changed, because even what has been provided in the constitution, it is not exhausted. And therefore, let us first check on the key issues first, where right now, if I ask maybe generally, how many counties have good health systems? How many cancer centers do we have in a country? And yet it is becoming a major killer. How many how many youth centers do we have where youth even can get and access some Wi-Fi and do their online stuffs? How many do we have? So I think those are some of the issues that the amount given to the county or maybe to the MPs, that is where we should concentrate. And also those who are lying that through the bill, we are going to get 35% of maybe the money. Let me tell you that even the current constitution does not deny, because it talks about at least 15%. Why is it not that the government has not provided that 35? Or those are some of the maybe critical questions that we should also ask ourselves. Give me 1 minute, please. I wind up. Then we are told that you know how to compute the amount distributed to the constituencies. It is mostly, I think, 2.3% of the budget. But the budget currently is 85%, bearing in mind that maybe the money that goes to the county is 15%. So the 2% that is used to calculate for the money given to the MPs is from 85. Now they are talking about, let us drop down to 65%. You can compute the 2% of that 65.
Mr. Chair,
And
Mr. Chair, we are discussing the appeal that will take place yesterday. The content of the BBI, I think, is not the topic for today, Mr. Chair. If I may be right, I stand to be corrected.
Let us finish up, my brother. We've heard you. You've said a lot.
Yes, let me finish up. But I also think it is also, this is a platform also to enlighten people. Why? Because as a young man, I feel bad if my needs are not well catered for. And when I see people we voted for in the parliament or maybe any other leadership capacity, and they are not caring for our needs. So that's why I'm saying it's also an enlightening platform. So thank you so much. And let us keep on with the same spirit.
Yes, thank you. Clinton and Kizito, let me also make my submission, because all along I've been listening to everyone
Mr. Chair, before you make your submission, Mr. Chair, you told me to sit a bit and nobody was ready to question me. So I've waited for like 20 minutes, nobody questioned me and I wanted to leave. But Mr. Chair, before I leave, I want to deconstruct something that was said by one of my best friends here, who unfortunately has disappeared. They're telling us that the appeal will take the shortest time possible, which is not true. Why am I saying so? There is a process of appealing a case at the Court of Appeal. The first process that they will do tomorrow, if at all they have the case to appeal, will be hiring an appellate attorney. That means they will have the Attorney General. So that one may be confirmed in court tomorrow. You want to appeal? Do you have this and this? Yes. Step 2 will be filing the notice of appeal. These things are not done in hours or in a day. It is a process. You have to file the notice of appeal. Step 3, preparing the record of appeal. Preparing the record is not in a day, 2 days, or doing what? It needs time, just as Ndeto was saying. Step number four. Step
Clinton,
number four.
that part you are reading.
Do you
Does
want
it
to
have
give?
those
Do you want
time
to give?
limits?
Do you want to
Does
give
it
my
give
step number
those
4?
time
Do you want
limits,
to
or
give?
you are filling them up?
Do you want to? Okay. Do you want to read out my step number 4?
No, I'm asking.
Yeah.
You are saying the submissions at the appellate have time limits. You are telling us that they get the attorney and the other things. My question is, you are saying it cannot take hours, it will take days. Do we have that specified in where you're getting that information? That is all I'm asking.
The number of days are not specified, but you cannot go to appeal today. You argue the case today, you get the decision today. Even if it is, hata kama ni haraka venye mlikuwa mnasema in few days mtakuwa mmepata what you are looking for. So I was in step 3, that was preparing the record on appeal. Step 4 was researching and writing your appeal. Then step 5 is now oral argument. They set a date that they're gonna argue. And then finally, they may come to a decision. After arguing, the judges will decide that now the decision will be made after a short period of time. We are retreating. What if they retreat up to December? There are so many cases at the Court of Appeal. Yeah. So, Bernard, you cannot argue on timelines, and you yourself, you cannot
What
give
is
us the
the
timeline.
purpose of certificate of urgency?
So, okay. Now that I'm not a lawyer, certificate of urgency, according to you, what does it mean? Does it mean that tomorrow at night we will be having the verdict?
The case will be given priority, and it will be accelerated.
So after
that
how long?
it will not follow the normal procedure because it's under certificate of urgency. Thank you.
When the case doesn't follow normal procedure, it means it can be.
Sorry,
you can
sorry.
file it and argue.
A point of
and then
interjection,
Everyone is right.
please.
Ndeto Kizito, please, Kizito, for now, please, I beg you, unless it's something burning. Okay, say it.
Okay, sorry. So I was answering Bernard, and you know, currently we have a crisis when it comes to judges, and Koome is not yet endorsed to be now the fully the CJ. So, and you see, the other day they just the Ouko, Judge Ouko, was just endorsed now to be among those judges whom we will be expecting they will take part in that appeal. So I think normally it is required 14 judges, and currently they are not. The number is not yet. So still the court can use that.
Derito. We had that I think 3 days ago. And the appellate court has a total number of 15 judges. Only 2 are the ones I think leaving for the Supreme Court. The quorum is there, and the normal bench that listens to most of appealed cases, the normal style is 3 judges. On special occasions or exceptional cases, we have 5 or 7. So if we have 13 judges, we can get 3 from the 13, 5 from the 13, or 7 from the 13. Thank you.
Sawa. Bernard Kizito, can I make my submission, or you still have a burning concern? Please do it.
You can submit yours, but please, next to you, please give me a chance because I want to just elaborate something to Ndeto, please. But
Okay,
first
later.
do yours.
Mr. Chair, thank you for your time, Mr. Chair. Na mbaki salama.
Asante.
Thank you.
Thank you, bro. You've done your part. Thank you. Good night. Now, Bernard, you know, I wanted to make my submission because I know you're a good debater. And now Kizito is here and Ndeto is present. I can see Duke. I can see our new brother there. Kenny is there. And I think we will have a candid one after this. And my submission, I will tend not to talk too much about the resurrection of already dead BBI, because it's like it's dead. I know it's dead. And your worry is, when will it be resurrected? How quick can we see the body back? We don't care. All we know that the body is buried.
Lazarus was raised.
Now, allow me now make my...
now.
Okay, we wish you all the best along that line. Maybe you are going to exhume a dead body, how you will put a breath in it. Maybe you are seeking court order from appeal court to exhume the body, bring the body dead or alive, but as well. Now, on my side, whether BBI pass or not, as a Kenya, is none of my business for now. Why do I say so? I tend to think we have issues at hand. I tend to think so because we have already set of laws that are already existing. In fact, we've said this time without numbers that most of these laws have not been implemented. And I agree with you. I have no problem in amendment of Katiba. I have no problem in amendment of law, because you know, constitution is a living document that can be updated depending on the demands of the people, and it must be done that through parliamentary or popular initiative, and that has been canvassed in different forums, and we all agree with that. Now, I tend to believe, and I know for sure, this government started on a wrong foot. And there was some hope when the handshake came in. We thought that there would be light at the end of the tunnel. We thought that the Big Four agenda will take its course and will dramatically change our lives. We all know the pillars of Big Four agenda and what it stands for. As we speak today, no one speaks of Big Four agenda. But we've only seen a concerted effort to blatantly, brazenly mutilate constitution to fit the big shots in this guy of befitting Kenyans. At a time when gambling is becoming a profession in Kenya, a good number of youth today are just gamblers. Even mugging, just mugging. Somebody is ready to mug. I don't know whether you walk along the streets of Moi Avenue. In the last 1 week, I've witnessed 3 incidents where people are ready to mug you. They don't even care about their lives. We've got to that point. We have the spikes of COVID-19 at hand now. These are very serious issues. And I want to believe maybe someone somewhere, and I say this because I know what I'm saying, has already dug our graves. The voices of reasonings have been suppressed. You've seen what is happening in our parliaments, where if you try to come up with another opinion, you are thrown under the bus. As we speak today, the fuel price has even gone up again. No one is discussing these things. You people, you are telling us things that will happen in the future. How you want to resurrect a dead body? How you want to put a life in a dead body? How you want to take care of a dead body until it will then further you? It's a good discussion, yes. But we have more burning issues that we need to start working on how we want to revive economy, on how we can go ahead with Big Four agenda, on how we can create job opportunity for our youth. Let me hold my breath. It is your turn. Kizito, please. Kizito, please, for now. Let Bana take it on, then you will join after Bana.
Please, a point of interjection, please. I will forget, please.
It's okay.
Please
Let Kizito go. Let Kizito go. Thank you.
First, my learned friend Steve, you are talking like a gentleman. You are talking about mugging in the street. You are talking about this thing you are talking. Please, I beg you as my brother and my little brother. Do you know this person who is going to mug, these people who are going to steal, they are amongst you youths, we youths that we are there and we are witnessing. If somebody can steal somewhere, you lynch him and burn him. And in the street, they steal and they just maneuver within we youths. By the time he's attacking even somebody, you are looking at it and you've put it very point blank that you've witnessed. What did you do as a citizen, as a young man? Did you mobilize people? It's stealing there. Let us go. The time that we people will take that in our hands also, not that to kill. I don't say to kill. Go, hold him, because it's the same youth who is taking advantage of you looking at him and you don't react. Thank you. Mr. Ndeto, I want to tell you something. You are a special person and you came out with some very genuine points, but you forget to say in constitutional amendment, there's no time limit, there's no date, it can be amended any time. The same people you always elect to go in the parliament to just to give revenue allocation took them over 3 months, over 6 months for them to gender equality. They were defeated. So what I want to tell you is, go back, read the BBI. It is going to force them because it's going to be a law that they have to. That one they were just putting, this 35% is going to be in a law that they have to give it out. That 15% you are saying, it was just there, but because of them, because of these people we always elect, they are the people delaying it. I said it here in this panel one day. This is my last point, then I will wait the time I will get another chance. I said it in this podium one day, that the only problem we have, Mr. Bernard and my brothers, that you people are here, they are those people who are outside Kenya. It's when their eyes are opening, they are saying, Kenya is bad, Kenya is bad. Please, go back to Kenya, talk these good points you people are making, make it there in Kenya. Let us not use this free Wi-Fi that we are having here, we are having in this diaspora people or outside Kenya to blame Kenyans as if they don't know anything. Those people who are staying in Kenya, those parliamentarians that are Kenya, they are being elected. They are convincing people to elect them. The only problem, people from outside, sorry to say it, I know people will throw stones at me, but that is the truth. People who are outside Kenya, they always think that the people who are in Kenya, they never even read BBI. There are so many people who are outside Kenya and they have just been hearing about this BBI. Even to take their time to go and Google and go to this website and Google and read this BBI, they don't want. Thank you. That is what I only wanted to put across. That let us argue things after we have seen it. After let us not assume that people are in Kenya, they don't think.
Okay, Kizito, the funny thing with you argue your point, you respond to yourself, you bring another. That is, but it's well. What I actually said is,
I always try to compete with the time because I know my time is always limited.
It's good you enlightened us because you ask your own question, you respond to your own question, which is also another format that is yet to be understood. But what I said, I was not trying to tell you how we should handle criminal procedure or reminding me on how to deal with the criminals on the road. I'm not a police officer, but I have my best way of defending myself. But what I was trying to say that Kenyans are disparate. That is the point I was trying to put out. We are disparate. No, Kizito, please.
Steve, sorry to cut you short. I respect you so much, but we are not disparate. If a thief is a thief, whether he stole Kemsa, whether he steal this telephone of yours, remember when somebody stole even your phone, is when you'll feel the pinch. So when something like that, if people can react to it immediately and arrest this person and give it to police the way they react to make photos and put online when there's curfew, then it will end because they will never have anywhere to hide. Thank you.
Next time I'll call people to do that. But I hope for those who can understand what I was saying, you heard me. I was not trying to say what should be done to them, but it is well. That is the situation. I would have used another example, but that is the closest example I pointed out to show the disparation. I don't know why I'm engaging too much in this, but let's move on.
Please,
Bernard,
please, Aribato, please, 1 minute before Aribato. 1 minute before.
Go ahead,
yes. So, okay, thank you so much. I think, sorry to say, Kizito, in a way, in Kenya, we are ruled, we act under the law. And there is a body that also deals with the criminals, like Steve is trying to come up with. There are policemen. Also, we have DCI and such things. So I think what Steve was trying to say is that youths have got no jobs. Yet, yes, we are learned, but there are no jobs. And these people, they promised millions of jobs. Where are these jobs that they were telling us? This BBI is not driving us towards even realizing these opportunities. So I think that's the key point that he was trying to make. And also, on the other point you are talking about that 5%, I think the judgment by the High Court, politicians are perceiving this as activism of the judiciary. But I think it's a high time also as Kenyans, we open up and realize that the judiciary, the executive, and the parliament, they are independent bodies. And if judges can come up with such a finding, then we should not find it or perceive it as a negative thing, because they are doing that to safeguard our constitution. Remember, the very same people who are pushing for the amendment of the constitutions, they are the same people who came up with the same constitution in 2010. They had all the advantages. After all, the constitution have only served us 9 years. Yes, please.
Ndeto.
Yeah. Yes.
Ndeto.
Yes, Steve.
I'm very alert. You cannot smartly steal time. You rose on a point of rebuttal, and you are running the entire comprehensive on your own. I want to give Bernard time now to talk, and maybe because Bernard has not talked or said anything since he joined, maybe Duke has something burning, so that we give Bernard the entire time now to speak as we discuss all these things. Duke, please, because we want
not
to
the
give
entire
Bernard
time, but we also want to sleep.
Okay, I want to.
Okay, you will sleep.
Okay, I will offer Pastor to make in connection with what he just said. Steve, you said very right that most of the Kenyan youths are economically disadvantaged because that's what makes them to enter into gambling, alcohol drinking, and even stealing. So the question is, I'm against it, so you are trying to say that the problem is arresting those individuals. What about those who are gambling? Because gambling is not illegal. What about those who are stressed, who drinks too much and gets addicted? And even in the future, they can get employment opportunities, they cannot be able to function properly. So the solution is what Indeto has said. It's about employment to those youths so that they can be economically empowered. It's about economically empowering them, not arresting them the way you are. The problem is about economic. They don't have enough income and they are not employed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Duke. Thank you, Duke. And maybe just a request, Bernard, because, you know, I'm trying just to ensure that we don't have interjection when you start talking. Kenny, you joined us. Please, we've not heard from you. Kindly, maybe you can contribute or share anything. Unmute your mic.
Okay, are you able to hear me now? Okay.
You are now
I think
on.
I've unmuted my mic.
You are now on.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe to start with, I must thank you very fast because these are very candid discussion, especially that looking at the people who are discussing here from Gizito, SJ, Duke, I can see Ndeto, I can see Bernard. All these are vibrant youths. And this is going forward now. And I think this is where the BBI and the BBI proponent missed from the word go. For the lack of involving youth from the way, from the start to the end. And that is where now the BBI has hit on the rock. And the only thing that is standing on is that it's standing on stilts. The way SJ has said, the only thing remaining is that we are waiting for Raila and maybe Uhuru to advertise on the date of the burial. But on that one aside, I think from the yesterday court ruling, it was very clear that the entire process of BBI, from the way it was formed, from two people, just the one who lacked the qualities of leadership and the one who refused to accept the results of the election, meeting and just deciding that today, no, let's come up with what is ailing Kenyans. What is ailing Kenyans are best known by Kenyans, not those people, not only two individuals who just went and have a cup of tea and just say, no, these are the 9-point agenda, and these are the things ailing Kenyans. What is ailing Kenyans are best known by Kenyans themselves. So from the word go, as I said, BBI is an illegal entity, and it has been determined by the 5-bench judge. And I think Bernard was saying about the Court of Appeal, but that yes, that tomorrow is yet to be constituted about the 3-bench, and that is very right. 3-7 or what? The 3-bench, I think nowhere on earth has a 3-bench seated and annul a 5-bench judgment. The judgment of yesterday was final. And that is it. So, Gizito, you should just take the bit appeal and swallow it, because that is how the world of democracy is. SJ was talking about the implementation of the constitution before.
Ken, just before you go,
yes.
You say that the ruling of the 5 judges.
Someone can mute your mic.
Okay.
You're saying that the ruling of the 5 judges is final.
Okay. It's final, eh? Okay, I'm not saying it's final. I'm saying it's very difficult for a 3 bench seated to annul or to annul a 5 bench seated ruling. So that I'm not saying it's final, but I'm saying it's difficult going forward for a 3 seated judges to annul a 5 seated judgment for 5 judges. But that one we leave for to see as it unfolds going forward tomorrow. So SJ was talking about the implementation before. Just give me 2 minutes or 1 minute. SJ was talking about the implementation of the constitution before talking about amending. This government, since 2010 constitution, we have never seen at any point a place or somebody suggesting, or even President Uhuru and his government suggesting that no, let's first, before we implement this, before we amend this constitution, let's just first, what we can do is let's do an audit of this constitution so that we see, does it favor us or does it not favor us? So that now we start talking about let's amend those clauses of the constitution that does not favor us, rather than just waking up from blues, shaking hands and saying no, this thing is not good. Let's come with 9 points agenda, and this is what is ailing Kenyans. That is for my humble submission, that was wrong. And again, about the respect to the court orders and the respect to the rule of law. I mean, just a minute, 30 seconds. You cannot purport to amend a constitution or bring up some other new laws, and yet there are many laws that are, many rulings that have been made by the courts, and this government has never bothered to even. I think there's more than 40.
Sir Steve, can you please ask Kenny to tell us what is the reason, what is the meaning of amendment? What is the reason of amendment? What do we mean by amendment?
Just relax. I know, I understand you, Kizito. Just relax. Don't worry. So I was saying that the way SJ was talking about, before you amend the constitution, just first the principle there should be there is respect to the constitution that is there first before you talk about the amend the same constitution. If you don't respect the present constitution, how can we believe you that we are going to respect the one that you are supposed to come up with? So because we have, where is Miguna, for example? Where is Miguna? With Miguna, I think we have had many complaints asking Miguna to come back, and then the same government again that is purporting to amend the constitution is asking us that we need to amend. Respect first the court, the rulings. Respect first the constitution before you talk about the amending the constitution. So that is all.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you. We have heard you very well. Now, unmute your mic.
Okay.
Unmute your mic. Thank you. Yeah. Now, Bernard, now it's your turn, my brother. I can see your very good friend Eric Ayaga today has decided to sit in some dark places. He is only texting or writing things on the page that it's our leaders who are drinking more than youth. It starts with the leaders like Steve. I don't know which Steve is referring to, Murade and above. Youth are just tasting alcohols. I don't know what his message is trying to put across, but it's well. Now take us through on how you want to resurrect your Lazarus, and also tell me, I've raised concerns as a Kenyan. Are you feeling the pinch of this economy, and who is to be blamed? You want to blame it on Wanjiko? You want to blame it on us killing BBI? And are you sure when now that you want to take BBI alive or to exhume the body of BBI? Take it on.
Thank you very much, everyone, and I really am grateful for the opportunity. The economy is bad, and it is not just in Kenya. This is a worldwide crisis. as much as we would want to make it a local problem, Kenya is a very, I would say, very interesting country that we are usually either caught unawares or we kind of live from crisis to crisis. It is nothing new with the Uhuru government, as back as Moi days to Kibaki days and to the current situation. We are never prepared for the crisis that may arise. Just to give you an example, you all remember like when there is, whenever there is drought, we are what? Soliciting money to help the pastoralists, okay? And then as soon as the drought is over, we'll be soliciting money to stop the floods from carrying away the animals. Now, this has been recurring year in, year out from one government to another. So Kenya is not anywhere it has not been. And so I am optimistic that as we have always rose from the lowly place, we will rise again. There is hope for us. Only that this time, things are a bit rougher than they have been before, and is due to mismanagement of the resources that we've been given. I mean by bad governance. We are suffering from bad governance, poor leadership. Nobody can dispute that. We have misplaced priorities. I agree 100%. There are things that the government does that usually somebody needs to wonder, are these people in Kenya or they just came back and decided to do things? But that aside, the resurrection of the dead body. Why are you in a hurry to bury the dead until the pathologist has pronounced himself on the matter and said this one is due for burial? And I am for the BBI proceeding, but I want us to understand as Kenyans that the ruling went the way it went. That was stage 1. There is still stage 2 and stage 3. Let us not make stage 1 to be stage 3. There is a very calculated push to make stage 1 to be stage 3 by a clique of people who I call anti-reformists, who want to take advantage of every opportunity and cling on as if it's everything to them. The course of the law should be given its due process. Let it deliver what it can deliver. Now, whatever outcome comes from the Court of Appeal, and then it goes to the Supreme Court, who respect it. We have always respected rules from the Court of Law as a people. But the anti-reformists are always looking for an excuse. For example, everybody saying there is corona. In my opinion, as a Kenyan, corona is an excuse for the people who are saying it is more urgent than BBI, is more urgent than anything else. Because when the head of state came forth and said, no 2022 election campaign, let's give priority to the agenda, whatever, the big 4 agenda. What happened to the DP? He went on to do his campaigns as if the president did not talk. Until COVID came, he still went on with the campaign until the head of state has to make stern warning that nobody should gather at no circumstance, and anybody who tries will be arrested. That is when we saw now people begin to put on masks and begin to talk differently. I respect every leader, but I really want us to be honest with ourselves, not to take advantage of our situation to justify or push your own agenda. In my opinion, corona is just an excuse by this anti-reformist. It has never been a priority than 2022 elections as soon as we finished elections in 2017. Ndeto, is he still here? he said something. He said that the 35%.
Neto, I think he has logged off.
He will. He said so. Will respond. He said it's a lie that 35%, the 35% provision in the BBI is a lie. It is not a lie. It's a proposal. Okay, and any proposal can be made. It can be accepted or rejected. You cannot say a proposal is a lie. It is just somebody's opinion who sees that pegging the limit of how much goes to the county to 35 is better than leaving it at 15. And if we have a president who is generous, can take it even to 90%. But if he's not generous, what do we do? So if we peg it at 35, at least if we have a stingy president who doesn't care, he will still provide for us 35 because the Constitution makes him to do so. He also said something about the literacy of Kenya. He said the majority of Kenyans are illiterate. They can't read. Well, I have found a response to it. According to UNESCO, okay, literacy rate in the country is at 81.53% literacy state of Kenya. In this 81.53% of literacy in Kenya, male are at 84.49%, female are at 78.19%. It is wrong for you to go on the public platform and begin to claim that the majority of Kenyans cannot read, the majority of Kenyans are ignorant. That is not a valid reality. And so let's just debate fairly and state our facts rightly. Clinton talked about if Raila does not vie for president, there will be no violence. I don't know where that is coming from, but the truth is everybody in Kenya who is of a sound mind and of proper age is eligible to vie for the presidency by constitutional right. And nobody has any right to stop anyone from vying. So if you say that if he doesn't vie, there will be no violence, that is neither here or there. Secondly, this is not the first election we are having. We have had several elections. The thing that triggers violence in Kenya is not Raila and it's not him vying. It is monkey business with IEBC. When the referee does not rule the match properly, the players and the fans will release the eggs in the midst of the field. So if we have a clean referee, every player will score well. For example, and I think this is a good example for the Tanga people who are determined to make the ruling that was made by the 5 judges to be final. And it's one, if you are a footballer and you are playing soccer, you're playing soccer, and then you accidentally scored using your hand, okay? And then the referee say we should stop, let's have a video replay, okay? If you scored rightly, you will not be afraid for the video replay. But if you know that you scored using your hand, and you know that if the video plays and confirms it, your score will be withdrawn. That is why you fight tooth and nail. No replay, no replay. Let's go ahead, let's go ahead. Let's accept and move on. There is nothing to cover. If the ruling is okay, it will be ruled okay. If it's not okay, it will be reviewed. So let us allow the process to go. Replay ifanywe, tuchunguze mambo vizuri. If you scored rightly, you get the score. If you did not score rightly, we withdraw the score. That is the reason why the justice system is there. So Kivuitu said in 2007, he was asked by Lenas Kaikai, did the Kibaki win the elections? He said he doesn't know, and he was the referee. So the referee doesn't know who won, okay? But he gave certificate to somebody to have won. Now, that is the reason why there is a problem. So let's get clean referees to do the job rightly. That was Ivo who talked about Raila has not accepted results. I said here yesterday, results are not to be accepted. Results should be verified, should be rechecked, and be found to be accurate. Not we put things together and say accept. We don't accept things. Things must be clear. Everybody should be able to see clearly what happened. So 2013 evidence that was put in the Supreme Court was dismissed on technicalities. That is what happened with 2013. 2017, the court went through the process. It found that there was monkey business. It says, open the server, we see what is inside. Until today, the server is yet to be opened. Why? There is monkey business around our presidential elections. So let us clean that and accept that whoever wins has won. The business of bending your hand and trying to make another loser become a winner, that is what messes this country, and that is what is unacceptable. Our national anthem goes, justice be our shield and defender. If we are not enforcing justice and upholding justice, we will forever be fighting among ourselves. If somebody loses justly, he will have no reason to fight. If somebody wins justly, he will have no reason to stop people from checking them out. Only the people who steal don't want to be checked out. As Kenyans, we need to insist that justice remains our shield and defender. And if we question, we have question marks about how you became what you became. Like now, when you apply for a job, you are showing us you have PhD in this and you have PhD in that. We check out those certificates to verify whether they are genuine or not. Now, if you stop us from checking and finding out whether they're genuine or not, you're already giving us reasons to doubt you more. So let us accept, if justice is our shield and defender, let the justice system have its course until it delivers what needs to be delivered. Lastly, BBI is not for Raila, and BBI is not against Ruto. BBI is an attempt to amend the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. It is wrong to make it a Raila thing or against Ruto thing. And this politics of trying to weaponize every attempt to change the Constitution and make it, they are after me, they are blocking me from becoming president. The seat for president is open to all 47 plus million Kenyans. As soon as it is declared vacant, any one of us can become president. So it is not a reserve for the deputy president, it's not a reserve for any Kenyan. Any Kenyan who goes and vies for the seat and is able to convince the masses to vote for him, he becomes president. So I wouldn't, if I were deputy president, I wouldn't be fighting who is stopping me. I would be consolidating myself with the masses, because at the end of the day, it will not be the people in Nairobi who becomes president. It will be the numbers you can gather from the ground. So you are as strong in politics by how many numbers you can gather. So let us do politics the right way. There was Serikali. He said that that Raila killed Kanu. Raila did not kill Kanu. Kanu died a natural death. I hope Ayaga is around. He will come and tell us how it has not died. Kanu died a natural death after Raila walked away and left it in the hands of Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. So if there is anybody to tell us how Kanu died, they are the ones who are left. If we were taking care of a child with you, and then I left the child with you, then I went away. Then I come back, I find the child has died. Who should explain who killed the child? The person who was left with the child or the person who went away? So the claim that Raila killed Kanu is not valid. Let Uhuru and Ruto explain to us what happened to Kanu when it was left in their hands. I rest my case with one thing. As Kenyans, let's believe in justice. Let's believe in justice being our shield and defender. And if justice be our shield and defender, the accused has a right to defend himself, okay? And even when he's convicted at the magistrate's court, he has a right to appeal in the High Court. And even if he's defeated in the High Court, he has a right to appeal in the Court of Appeal. And even if he's defeated there, if he has the muscle, he will still go up to the Supreme Court. That is how the justice system works. Let's not stop it by saying the 5 judges are okay, it is fine. We are not against their judgment. We are just wanting to check whether they scored right or they scored using their hand. Thank you very much. If you have a question, I'm here.
Thank you. I don't know. I've been here now more than 3 hours. I don't know, Kizito, do you have any question? Do Kenny?
Yeah, I just have
Ken,
few comments.
Ken, you should keep your mic mute so that there is conversation.
I just want to put something very something across, Mr. Kenny. Oh, please, you are still a very young man who is very much energetic. When you are reacting to points, don't close your eyes, open your eyes. Because when you are talking, you have to substantiate. In this panel, we always talk of substantiation of points. Don't just come out and you just tell us that this was to happen. You've talked of Miguna. You talk of constitution. We have amendment. Amendment means that constitution of 2010 was just there, but people never implemented it. That's why we have to amend. We have to sit down, not to fight, to look, why was it not being amended? Why was it not being utilized? That's why we have to amend it to put, because these people who came up with this amendment, they saw that there were some points. They are just good points. That 20 constitution is just good. But there were some things that were not being followed because they were not strong in the constitution. That's why we have to amend the law. For example, you've talked of Miguna. Before you talked of Miguna, I talked of Miguna. The other constitution, everybody was not following the law. The court decided that Miguna to come back. Nobody dared. But now, with this BBI, after amendment, they will be forced that when the court passes it, you have to do it. When the court say you have to give 35%, you have to give 35%. Not that, just like Bernard said it, this 15% in 2010 constitution is just a willing of the president. It can even be given like President Moi. President Moi during Moi regime, I think you are still young, you are not yet even born. By that time, there was this thing called CDF. But this CDF was in Moi's pocket. He can come to your country, your region, he say, I give them 1 million. He was giving willingly from his pocket. Now people are thinking that is the person doing it. That is why we have amendment. Mr. Duke, you supported Steve. I don't deny about mugging or things of the sort. You people are saying that Kenyans, they are frustrated, they are like this. Do you know how much money a border man make per day? Just be realistic. To be realistic, do you know they say even association of border was built, even plots because of border. But the only problem, we typical Kenyans, we just want, but we don't give. These borders, the little they give, like for example, I always give example. These people who are staying outside the country, outside Kenya, they pay tax. They see how their tax they pay is working. Why? Because even if you buy sweet, you will pay tax. If you buy anything, you will pay tax. But border is making, let's say, 100 shillings. But this 100 shillings is claiming that I'm going to buy my skuma wiki, I'm going to buy my unga. He doesn't want to give government even a single cent. That's why government is increasing the fuel, because they don't want to give. If to say, pay as you earn, that was there even before I was born. People could have been giving this tax. You say, okay, I'm making 100 shillings per day, but I only give 10 shillings to the government. By the time now we have this COVID, government could have sat down and say, okay, you people have been paying. Now we want to put health with this your money. That is how it's working in outside countries. The money you've been paying is what they are now calculating, that this person has been paying this money. Now it is our turn to return. What do I mean by saying that? Look, it is now COVID. You as a Kenyan citizen, you are saying it is hard time. The people we are paying with our tax, do you want to tell me they are the people crying more than the bereaved? These politicians, they are coming and say, now it is Corona. Why don't we paid them with our tax? It is now their time to return back. Have we ever seen them sitting in parliament? Instead, they can take only 2 hours to increase their salary at this time. But you've never seen them saying that, okay, it is now hard time. Let us cut even 10% of our salary to go to Wanjiku. You will never hear in Kenya.
Okay, thank you, Kizito. Just to respond to you, I think the president spoke today. If I'm not wrong, I saw some video where he's saying he doesn't want the Kenya where Kenyans are waiting to be given something from somewhere. He wants a Kenya where every Kenyan is able to take care of themselves comfortably. And his main agenda is to make sure that that happens. And I believe, in my opinion, that is a better approach towards helping Kenyans than giving them handouts.
Yeah.
The business of waiting for somebody to come and drop something only enhances the poverty. And that's why Africa is the richest continent, yet it has remained the poorest, because it's always waiting for somebody to come and help it.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. Ask Duke. Duke, how much money is OG? OG, this man called OG, this one, how do we call it? This musician, does he have? You find he have a lot of money and is going to Ruto pretending that is Wanjiku. People like Jalango want to vie for Langata parliamentary,
Kizito.
and they are saying they are Wanjiku.
Asante Kizito. Wacha tusikie Duke, and then we go to Ken. Duke, go ahead.
First, let me respond to the sentiments of Kizito. First of all, he has said about tax. He's talking that the government is, as if he's supporting that the government should increase tax to get, okay, what you are trying to say then, you said a boda does not pay tax. Is that what you said? Now, that's not true. A boda pays tax through value added tax. For that person to move a person from one point to another, he has to use fuel, and that fuel is taxed. So he has already paid tax. However, regardless of whether that person has paid taxes. We want to talk about the government. How does the government spend the tax they collect or they receive? According to the Auditor General, only 60% of the collected tax goes into the government coffers. So citizens pay tax, and 40% of that does not get into the treasury. That is, people who take it before it reaches the treasury. And after that, which has reached the treasury, say 60%, now it has been accounted for. 39% of that, the politicians and those at the top leadership take that, they embezzle that, they mismanage that. That is corruption. Therefore, the tax bracket which we already have in Kenya, if all the money from the current tax bracket we have is properly corrected and properly used, we will be having more than enough. So, as a president,
Exactly. Sorry, Bernard. Sorry to cut Duke short. You know, before I forget, there's something. You are just right. Whatever you are saying, you are talking. We are just in the same thing. You know why the border man is paying tax through petrol, and this person who bought petrol, he has to pay tax. It's just like where the country where you are staying, you go and buy sweet, and this person who brought this thing to this supermarket, he paid tax. You see, that is the channel. Now, you where you are working, you yourself, you are going to supermarket and buy something whereby you pay tax. In your workplace, you pay tax. You will never ask that because I paid tax in supermarket, I don't pay here. But that is the weakness. That is where this corruption is coming. I have already bought my fuel, I've paid tax. So the money I have is better nipee ongo kwa huyu mtu wa kanjo, and mtu wa kanjo will take this tax and put inside his pocket before it reaches the treasury, just the same way you are saying it, which means we as citizens who are now crying more than everybody, we are the people who are encouraging this. That's why I differ with you the other time, and Steve, when you people say Kenya are disparate, that's why mugging is there. This person who is mugging, when he doesn't steal from you, you don't feel the pain. You will, it's there, and it's gone. But when he steals your phone, just for example, your phone, you will shout, you will run after him like an antelope. Tax, we pay. When you are working, you pay tax. Whatever, when you are driving your car, you are going to work, you buy fuel, the tax you are paying in that fuel is the tax this fuel person will pay. Thank you. Just continue. I just wanted to accept that we are talking the same level.
Duke. Asante. Duke, did you finish your part?
No.
Oh, okay. Carry on.
Kisuto, you are not understanding what I'm trying to say, and you are trying to contradict your own words. I'm talking about that is that Kenya does not have enough money. There is not even enough money in the treasury. The issue is that money is misused. There is corruption. So there is a small fraction which is used to develop the government, to come up with an infrastructure, to build industries so that youth can get employed and then stop being tempted into entering into gambling and those things. That's what I'm trying to say. Also, it's not that people just pay value-added tax. In Kenya, there is a tax which is called pay as you earn. Every person who's in the payroll is taxed. So taxation is there. The bracket is enough. The government should actually add tax if it uses the money it receives properly without misuse. That's when it will be able to go ahead and add tax. So the failure is in the government. It's the government which is not using the taxed money properly. So it's not a poda person, as you are trying to say, because actually a poda person does not have to pay. There is no provision which says when you get money from poda or mambao, you pay. No, it's about those in the payroll and value added tax. So the poda person does not have to pay tax. He pays tax when he goes for alliances. He pays tax when he buys fuel. That's the provisions which are there in Kenya. Now, coming to, let me continue. Now, I want to respond to Pennant. Today, Pennant has given a lot of facts. I was even surprised. You stated a lot of facts. To some extent, you tried to support the document without stating the facts. But today, you have stated the facts. But what you missed is about how those facts are addressed in the proposed amendment. The facts, you said, they are perfect. They are the issues we have in Kenya. And that document, the amendment, was intended to address those issues which you specified. Even me, when I heard about the 9-point agenda, which Sito said, I was very impressed. Almost everything was captured. For instance, there was in agenda point number 7, which was talking about inclusivity. There was about agenda number 4, which was talking about election violence. So the surprise was that the document did not sufficiently cover that. It's not covered. For instance, we have talked about, let us talk about the divisive election. The main cause of the election violence after 5 years is what you stated. You stated about compromised IPC. It refused to open the server. Therefore, it should be out of office. They should not just be out of office, but they should be prosecuted and imprisoned because the contempt of court order. They never released the court order. They never obeyed the court order. Therefore, I expected the proposed amendment to capture that, to have a very strong and compromised IPC. So when it comes to 2022 elections, another IPC will not refuse to open. What will make the IPC of 2022 not to open the server? Because they saw the 2017 IPC refused to open the server. They were never prosecuted. They were never removed from the office. They are still there up to today. So that point number 4 of addressing the divisive election was not captured in the proposed amendment. That's why it's the issue. Actually, also expanding on that, they added the 70 constituencies.
Just before you go on, on the issue of IEBC, if you remember the first Boma's launch of the BBI, there was a vehement fight from the Tanga team about touching the IEBC and interfering with the referee. In the first IBC, in the first BBI document, it was part of what was to be addressed. But when it was fought by this other team and they really wanted to have everybody on board, they decided to put it off so that they have a non-divisive BBI. So it is not that it wasn't captured. It was captured, but it raised a lot of opposition, especially from the DP people. And since the proponent wanted to have the DP support the program so that there is no divisive BBI program, they decided the Tony matters, we put them aside, we'll handle them differently. And so, just to emphasize, the IEBC being captured in the constitution will not stop Mangi business. What will stop Mangi business is the political goodwill among contestants. You remember the IPBG of was 1997, when all political parties came in agreement and came up with Kivitu as the ECK man. And he performed very well in 97, performed very well in 2000. And no, 97 was another guy. But 2002, he did very well. That's why he was promoted to continue with 2007. But in 2007, he flopped completely after performing exemplary in 2002 and 2005 referendum. That's what gave him bonga points. And we trusted that he has a spine to stand when the forces came for him. He was compromised. So I think we still have a room to deal with IEBC without capturing them in the BBI. The parliament has that opportunity through the act of parliament to secure a strong IEBC. We don't have to have it in the BBI. Duke, you can go on.
I disagree with you because the IPC is already captured in the Constitution. Therefore, if the Constitution, if the amendment does not change the sections within the Constitution which capture the functions and the roles of the IPC, it means that the 2010 Constitution will be applicable on that. Also, regarding the division, regarding that,
just before you drop IBC, which part of the laws that constitute IBC would you propose to be changed to strengthen IBC? Because to the best of my knowledge, what the current constitution already has put in the constituting of IBC is strong enough to make IBC work. Only the external forces are the ones that are supposed to be locked out.
What I'm trying to say is that, yes, the main focus should be on the Constitution, implementing the 2010 Constitution properly. Also, the judiciary has to be given power to prosecute and actually imprison those perpetrators who actually bungle elections. However, you talked something which I will have to respond. You said that there was PPI1 where they were capturing that, and then it brought issues, and then they left it out. That's a mistake. They should have not left it out because it's the pertinent issue. They should have discussed and came up with proper protocols, because they were actually proposing that the main political parties to come up with which is a very big mistakes. Because if you have maybe one party has more representatives and then they propose somebody and there's opposition, something of that kind.
Oh, it worked in the history. They were borrowing from history. It worked in 97, it worked in 2002, it worked in 2005, but there was a sinister motive. The people were resisting that.
Okay. Regardless of that, my concern is about the Constitution, which is supreme. For instance, when we talk about another 9-point agenda, the agenda number 7 was talking about inclusivity. The inclusivity means including everybody into the government and the management of resources, employment. That's it. But also the proposed amendment did not capture that. It did not capture that at all, because they actually even went against that. They actually did not bring inclusivity. They brought exclusivity, because the current constitution says that the IPC will add the constituencies after they will review and add new constituencies by considering land size, the number of people, and marginalized areas should be given more, they should be given, for example, more constituencies so that they can catch up with others. However, they came up with a new formula and they said that 1 shilling, 1 person. And they did the constituencies based on the number of people. What does that mean? That means that those who have been marginalized, they have been even marginalized more.
No, there is equalization fund. There is equalization fund. I think equalization fund is supposed to take care of the difference between those that have been marginalized and those who have not been marginalized. Why should we give you preference on the constituency, then we add you an extra money to equalize? So what will we be equalizing?
That one is captured in the counties, I'm sure, not in the constituencies. In the counties.
The counties are the ones that host constituencies. Counties
yes,
are the ones that host constituencies.
Yes,
and marginalized counties in marginalized areas are entitled to equalization fund. And I think Samilong was the one saying that the problem with the marginalization fund is that when it goes to the counties, the governors are taking it and use it for personal use instead of balancing the equation of the money that has been sent to develop the place, which is something that the DCI should take care of.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to. That's a fact. It is in the counties, but the counties do not fund constituencies. You know, we have a mixed government, which actually operates across there is a point where they overlap. We have functions of the government, and also we have functions of the county government. So in that, when new constituencies are created and factors like land size are not considered, that's like exclusivity, because, for example, if you find an area with a very large land mass and that there is farming there, which brings food to the cities, maybe if you are talking about agricultural fund, those areas should be considered. Therefore, I disagree that we should actually divide constituencies based on just the number of people. And even if we were using just the number of people, it was not done right. Go and check the recent census per county and compare that with the additional constituencies per count. You will see a lot of discrepancies of that. Okay, Kisuto wants to interject.
Yeah, please, I want to interject. You know, Duke, the only problem we have with our discussion is that you are talking the right thing, but you forget that the parliament, your representative you sent to go and represent you are the people who came out with this formula. Even they took a lot of time to come out with this formula. So when they brought it, right now we are seeing whatever the people who has been failing us, according to what I'm hearing from you. If they came out with this formula, what do you expect somebody like you, me, to go and do? Because whatever they brought is what we are using. So it is upon them to support this BBI so that everything be captured.
You have listen, you have asked, what should we do? Because we have representatives who have come up with a wrong formula. So we oppose the proposal because they have not done it right. So that's what we have to do, and that's what I'm doing. Because
that is 2010 Constitution. That's why BBI is bringing an ease whereby it is there in Constitution, whereby we don't waste time of revenue allocation.
Okay, thank you, Kizito. Let Duke finish so that we move on. Ken is waiting. Duke, unmute. Duke, mute.
Oh. First of all, I want to respond to him and then I proceed. You did not capture what I said properly. I was saying the 2010 Constitution is right and the proposed amendment is wrong. That was my argument. Because the formula for adding constituencies in 2010 captured everything, but the proposed one left some factors outside. So it's the current proposal which is not right, not the 2010 one. That's what I was trying to say. Also, I want to also talk about corruption and the 15 and the 5%. There is somebody who said, I think it was Indeto, who confused us that even the current constitution the president can give that 5% to counties. That's not right, because we know that most of us stick to minimums. Even you go to the market and see something which is cheaper for you to buy. Therefore, it is right that that 5% is more than the 15%, and the constitution is right. But even if we give too much money to counties without addressing corruption, which actually was the agenda number 1 about the 9-point agenda, if we do not address corruption, that money which is going to counties, they are not going to benefit the Kenyans. We are aware that most of governors, almost all governors are billionaires. Most of them have bought choppers, and we know they earn like, choppers like something like 300 to 400 million. And actually that's like a salary of the 2 terms when they are in office. But that means that talks for you. Therefore, the first agenda, that's corruption also, was not properly addressed. It was actually addressed in terms of giving just time limits. Actually, time limits may not be enough. Actually, they can be, actually I see they are even too short, so that some of them may be even escape that justice. So my proposal was about having like an independent treasury, and I said that before. In other countries, it is not the president or the executive which manages the funds, all the government expenditure. It's an independent institution where we have the treasury. Therefore, the treasury will monitor. It has qualified auditors, qualified accountants who traces every cent which is spent. Therefore, if we are giving the executive power to spend money out there, like the treasury and the executive is the same. They go and they take money from the treasury, they use the way they want, they borrow the way they want, and the country is in the crisis. Therefore, the right proposal which they will have addressed in that corruption is about making the treasury to be separate, just like the judiciary, so that even the president has no power to misuse funds or to borrow recklessly without considering the GDP and several economic factors, which will result into solving the economic mess we have in Kenya. Actually, that is my submission, unless any person may ask a question.
Okay, thank you very much. Mtembei Karibu. If you have something you say before Ken,
acha Ken niongee.
All right, I just have some concerns, and I have some questions to Bernard. And before I go to Bernard, I think I just have to make myself very clear to Kizito. Kizito, you are right. I mean, I'm not saying that everything about the BBI is wrong. What I'm just saying, my own opinion is that about 2%, of BBI is right, and those are the things. Those are the minor things that they don't require referendum. They just require just a very simple parliamentary amendment, and they just passed away. There's this thing, Kizito, that is burning me. You know, the law is the law. The rule of the law. The rule of the law is the law, and it stands until somebody goes to the Court of Appeal. So as we talk now, BBI is a legal entity, and until we wait for somebody to go tomorrow, you're talking about tomorrow, someone going to the appellate court to appeal. So as it stands now, the entire thing is a flawed, is an illegal. And you talk about something about Miguna, that we are waiting for BBI to pass so that Miguna should come. That is very wrong. The court ruled that Miguna should come. So it was, the government had no other ways but just to accept Miguna to come back to the country. So it's not about that, let's wait for BBI to come, and then it will force the government to make Miguna to come. No, the rule of the law is the rule of the law, and it's upon the government to obey the rule of the law. Now back to Ben.
Ken, just before you go on, is there any? I think Miguna's return was authorized by the government. It is Miguna who wants to return in his own way, not the government way. So the problem between Miguna refusing to come and the government facilitating his coming, it's on the issue of Miguna complying to come back the government way. When the government says he should go to the embassy to give him the documents, then he comes back. He says no, he wants to come like he wants to come. So if you are the government, what would you do in that?
No. Just a minute. Okay, Ben, you know you're contradicting. Okay. The way Miguna should come is not according to the way the government wants Miguna to come. It is according to the way the court has ordered, unconditionally. Miguna should come unconditionally as ordered by the court.
A point of interjection, please. Mr. Ken, you are a very young man, a learned friend. Please be realistic to your points. This our constitution that we are trying to amend. I've been repeating ever since you started talking. I've been trying to explain to you. I know you know the meaning, but you don't want to use the meaning to amend or to implicate or to put it in a way that is now going to work. Even this case of Miguna, I never said that Miguna has to come. The court has never, the court ruled, but people, they don't understand, they don't respect the law. But now you see people like Duke, they are saying that, okay, now court has ruled, let us respect the court, let us respect. Why? That's why I brought Miguna. I never brought him that his case was okay, but I brought it because people are supporting the same government who refused even to obey that court. When will they start to obey the court? But if this BBI pass, they will be mandated to obey the court. And that's the point whereby Kenya will be relieved, whereby right now, if the court, this BBI passed, and the court has ruled something, people, everybody, even if you are a president, you will obey the court order. That is my point. I never said that we are going to, we are just, we are instilling this thing to be permanent, to be in the law.
Okay, Kizito, before you go. Yeah, Duke, what is it?
No.
I wanted to hold Kizito to tell me which part of BBI says after it passes, the court order must be obeyed.
There's no part of, man, Mr. Bernard, don't be a layman. there's no law that always say, even if you read all the laws of government, any government, there's no law that say somebody is a thief. He has to be proven guilty is when he's being called as a thief. There's no law that's right that states that this is a thief. Law is being interpreted. That's why when the BBI pass, it includes within itself, there are some things that it will be interpreted to make it to be a law. Not that it is written that BBI, we will arrest thieves. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kizito. Now I get your point. Duke, what is it?
Okay, let me respond. So you are trying to mislead us. A constitution is just a document. When it will be amended, it will be the same document like the 2010 Constitution. So if the 2010 Constitution states some principles and people disobey them, also the 2020 Constitution, even if it is stated that people should obey, what makes them not to disobey? It's a document which is the same. Actually, also to add on the point of Miguna, I want to answer part of you, Bernard, and you. The court order was said that Miguna is a Kenyan and he has a national ID. And he should use the national ID to come to Kenya. Therefore, the government should not try to give him an ID, which he has already have, or give him a form in a foreign embassy, as if he is a foreigner. He is not a foreigner. He is a Kenyan, and he has an ID. Also, if you read about the chapter 2, when it talks about the harms of the government, it says when there is issues of concern or disputes, the judiciary is final. And when it says every person must pay, therefore, when the court said Miguna is a Kenyan, he has an ID, it is valid, let him come Kenya as a Kenyan, not using a passport or anything else. That's why Miguna did not want to sign any document, because he has an ID and the court has said you have an ID, you are a Kenyan. Which form do you have to fill?
Mr. Duke, thank you for saying that I'm misleading you people, but you have to know each and every country, they have got their law. There's nobody who can board a plane. There's nobody who can board a plane or anywhere without certified documents. Even if you are in Canada, you are in China, you are in which country?
Kizito,
Even Dubai.
can I interject, please? Because you guys, I just came in here because of the things that you're saying.
Ashley, wait, I finish, then you continue.
No, because what you're saying is wrong. Miguna, when he was coming, he had a passport. He used a Canadian passport all the way to the airport in JKIA. He got there, but in order to be allowed into the country, the second time they told the flights that he was a threat to national security. So there was no flight that would allow him to board a plane. But the first time when he went to the airport, they refused him entrance. They wanted him to enter with a Canadian passport a Canadian passport, but he has the choice to either use the Canadian passport or the Kenyan passport. And even actually at the airport, if you're a Kenyan and you don't have a passport, they can actually process you at the airport. Now, this was a court order. The court said, return Miguna's passport. Bernard, the court said, return Miguna's passport. Court orders are not suggestions. The government cannot then, let me finish. I've been listening to you, so please give me the opportunity. The court said, return Miguna's passport. They returned to him an invalid passport which was mutilated. It was up to them to give him a valid passport. They refused to do so. They disobeyed court orders. We cannot also, those people who are disobeying court orders can also be the people who are making BBI. They come with unclean hands. They are not worthy to bring about a bill. They are insincere. They are breakers of the law. They don't respect the law. Even if you say the 2 judges ruled against Uhuru, they have every right, because he has shown them by their own experiences that he does not respect the law, because there is no reason why he has not appointed the 40 judges just out of spite, or because some people he wanted put in there are not put in there. So if they make that decision that they will fail BBI because of him, they can do that because they have a personal experience with his inability to obey the law. So this person who has inability to obey the law cannot also be said to be also proposing a law. He first needs to go and obey the law, become a law-abiding citizen. In a normal democracy, Uhuru should be impeached in a normal democracy. But Kenya is not a normal democracy, and that is why he's still in parliament. We have to have, the first thing we need to have in Kenya is a leader that obeys the law. Even if IBC wanted to do the right thing, Uhuru will intimidate them. And sometimes they'll do what he wants because they are fearing they can die. Musando died. It is about their life. So listen, let me finish. The reason I entered into this hour, I wasn't going to get in today, but Bernard said that Miguna needed to do what the government told him. Miguna needed to do what the government went to court. Miguna went to court and he won against the government. In this case, the government needed to obey the court order, which said give Miguna back his passport. And then he would not have had any problem coming into the country. They cannot go and dictate to him how he needs to come in. If they have any problem with the judgment that has been pronounced in court, they should have appealed. They should have appealed, and then once they appealed, then it would have gone to, but whatever the final judgment, if let's say it went to the Supreme Court, they should obey that court. They should not go and make any rules about it. It is, the government is not above the law. You know, one thing I've listened to Kizito and Bernard, it has convinced me that Kenyans need civic education, because Bernard is saying the whole world is in a pandemic. It is true. It is true. Someone else, Ayaga said here that even Israel is doing ABCD. Let me tell you what these countries have first done. They have made sure that they are, like in most countries, in some countries, what they have done, anytime you go to the hospital, testing is free. Treatment is free. And then now they have given vaccine. And then they have now, after they have locked that down, then they are doing other things. Yes, you can do BBI, but you have to first make sure your citizens can get tested. Then you have to make sure there is, listen please. And that's why I say you need civic education, because you don't know your rights. You don't know your rights. You're giving the government a blank check. You're giving the government a blank check.
No right.
Give time so that we can respond to one thing.
No, but I'm responding to what you said.
Then we have
because I'm responding to what you said. I'm just rebutting what you said. I'm not introducing. No.
Subiri kwanza tuelewane, my sister. We are hearing you well, and we get what you are saying.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish.
Just saying.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish, because I'll get off.
You are adding more and more.
I have been on this platform.
My beloved sister Ashley, we respect you so much. We respect you. You always give us good points and good critics. But don't disappear.
We have been listening to you since 1 p.m. 1 minute. I have been in this platform since 2 months. We repeat the same thing every time. People do not want to learn. People want to be close-minded.
Yeah, because you want to give people, you want to make people to learn. You also want to accept that you are not only right throughout.
No, I'm not saying I'm right.
My sister Ashley, me, I respect you so much. I always understand what you always mean. You mean good things for us. But the only thing I always want us to agree. Let us talk. And Ashley, if you remember very well, you've been in this platform. I've been always insisting. Let us not close our eyes because some people are outside the country. Let's talk like Kenyans. You know why I always say it like that? Because you find you are saying, you are very right. Everything you say, I really respect you, and I respect you so much. If it's only that you don't know. But the only thing that I can tell you, if you listen to Miguna, even in his own interview with Jeff Koinange, he mentioned, he said it very clearly that Kenya is his country. He have to go like Kenya. You are outside Kenya. Even if you come to the airport, there are some things that you have to undergo. Even if you don't have passport, they will process you just like the way you
Kizito,
said it. But
Nani,
you have to
let
go
me
through
interject you.
those.
Remember, Miguna is going under a court order. There are specific orders that have been given to the government about Miguna. The government is the one which needs to obey that court order. They have refused to do so, and because our country is not working, and those same people are the ones proposing BBI, and that is the reason.
Let me ask you a question. If there is a court order for Miguna to come back, does that suspend immigration laws?
Yes.
The court order.
The court is above everything. That court,
Ashley,
for him,
if I'm traveling from Dubai,
yes, it does.
Hold on.
Go and
If I'm
consult a
traveling
lawyer.
from Dubai,
Go and consult a lawyer.
No, hold on. I'm traveling from Dubai to Nairobi.
Not you. We are not talking about you. We are talking about Miguna's case specifically.
I'm asking
a court
a question.
order.
Listen to my question before you answer, okay? If I'm traveling from Dubai to back to Nairobi, I'm a Kenyan 100%.
No, we will not talk about you. You are not important.
Bernard,
no, we will not talk about you. I don't know. I'm not an immigration lawyer. What I know is that Miguna has a court order to come back to the country, and the government should facilitate his coming back, and they have refused to do so. And because they refuse to do so,
there will not. I respect you. I respect all your things, but I will not agree with you. Even if people who are outside have to use their passport or their documents to travel.
They supersede. And even when you hear the government, no, they supersede.
Okay, look here. Actually, let's use this platform to give people the right information. In my understanding, I don't know everything. I'm not a lawyer, but in my understanding is, if I'm traveling from Dubai to Nairobi,
we are not talking about you. Don't use you, because Miguna's case is special.
I'm just giving an analogy.
No. Let's talk about Miguna, because there is a difference between because the way you travel is not the way Miguna travels. Miguna has special circumstance. He has a special circumstance.
But it's not a special person. It's not a special person.
What I'm saying,
you have to undergo all the procedures in the airport. It's not a special person. Even people who are being deported.
Miguna was forced out of the country, so he needs to be returned by the same government that forced him. The government has been told by the court, ordered. They have been ordered to bring him back. No ifs, no buts, nothing. They need to bring him back to where they removed him from. He didn't go. They took him out physically. They ejected him, and it was illegal injection. So they have been told, they have been ordered to bring him back. He has nothing to do with my immigration. How they bring him back? They need to give him his passport. They need to facilitate. That is what they were told.
Ashley, do you remember Miguna is a barrister who understands law more than we people were discussing in here? Why is he not using those laws to come back?
He has used them, but you know, the problem with this, Kizito, and that's why I said you need civic education. You and Bernard. Kizito, because
actually, I'm very much I've done politics for more than 4 years.
Let me tell you what now let me finish.
I know.
Who is misusing his power? He's using state machinery to affect the law, and that's why even with all the energy, all the knowledge that Miguna has, he cannot come back because we have a person who does not obey the law. So the only other way he can come is by force. He does not have state machinery, so he stays outside because you have a person in power in the name of Uhuru who does not obey court orders, who does not obey the constitution he swore to protect, to preserve, and to honor.
Kenya, Ashley, I've been activist for politics. That is a mentality whereby even people from outside diaspora, they always think that, okay, because I'm like this, I can do like this. It is not working like that. Even that country, that Canada, where it's coming from, there are laws to follow. Why is it not using its passport as normal as anybody? It's nobody in Kenya. It doesn't have democracy.
Okay, hold on. Angela, no. Hold on now. Let's have an order.
Miguna aliingia kotini, koti ilimruhusu kuingia Kenya. Isipokuwa rais aliinsist hakuna flight itabeba Miguna. If any company
today? I said,
if any company tries to come with Miguna to Kenya, inafungwa. That's the only thing.
Actually, for you, you need civic education, and you have to know that you are a Kenyan.
Angel.
The reason like a Kenyan. The law that you want people to use is what Miguna should use. Why is it that you want to put Miguna as a special case? You are now not supporting BBI. The BBI want to implement
the government getting from where he is and his estate. It is there where they got him from.
Everybody mute your mic. Please. Thank you. Now, let's have some order. Let's hear from Ken. And then Angel. Thank you.
Exactly. You see, Ben and Kizito, I think you are the two people who need order here, because Ashley is giving us some very, very important points. Because the bottom line here is we need to respect the court orders. Court order is the final thing. Whether we have the immigration laws in between or in and there, the court orders are the finals, and it is upon the government to respect and obey the court orders. You see, so that is the bottom line. Now back to you, Ben. Let me leave that one aside about Miguna, and I must say this, that Ashley is providing with us some very important points. Now, Bernard, you were talking earlier about the priorities.
Me myself, I will not accept to be lied to. We have to understand. No. We don't support nothing. We have to support things with facts.
Kizito, please. Kizito, whether you like it or not.
You cannot only force what you want.
No, I'm not forcing. It's the law. The law should be obeyed, and that is final. It's not me. It's the law. Now, Ben, I'm asking you a question. I want you to clarify these things for me. You were talking about the priorities, and you're saying that Corona is an excuse. Bernard, my opinion, and I think it's the opinion of every Kenyan, that as we are now, Corona is an international, it's something, it's a pandemic. And when we talk about a pandemic, it's something, it's worldwide.
When is Corona getting finished? Do you know when it will finish? Even after 4 years, we just wait.
Okay, Ken ask your question.
Ben, I'm having 3 questions for you. So, the issue of Corona, you were telling us, okay, you were arguing that it's not it's excuse for some people. Bernard, is not an excuse. If there are some people who have an excuse with the Corona, they are very serious Kenyans out here who on their minds, Corona is not it should not be an excuse. It's something that is urgent. It's because health is a human right, and human right is above everything. You see. So when you talk about human health, it's a right. So when you talk about human right, it's above everything. So it's health. And another thing, I just wanted to ask you: Do you think we need BBI? Do you think we need BBI?
Kenny, this human rights you are talking of, you also go back and read that human rights. Not that we talk of human rights that is not existing.
Ben, the reason I'm asking you why do we need BBI is because as you are answering this question, Ben, that's for me the issue of Ndungu report, Waki report, you have TCRC report, and the issue of IBC. Waki report was talking about reconstituting IBC a year or 2 years before a general election and its effect. That is it. Final.
Okay, thank you. What I meant by COVID being, Corona being an excuse by the anti-reformist group is because all along they have been opposed to any change to the constitution until Corona came. Remember, Corona just came 2020. The agitation for the change of the constitution, or rather the BBI task force, has been sitting from 2018. And all along, they have been opposed to it. And they have been giving priority to 2022 elections. Even after the president said, nobody should be talking about 2022, let's talk about the Big Four agenda.
But
so
president cannot control people like children. He's not he's a moderator like you. He cannot control what people want to do. If someone wants to campaign the whole year, the whole next year, let people look at that person as a fool. He cannot control if someone wants to campaign or not want to campaign. It's a free democracy. We live in a free country. Come on. He was saying that because
Ashley, it's not a free country because you,
and he doesn't
where
want
you
that
are is
other
a
person
free
to tell
country, but
themselves.
where these people are
To
in Kenya, there's no freedom.
Like a remote control. We are not
that
children.
freedom is not there.
He's
It's not
talking to adults with
existing.
32 teeth. He's trying to control them, and that's why I said you and Kizito need civic education so you can understand your rights.
I know my right, Madam Ashley.
From
I
how you are
really
talking,
respect
you do
and I
not.
know my
And I'm
right.
telling you, one day you will look and you'll be like, these people are trying to brainwash us. A president has no right whatsoever to tell people when to do campaign and when not to do campaign. If you want to waste your time and do campaign, you can go ahead that. It does not lock his
Come
hands.
back to Kenya. Come back to Kenya
And
and
now
say
Bernard
you
is
have
saying
right.
the
Come
president
back
wants to
to
make
Kenya
sure
and say
that
you have
people
right.
have employment. Do you know how many months he has left? He has been there for 8 years. What has he been doing? Monday they are going to court to fight about BBI, yet we have no vaccines. This guy there is something wrong with him. So people are starting to say, go on here, they are saying soon Africa will be another India. And right now we are talking about BBI. Do you know how stupid we look? Do you know how stupid we look? Other countries are opening up because
Don't ever
their
call Kenya
presidents
a
have
shithole.
vaccinated their
Don't ever
people. We need
call
to be
Kenya a shithole
brainstorming.
because
We need to
Kenya
be
was called
brainstorming
shithole
how to
in
get
water.
vaccines. We need to be brainstorming how to get vaccines, baby. What's wrong with you? Can't see that?
The
We need to be
Cabinet
thinking where to
Secretary
get
for
vaccines
Health
from.
has ordered 30 million vaccines. There, as at now, to the latest news, there is 30 million vaccines that have been ordered for Kenya.
Bernard, what you have to remember first that hizo vaccine tunaonanga kwa news that 30 million. It's the same as when the corona came in, our president stood on the news telling us he has money, he will help people who has lost job with the money. That money we normally see it on TV, television being announced, not on the ground. Let us talk the reality. The government of
you don't
Kenya,
know. There are people who testified in this platform that they got this money. There are people who testified they got this money. The only problem with Kenya, they get money and they don't want to come out. Even the people who are suffering, you go and give them even bread and they will say they don't want that bread. Kenya is Kenya. People who got this money, they don't want to talk. Everybody who has M-Pesa, who have got Safaricom account M-Pesa, got this money. Not all, but those who got it.
How many? How many? Do you have evidence people got
I
money?
have evidence. Even Clinton got money and he said it in this platform.
Yes, he said it. He got money.
That was in 2020.
You can weigh the situation of
2021 in
Clinton
May.
and
That
other
was
people.
2020. Shoot.
You see?
Okay,
Kizito
thank you.
never compare life in
you,
Kenya with the life we do wherever you are. And
Enzo,
let me tell
I'm
you
a
this.
Kenyan.
We
I'm a
cannot
Kenyan.
compare Kenya
My
with
dear,
any other
my dear sister, I'm a
country
Kenyan and
because
I've stayed
like
in Kenya. I went
in
through
US,
poverty, I went
where
through
actually
everything.
is now, They have been vaccinated first jab and second one. In Kenya, even they
in the
haven't
US,
reached
you
1
can find,
million.
you know where we can find the vaccine is in the chemist. You go to the chemist, you can get it. Is so accessible. Even in the
Ashley,
let me tell you,
don't
do you know what
lie.
Kenya
Where
should
you are
they
saying you cannot go to
do
chemist
is that,
and get
and
it.
they have money.
Before they talk about BBI, before they talk about BBI, they should be looking about oxygen. They should be looking about every country having
Ashley,
an
in
emergency
Kenya,
center
where you are
they don't
saying
have
you
to go to
cannot get
Kenyatta.
it in chemistry, you cannot get it. You cannot.
I will
Tell
take you a
people the
picture.
truth.
I will take a picture. You can go. It's called a pharmacy.
Okay.
You can
Take
go
a
to the
picture and
pharmacy
send.
and get
Hey,
it.
order.
Take a picture and
Order,
send to
I'm
me
everybody.
where
telling
you are
you.
getting that
Order, everybody.
job.
Go online. You have
I
access
said
to online.
order,
Go online
everybody.
and look whether
Ashley,
that is true. I'm not telling you information that is not true. I have nothing to gain. What I am trying to show you is that our government is sleeping. We are giving them a free check and we are giving them a free pass where they are doing nothing. Wana shoota tu na nyinyi mnawaclapia.
My sister Ashley, please be realistic. This
Kizito,
job you
let
cannot
me
get
tell
it
you,
from a chemist.
you are just
We have.
supporting BBI with an interest
I
of
don't.
we are having many counties, we are having
Angela,
many money.
I know the only
If
problem you have.
15%
The
cannot
only
reach
problem
on the
you know
ground,
is only to
what
say
about
that Raila cannot be the
35%?
president. The only Angel, what you know is only to say
Kizito,
Raila cannot be
Kizito,
the president. But now we are talking about BBI, and this
Kizito.
BBI, when
We
Okay,
are
okay.
not talking
people
about
people like
BBI.
us
Who
talking,
started BBI?
Hey, even the first wife is around. So let's.
I'm logging out. When Nancy is there,
And
you log out and go.
Now, listen to
Hey.
me. Angel, you people are telling us what the government is not doing and what the government has
Yes.
failed to do.
And what we expect from our government, instead of
Hey.
expectations, we expect the government of ours to love us, to show us love. Instead, wanatuambia vitu zingine za taka bure. Mkituambia BBI, it is BBI and people are suffering from corona.
Which will never happen until you are the wrong number.
Kizito, let me tell you. Kizito, I'm having a cousin. Kizito. I'm having a cousin of mine who's supposed to be operated at Kenyatta and being told that there is not enough oxygen in the hospital. Why can't they produce oxygen before BBI? We can refuse. US had the election, but in a proper manner, in a proper way.
Kwani we ni mgeni Jerusalem, kama ulisikia hata oxygen watu wanachukua cylinder wanapotea nao.
Si ati nilisikia. Hata leo nimetoka hosi alifaa aende theater juzi, hadi wa leo ajaenda theater because there is no oxygen. You are misleading us. Stop misleading us with this government of Kenya. In Kenya there is no leadership. It is now dictatorship.
Where do you want to get that cylinder?
Angela, let me handle this man called Kizito for you. Let him not give you headache. Kizito.
Thank you,
Kizito,
Senator.
Stop misleading this platform. I respect your view and I respect your opinion, but you know what, my brother, you and Bernard, you're prophets of doom. There is nothing, Raila, you are so much into identity politics. There is nothing you talk about without Raila. You told us
Madam Senator, please,
keep quiet.
Madam Senator, retract your words and please apologize. You cannot call us doom. You cannot call us doom. That is an abuse. That is an insult, and we will not take it lightly.
I said
and we'll take you to the court of law. That your Kenyan court of law will go and take you to that court of law.
I said you're prophets of doom. I did not call you doom.
That one is
Nancy,
an abuse like Nigeria people. Nigeria people, they say, if I call you a monkey, doesn't mean that you are a monkey. That one is an insult.
Bernard and Kizito, you need to be quiet. We've been listening to you all night. I've been listening to you guys since 6 o'clock when you guys logged on. And let me tell you, Bernard, if really what you say that you're a pastor and you're a reverend, if truly that is what you are and what you preach on this platform, I think you need to start not thinking that if you really preach about hope when you're preaching the Bible, start preaching hope without Raila and the BBI. Because you know why? The BBI,
Nancy, can you talk without mentioning Raila? Can you talk without mentioning Raila? Because Raila is not even in this
I
platform.
came on this platform midnight, but you are hearing me at 6 o'clock.
No, I said I've been on the show listening. I didn't say you specifically. Learn to listen, because you don't listen to respond. You respond to respond. Listen, then you respond. The thing I'm saying is you cannot come here and everybody else is wrong, but the pro BBIs are right. But anybody who does not support BBI is wrong. It cannot be right. We said the other time when Bernard, please, I do not want you to interject. You listen. We listened to you guys.
Who is right and pushing everybody to your corner. If you really want us to have a conversation, then let that conversation have direction.
No,
I respect you.
Bernard,
I respect your views.
Bernard, you know what we want? We want you to hold, Bernard, we want you to hold the government accountable. We want you to demand service and expect it.
I agree
and
with
demand
you
it when it is not given, because we pay them taxes. It's not for them to drive those good cars alone.
Ashley,
they need to give you service. I let you run the show, Bernard. I'm leaving. Goodbye and have a good night. No. You've got to give people.
Hold on,
no, I'm not gonna hold on. If you're gonna talk, if you're gonna want to talk, I leave you to talk.
I am not the only one who wants to talk.
Another day for debate.
Nancy, you're going to talk right now, but please, let's not get into being worked up and begin to have exchange matches. We are not helping the people who are viewing, and we are not helping the nation. Okay? You make your point, but don't stereotype the point.
You are the person who likes exchange matches because you do not want to accept you. You made such a derogatory comment saying that Corona is an excuse. Do you know how many people? Kizito, please be quiet.
I've not talked. I've not even talked.
I don't want to hear from you. Stop being a heckler. You said that a corona is an excuse. Do you know there are families who will never see their grandmother, their husband, or their wife sitting on a dinner table because they were taken to hospital and there was no oxygen to save their life? You need to apologize to this panel, because that is a very naive point to make. I know families in Kenya who were taken to a hospital. There was no bed, there was no oxygen. They died at a hospital bed, on the doorstep of a hospital. It is very bad, and it is sheer ignorance. You saying Corona is an excuse. It's a pandemic. Our government has to show us a strategy. How are they going to vaccinate the 60 million, or I don't know how many guys, 46 million Kenyans that are there? First jab and second jab, because you know what? There is an Indian variant. If this
Madam
Indian variant
Senator,
gets to Kenya,
the platform is
most of
just
Kenyans
yours.
might die. You guys
Madam
are just
Senator,
lucky.
the platform is just yours. Have you forgotten that before even Corona, there's a woman who wanted to deliver next to Pumwani, and she was never attended to? Why do you only talk of Corona?
Kizito, you have the audacity to defend the same government. You always contradict yourself.
No,
you need to start.
We disagree in order to agree. We disagree in order to agree. You cannot just say government never did. Government never did. You have to talk. I always maintain in this platform, talk something even small that they have done and what they have not done. But don't come out and say they never done, they never do this, they never do this. That one is unacceptable.
I am Kizito, this government have eaten taxpayers' money. That's all they have done. Even the bare minimum, like that woman who died. So let me tell him, there is no reason that woman who died. Even before BBI, we had a health issue. So easy pesa zote mnatumia na BBI should go to that medical to fix our healthcare. And also, you cannot make one wrong with another wrong. You've got to make a wrong with the right. Okay, the woman died at Pumwani. Did the government want to understand Why did that woman die? How do we change this going forward? Hell no. Many women in Kenya are still dying when having, and Kizito, please, is either you go to bed and do not respond, because you interject everything.
Stop.
Nancy, what have I done? I've not even talked.
I can see you unmuted your mic. Bernard, quiet.
I'm waiting for you to finish.
Wait, I'm gonna finish and I'm gonna say everything I want to say, because I get so tired. You guys,
Nancy.
Bernard, please, I do not want to hear.
But remember, we are only 2 against 4. We are 2 against 4. So you have to talk shortly and be brief. Then we also talk, because we are 2 against 4.
You know what, guys? I'm gonna let you leave. I'm gonna love and leave you. Enjoy your debate. Thank you.
Nancy. This is another world. Huh? All the same. No.
Where's Angela and Ashley? Let Angela and Ashley come then. We are waiting for them. We are 2 against 4 now.
No, this is not who against who, Kizito. Acha kufanya hivyo. Let's have a constructive debate and on issues. Let's not heckle each other and fight each other. We need to provide leadership to the people that are watching, and we should give content, not just heckling. So Ken, you had asked me questions. I don't know whether I answered.
You have not answered. Eh? You have not answered.
I was explaining that I never said that COVID is a... Mute your mic. Okay. I never said that COVID or Corona is an excuse that in relation to its existence. I said that the people who are now calling COVID-19 urgent, it was never urgent for them all along until BBI came. Then when BBI came is when now they jumped to Corona as let everything hold on until Corona is dealt with. That is what constitute my expression of it's just an excuse. They are not serious about what they want to oppose or what they want for this country. The other question was about...
Ben, the other question was about do you think we need BBI at the moment? And yet for a very long time, listen, for a very long time we've been having we have Dungu report, nobody has ever talked about it. We have Waki report, nobody has ever talked about it. We have TJRC, I mean we have many reports. And then to touch about the Waki report, you were talking about the IBC, the constitutionality of IBC. I mean, looking at the commissioners and how it's supposed to be. Now, my point is, in Waki report, Waki was suggesting that at the risks of changing IEBC 2 years or 1 year before a general election and its effect. So, do you think we need BBI now?
And I want to add one more question on top of his. Bernard, we are all adults. Uhuru just came to power 8 years ago. Kenya was there before. It's going to be there after him. He's just a moderator like you. He shouldn't be controlling. Like now we talk about BBI. It's in a pandemic. Tell him no. We have to. We want you to deal with the pandemic first, and then we'll go to BBI. He doesn't have to tell you BBI is the most important, and you go with him like you're not, like you're not using your mind, because any reasonable sane person knows that right now every other, and you keep saying it's all over the world. I'm telling you the truth. In America, if you go to even a food, like somewhere like what supermarket, do you still have Natkumat? I don't know. You know, when supermarkets have pharmacies, which are called chemists in Kenya, they are you can go to a supermarket in a chemist and get vaccinated there. These are the responsibilities of governments. So what these governments have done, they have taken care of that pandemic to where it is addressing how it's affecting the people. They have even given the income, like people like who drive matatus, because they've reduced the number of people they are driving. They give them extra money to cushion them. This money is going to BBI right now. It is for people like me. The reason I came here, I want to convince you to hold the government accountable. When they talk about BBI, I tell them no. We want to talk about how we are going to get COVID vaccines, how we are going to get our people be able to access treatment, and on top of that, be able to access testing. Some people are dying because they come to find out too late that they have COVID. It is people like you as a pastor, you have a whole following. So if you don't get it right, you lead so many astray. So you have a higher responsibility. I'm telling you, go to God today and ask him to give you discernment, because Uhuru is misleading and we are following him.
A point of interjection,
Ashley, were you asking a question or making a presentation?
No,
I was
he has
asking you
already
that
asked,
question
and can I interject?
following. The
Can I
question
interject?
was, let
Can
me
I
ask the
interject,
question and
please?
keep quiet.
Kizito Ngoja. Ashley,
The
go on.
third he asked two questions. My third question was, like, when Uhuru brings BBI, or he said we stop campaigns, you can come back to him with that. You can come back to him and challenge him. He's not almighty. When he says let's do BBI, you can come and tell him, excuse me, Mr. President, we have to take care of COVID, and then we can do BBI. And even if next year they want to postpone the election, Uhuru has been mismanaging the country. He needs to step down. If we have to put Maraga as an interim president, we don't mind, but he needs to go.
A point of interjection, Ashley, it seems you don't know so many things that is happening in Kenya. Secondly, whatever is happening in first world countries cannot and will never happen in third world country. For example, in other countries, there's an age limit where even if you are under 30, the only people who can get that job is over 60 years. Some other countries, they are like that, and it's a law.
Well, I'm not.
You cannot do
Kizito,
it
in
anywhere
America now.
that you go to chemist, they
Anywhere
give
can
you a
get
job.
it.
They give you a job. It depends on the country where you are.
In America, anybody can get it. But what I'm
Yeah,
saying,
it
I'm not
depends on
trying
the
to say,
country
please
where
listen
you
to me.
are.
I'm not trying, and I don't even like to keep saying I'm from where. I'm talking, I have people in Kenya, I have family in Kenya that I talk to. So I know exactly what is going on. What I am trying to say, with the money that we have, which is not a lot, it is very little. And the fact that it is very little, we should use it wisely. We should first take care of, because we do have some little money, let us use this little money to take care of this emergency before we take care of other things. But COVID should be first with the little money that we have. I'm not saying we become the developed countries. We can't get there, but we have enough money to take care of our children and of our citizens.
Do you know, Ashley, where you stay, you have insurance that cater for all your things that you are going to do. In Kenya, even somebody, they have to pay for their own insurance. That's what I meant. I never meant to disagree with your point. You're just correct.
Thank you, Kizito.
I'm saying this money, this money we have for BBI, instead of using it for BBI,
but it cannot be transferred to health services because we have so many things. We are still under third world country.
Ashley, how much money is there for BBI?
I don't know, but the government knows, because they do know. Don't put me in a corner. I don't work there. I don't want to purport to know. They know they have money, but
you are suggesting the BBI
now, instead
money
of them going to post for BBI, there is a very big. This pandemic is not a joke.
Actually,
I know they've all been vaccinated. Yes?
Actually, let me help you there, Bernard. Let me tell you that when our area MP was going around collecting signatures for BBI, if you could sign yes for BBI, they were given 500 shillings. And those ladies who are walking door to door, they were being paid. So we have money for that, for BBI ladies to be employed to go door and door to collect signatures and not to support health facilities in our country. Can we
Angela, did you take
Kizito,
that 500?
I'm telling you,
Did you
I'm
take
telling
it?
you out of experience and I
Yeah,
witnessed
out of
that.
experience, I agree. But did you take that 500? Why did you go
I
and take
didn't.
that 500?
I
Why are you
refused.
saying it
I
has been
didn't.
why is it
It
pending
doesn't
if the
matter.
another person took
thank you,
it?
thank you.
I
Let's now
didn't
move
take
on.
it.
Angel,
500.
Let's
why
500
did
cannot
you go and take
make
that
me to lead
500?
my
Why
country
is it
into
that
a
you are
hole.
claiming because you never take
Kizito
that 500?
ngoja kwanza. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Please, let's calm down. All right. Now, I was asked, is BBI needed? And the difference between BBI and the other reports. The difference between BBI and the other reports is that the other reports are just reports that were handed to the president and they were shelved. And I believe the reason why the BBI had to be pushed in order for it to be passed and be
Bernard amehang.
Yeah,
Amesema network
we need to
yake
contribute for him to buy
inamsumbua.
internet.
No, because he's saying something which is very wrong.
Yeah, we need to contribute for him to then buy internet because
No,
you know
you
most
see,
of us here we are using free Wi-Fi. Now we can talk.
No, the reason why other reports are not being talked of is because it never created opportunity for the big boys. That is period. The other reports were talking about helping Kenyans. This one is creating reports for the other big boys.
Ken, let me ask Kizito a question. So if President Uhuru Kenyatta have to amend BBI, does it mean that every Kenya president who comes on will be mending his own constitution? Is it the way you are going to handle Kenya?
Thank you for the
We have
question. Can
amended
I answer you? Me, I like short questions. I don't want to. If you talk too much, I will forget. I want to answer you in very short and brief. Angel, my dear sister, what you have to understand is Uhuru Kenyatta, as a person, they sat down and look upon what has been bringing problem for us. They cannot talk of everything, but they have to
Kizito,
use
before he
only
thinks about what he
few.
has been bringing problem, tell him to read. He's the one who read the election. He's the one who's refusing to obey court orders. Can he look by himself in the mirror before he comes to tell us anything?
Kwenda
Tell him to
huko
look in the mirror.
kuja upige
Hapo
kura.
ndio tunaanza. Tell him to look in the mirror. That is the
Kuja upige
problem.
kura next year.
Kizito,
In the mirror. That is where the problem is.
Kizito land to
Ashley, let me ask Kizito another question.
Kizito, you need
Let me ask Kizito another question.
You're asking me question and the people are intervening too much. I don't even answer you.
Actually, just wait. I asked Kizito another question. Kizito, let me tell you.
Yeah.
If your children now are misbehaving, you are the father. Are you the one who's supposed to discipline for them, or you wait for another person to come and discipline those children for you? Because you are the father, you have the mandate, and they have to go under your instructions and give you respect. Just answer me.
Okay, I want to tell you, your question is very much irrelevant, my sister. You know why? In politics, politics depend on interest. If you talk about my children, my daughter is 20 years old. She still understands me up to now, and I can talk to her, and she respect me. But in politics, you join my party, and you swear that you will do everything according to the party rules. That is what is killing Kenya. So when you talk, just let me finish. Let me finish. I have only 2 seconds to finish that point. When you are talking like that, Uhuru Kenyatta is not, he has Jubilee. And within Jubilee, all these people who came and joined Jubilee, everybody, they are not his children. They came from another places. So His mandate is only as a chairman to tell them that me as Jubilee chairman, I want you people to do this and this. He cannot control them. They can leave or come back.
No, Kizito. We don't agree on that. He's the head of the states. He has the mandate to control everything on a right way, on a right manner. If we say that if you are found with the corruption, unashtakiwa, unachukuliwa sheria mkononi, it could be done. Hakuna mtu ataleta corruption Kenya. Ukipatikana na makosa, unachukua sheria.
Do you forget that we have
Hakuna mtu mwenye atafanya makosa. Kizito, let me ask you a question. In states, when you just make any simple mistake, what are the
consequences?
Sheria gani mtu atachukuliwa?
Utafungwa. Utastakiwa, utafungwa, you can be hanged. Let me put it to the maximum.
Then why can't it be like that in Kenya?
Is what I was explaining to you, but you are talking too much. I was explaining to you this. These people, they have got functions. What do I mean by that? You find somebody is in Jubilee, is saying that Kizito is wrong. Kizito, he knows very well that I'm wrong. But because I'm in his function, he's coming to protect me. Because law, what is law? Law, you can interpret it. Even Orengo, that you people, you Angel, you always support Orengo and Otida Molo. They said it, that law, you interpret it the way you understand it. They are going, these lawyers, they are like, ni kisu ile ya pande mbili. They cut here, going and forward. So, they go and interpret the law that Kizito stole our money. But because it's in our function, we are going to make him to look clean like Pampa. So, they don't want to, because I'm just supporting them. That is the problem. You and Ashley, I want you to only to listen to that. You have to know that these people, they are supporting only to favor them. They are supporting what is favoring them. They don't support. If everybody, I understand, Angela and Ashley, I respect you
Let me
people
tell
so
you
much.
something. Do you know
But
what
the
the
only
problem is?
you people
The problem
have,
is, you see, if the president was firm and he followed the law, there would be not so much disorder. He would be able to put his house in order. But because he is a breaker of the law, that is why even his subordinates are also breakers of the law.
how many years has passed when the court even nullified the election? By that time, the court nullified the election. Everybody in Kenya could have said, how comes they nullified this election? Now this one is not working, or this person is not good. They could have realized it. It is now when they are now seeing some things are happening, is when people are coming out. Even Jubilee people that are in Tanga side, they were the people who were supporting him. Don't forget that. They were the same people who were supporting him.
And that's
but
the
now,
thing.
because they are not there, they are now saying
You're
it's
supporting
bad.
Uhuru because Raila is on his side. It is wrong. Yesterday I said something.
Raila sat down and say,
you know,
why do I
yesterday I
fight
said
for
something. You see,
Ashley?
like
Why
most
do I
Kalenjins
fight
now.
for Angela? Why do I fight for
Okay,
Ashley? Why do I fight for
everybody.
Let me tell you, that is the problem.
now
That
listen.
when we are the ones gaining, we support even the wrong things that the government is doing to the other side. I wish we would say no. We like now Raila should be telling Uhuru, no, you can't do that to Ruto. Even though Ruto is his he would even gain more people, more admiration if he stood for
Raila
right.
is
Even
just
though they are
one
with
person. Raila is just one person in Kenya. How many people do we have in Kenya? Why do you only talk of Raila and you don't talk of Murkomen? Murkomen now is in opposition. Why doesn't he take the position of Raila?
The reason I'm giving Raila is because they're in a handshake.
Ashley, one moment. This Raila, everybody cries. Okay, for once, when the members of parliament had agreed to make a law to outlaw hustler, what did Raila say? Raila came out strongly and said there is no need of making a law against an individual. Leave the hustler narrative the way it is. Don't make a law to stop a person from pushing an ideology. Look for other avenues. So it's not that Raila supports Uhuru on everything and agrees with Uhuru on everything. It's only that he no longer calls press conference to differ with the government because he uses different avenues when they meet for tea or whatever. All the same.
Good, but Bernard, that is what I was saying, that because they have the handshake, he should, you know, like even his people sometimes when the people for Tanga are arrested, because before they were arresting the ODM. So Raila would actually gain more people, more admiration if he, like the way you said, he said about the Tanga. I mean, like he said, no, we can't do that. Because even Ruto has now admiration that he didn't have before because of some of the things that he's doing. But because you can't go to bed with somebody at the expense of somebody else.
You know, Bernard, wait first. This my sister Ashley. I love you so much, and you are the best woman that I always admire. I always like the way you reason. But what you always forget, that politicians are the people who have failed us, not to you, not me, because we are discussing in this platform. But those politicians, I just want to give you a typical example. When they were given mandate to just give revenue allocation, they fought in the parliament. They took all the time. When they were told parliament is illegal because they have been defeated from 2013, almost 10 years, they have never passed just a law to give third gender equality. What have they been doing all this time around? They have been doing nothing, and they are the same people who come and brainwash us to say that BBI is not good. Don't you see? There's something. Everybody's doing politics for his own benefit. They are coming out and saying there's no oxygen, there's nothing. I respect you, Ashley. I really respect you. But the only thing that we have to agree, that not everything can be made in one day. We start by changing them one by one. Because Kenya is illegal. Even those people who are staying in Kenya, they stay there illegally.
Thank you, Kizito.
Kizito, let me tell you this. When they were allocating county revenues, why they fought a lot is that everybody wants his pocket to be filled up with something. And that's why they could not come out with the agreement. Hakuna mtu hatakangi pesa. And those money, it's not that they go to the ground. No. It's just filling their pockets to be full. Going around buying plots, making more projects. That's what we have been doing. We have been seeing.
That's why I'm telling you, in third world countries, you cannot be in parliament and you are doing business. And in Kenya, you are in parliament and you have all your companies. You go to KEMSA to get tender.
Can we have order, please? If now, in fact, the day is fast spent, we need to begin to close. But for Angel and like Ashley has already stated, we are comparing Kenya with the first world. Just as a point of information, Kenya is 60 years old or somewhere around there. America is 200 plus years old as a democracy. They have grown themselves.
Just cut that short. Nobody is comparing.
I'm not holding a brief for the government and its failures. I just want us to
what about Tanzania?
Two things in
what about Tanzania? What about Tanzania? Can we compare Kenya with Tanzania?
No, there's no need to compare. Hey, Angel, it's just like me and you. There's no need to compare Kenya with anything. and I have not compared. When I talk, it's Kizito who comes to compare. I have never compared. I was just telling them what I'm saying. Kenya has money to do BBI, but there is something more. It's like the house is on fire. There is the pandemic. People are dying. I've lost like 3 people I know of COVID in Kenya. They have said there is no oxygen. They have said that there are no beds. This is what we should be talking about. It has nothing to do with America. It has nothing to do with 60 years. We have so much money in Kenya. Let me tell you, in America, the senators don't have planes. In Kenya, how many senators have? They don't have cars. They count planes. In America, they don't do that. Only Trump had one.
Thank you, Ashley. Now you are talking. Now you are talking, my lovely sister. This is why I always say I respect you so much. Now you are talking. Even other countries, parliament, even a prime minister is traveling with a train. But in Kenya, all our MPs, they travel with gaslers and they fight in parliament to get even 20 securities. What are they fearing of? If they were elected with people.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on, please. Kizito, thank you.
I'll reply to Kizito. That what they are fearing is that they have accumulated so much people's public money, and there's a lot of inequality. So there's so many poor people. The one you are talking that they need to be banned. Before you ban them, can you congregate at Kitusuri and ban Waiguru's house first before you go and ban that person who stole someone's phone on the streets?
Exactly. That's what we discussed with you.
Thank you.
Actually, you were listening when I was discussing with Duke. I told Duke that we as citizens, we are the people who are not even reacting. You find somebody steal your phone on the street, the same citizens who are complaining are the same citizens who cover them. Even the police come and ask, where are they?
Saying, before you do something to that thief, if you knew their background, maybe they have a kid at home who is I mean, I don't know why they are stealing, but before you attack that small thief, and you already know Waigoro is a thief, can you first go to her house and get her to return the money?
Ashley, let me ask you a question. One small question, okay?
No, let me answer you, Kizito.
Financial problem.
Let me tell you, Kizito. Answer you.
What is the problem today? you are beginning to behave like Nyuki. What is it? Can we have a conversation?
I'm always
let them ask me questions. I can answer them.
But I'm always a
Nyuki. Bernard, umesikia ile kitabu inaitwa Betrayal in the City?
I have read it. Francis Imbuka was my lecturer.
Says, when the madness of an entire nation enters a solitary mind, it is not enough to say that a man is mad. So sometimes things can be so pressing that at a decorum inatoka off the window. Because we need to come back to our senses. We need to hold our politicians accountable. We need to demand service. Hii kitu ya BBI wanasema so that you can feel represented. We do not want to feel represented. We want to be represented.
Bernard,
thank you.
The answer to Ashley is very simple.
You have spoken enough.
Bernard, wait. You are a moderator. You cannot talk more than everybody.
Now
you are a moderator. You cannot talk more than everybody.
I will not let
please. Kizito,
can we have order?
Comment section is not allowing you to take whatever you are taking public. Please.
That is my life. It's not your life, my dear. Don't even mention it because you don't know why I'm talking.
It is not me.
Okay,
it is comment section
allowed,
and it's a report from
Mutembei. I don't use it for you. You know, when you are
not
drinking,
using for me, but this is a public platform and it is a report from Mutembei. I'm not the one saying. Can you read private chats?
Okay. Thank you. Duke. Please give your submission, and I think we should begin to sign out. Tomorrow is business day.
First of all, I am upset by the misandering of the conversation in your studio. There is no management. There's been like Starting on that,
Angel, mute your mic. Angel, mute your mic.
First of all, somebody asked me, most of you are simply complaining. It's not that we are here to talk and give the steps and the protocols, what can be implemented to bring a change in Kenya. As most of you have said, we have first world countries and Kenya is a third world country. And there is some things which can be done in those first world countries, but they cannot be done in Kenya. But what you did not, most of you did not mention is about those countries which are in the first world. There are steps and protocols which they follow to be where they are. So the question should be, is Kenya taking those steps? Which are those steps? What can be done? And also you are trying to, it's like trying to bring comfort, but because Kenya is a third world country, there shouldn't be too much impunity. The government can do mistakes. No. So we should not we should compare those countries in terms of the steps which they have taken, which they took previously to be where they are, and what are we doing? Are we following the same roadmap? In the future, 20 years, 30 years, will we be a first world country? Therefore, that's what most of you are not saying. To build on that, it's a fact you cannot compare Kenya with other countries, but there are some countries which have the same GDP than Kenya, or even lesser GDP than Kenya, but there is no unemployment. There is no mismanagement of resources. Why? Because those countries have implemented strict rules and they have robust and strong institutions which are able to handle cases and implement proposals outlined by the constitution so that there is equitable distribution of resources and development. For instance, in Kenya, we have a lot of resources, we have a lot of money, we have a lot of land, but those resources are concentrated. Very few individuals have those resources. For example, if you talk about the Kenyatta family, they have like a very big percent of Kenyan land. So that's the issue, is that the resources are concentrated in few people. And those people have not worked hard. They have not worked hard to earn what they have. It's only in Kenya and some African nations where the richest people are politicians. If you go to a country like USA, the richest people are businessmen. They are those who are like those who sports talented. They are the richest people. Therefore, why we are where we are is because of corruption. So we should be focusing on how corruption should be handled so that the resources are not misused. And when the resources are not misused, there is proper infrastructure, there is a good business environment, and there will be more industries and there will be more employment opportunities so that every person would have a decent income. Most of Kenyans who are controlled, most Kenyans who are controlled is because they are simply beggars. You find politicians, they give them 200 and they get excited by that. If you are a serious person and you have a decent income, that cannot excite you. That's why handouts in Kenya makes sense. For example, if you go to a first world country, you give somebody like maybe $5, that's nonsense. It's not, you cannot even afford breakfast because those people have high source, they have decent source of income, they are able to be dependent. They are independent. They don't depend on others. So by uplifting all Kenyans, we will like trying to move away from the poverty we have and have a Kenya where every person is included. Also, the government is very tactical. The politicians, those who read Half a Day, there is a story which was called Government by Magic Spell. And what that story was trying to capture, it was trying to say that the government tries to cover its wrongdoing. How does it do that? When they say that the citizens are sensitized, they are trying to see what they are doing, they will bring an issue which is controversial, which is not even necessary, but they will capture the Kenyans, the citizens, and the citizens will start debating on that. And when they debate on that, they forget the facts. So that's what this proposed amendment is doing. We are now not talking about corruption. Therefore, they have a space. Also, another strategy which they use is that they suppress citizens, so they are very busy working. There are individuals who work. In Nairobi, for example, a person wakes up at 5, comes at 10. He does not even have time to watch the news and understand what's happening and make an informed decision. So I'm encouraging Kenyans who are watching to not to persuade by the political propaganda. They're just bringing a document which can bring a controversial issue. Kenyans are debating, and those people are taking billions. They are enriching themselves, and we remain poor. Actually, that's my point.
Thank you, Mr. Duke. We are closing. Nelson, are you there? My net is misbehaving. Is Nelson there? Angel. Okay.
What I would like to put on is that in Kenya we have been having poor leadership, mismanagement, and us like Kenyans, what protocols shall we use to change our Kenya? I know we cannot change everything. We have to take steps. But those steps need a person who has wisdom, who has leadership, and who has knowledge, so that our Kenya country can change. At least we can have a breath. We cannot be suffering from bottom to top. I think I arrest there my case.
Okay, thank you, Angel. Thank you very much. I really want to appreciate all of you for sticking by and making contribution to the show. Duke, you have gone. Now, today we are calling it a day there. Let us link up again in the WhatsApp group for the next show. Where Nelson is coming. Nelson, how are you?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm fine. You are fulfilling the parable of Jesus. The people who came at 5:30 and those who came
Yes,
at
I'm late,
8
but
were paid this. So we are going to give you the last word.
I am late, but
before we sign out,
thank you.
almost
I am
signing
late,
out.
but I'm tempted. I am tempted to at least contribute something a little bit concerning the the topic of discussion from time memorial. I've come at a point of time when Duke was making some lethal and crucial points that are really pregnant. And that is the discussion that we should be having as young people. Like, what do we really need to do? What can we have as far as our discussions are concerned, so that at least we get from the point where we are to another point which we need to be in. But going with the topic that was there, I know that is what people started with. I was not in the show yesterday and I've come late today, but going with the topic that was Manyora talking about, there will be no election, general election come 2022. I think there was a statement that was alluded that came from the chairman of Jubilee's, Robert Murade, if I'm not wrong. David Murade.
Yes.
David Murade. Yesterday and today, I've also seen this. So time and again in the past, I have been a little bit giving my comments, siding with BBI, at times not siding with BBI. I've been sitting on the fence as so far as BBI is concerned. But today, let me now pour out my true feelings of what the entire process has always been. I think Manyora alluded to what I've been thinking of, and it is not about general election. We will have a general election come 2022. What we're not going to have in this country is the referendum for BBI. BBI referendum, that BBI is a tool that has been used to keep Raila busy. We know Raila love state caption, state power, money being allocated to his capital office, and peaceful ruling.
You seem to be having hiccups.
And Uhuru needed to keep this mzee so that at least his supporters can give him credit. I don't know whether it is yours. From my end, I'm okay.
Okay, carry on. It's on and off.
Yes. Yes. So my thoughts, my thoughts always, in fact, my trail of thoughts always that I've always not been in a position to share, and today I'm deciding to share, is that Raila has always been being managed, and I can mention a lot of evidences. And during immediately after the BBI bill had been endorsed by the county assemblies, we all know that ODM side had an issue with Kibicho, and Kibicho even scrapped off the funding from the government towards the BBI. Kibicho is one of the most senior people, who was a senior person in Kibaki's government, and today still is a senior person in Uhuru Kenyatta's government. Everybody complains for Kibicho, including even CSs, some of them. MPs aligned to Uhuru Kenyatta complains for Kibicho, and we all know that if at all there is a complaint against Kibicho, lodged against Kibicho, then it could be genuine. We've also had even comments of Kibicho, Zile's I don't care comments about BBI at some point, and even the complaints that the likes of Junet and Orengo were airing out, and Kibicho seemed not to have cared. I think, and I now think that it is now coming forth that even the court ruling is nothing but a tactic to keep Raila still. It's nothing but a tactic to delay BBI, so that at least, for a court to make a ruling, to listen to a case, for a case to be heard through a court, for it to take a due diligence, listening constitutionally and the rest, it takes at least 2 months. You understand? Today we are in May. For another ruling of the appeal to be done, it will be almost August. And for another, maybe let me say my thoughts though, that we will appeal in the Court of Appeal, and then the Court of Appeal can say fine, BBI should go ahead, and then the other proponents wenye walikuwa umepewa the first ruling yenye sasa sahi tunaongelelea pia wataenda Supreme Court. Then Supreme Court will take another 2 months. By the end of 2 months, that we will be talking about December or something. Therefore, is when they will say, okay, the Supreme Court has now declared BBI to be valid and it can now go. Fine. Now the process of referendum starts. Okay, when the process of referendum starts, it therefore means that the earliest we can have a referendum is maybe 2022 February, March. Now 2022 February, March, because IBC maybe needs 90 days for them to prepare perfectly well for a referendum, because this is an election that is going to happen countrywide. Now 2022 May, March, and 2022 August, we have general election. What's going to happen? There is a lacuna in law, but again, it is not a lacuna per se. Our constitution states that when a term of the president in office comes to an end, the president shall disband the parliament and call for a general election. So we cannot put our general election at stake just because of a referendum of BBI. It therefore means Uhuru will come back to Raila and tell him, mzee, hii kitu ni kama imeshindikana sababu ya muda, sio kwa sababu yangu. Wacha tufanye general election, ndiposa baadaye ama tuweke hizo maswali kwa general election, Wakenya waamue wakiamua president yao mpya ni nani, ama baadaye tufanye hii referendum baadaye. At that point of time, he shall have tamed him. Already, he shall have been in 2022. Ashamaliza term yake, ameongoza na amani second term, and then he goes back to support who? Mudavadi. Look at Mudavadi's comment about the ruling. You know, the comments are sitting on the fence. He's a confused guy. Like, so far as these comments are concerned, Uhuru is still silent. You know, Mudavadi is saying, let us not castigate the judges because of their ruling. On the other end, in a public forum, podium again, talking now in publicly, he ridiculizes the judgment. But his statements are not ridiculizing the judgment. In this country, we all know, what do people go with? Written statements rather than spoken words. Okay? So for Mudavadi to get to have a written, well-written, well thought out written statement saying we should not be in a position to ridicule judges, let us not castigate them because of their judgment. We can now, in fact, according to him, he is suggesting that we can start afresh the whole process of BBI. My friend, starting a public initiative afresh at this point of time simply means we will have BBI being passed 2023 or 2024. And to be honest, this is what is happening. The Uhuru family does not want Ruto and Raila to be the president, but they want Mudavadi to be the president. And they don't want Raila to know as at now that he is not their choice. And that is why Murade said something that was so, like, you know, so glaring to someone who thinks smartly. I'm not saying that I'm the only one who thinks smartly, but at times, we the ordinary people, we tend to think even more smarter than even our political advisors who advises these people. Mudavadi said, Murade said, with or without BBI, Raila will be the president, and take that to the bank. Why are you telling us this now? Yet you've always been saying that BBI is not about 2022 and it is not about Raila being the president, Uhuru being the prime minister. What are you trying to tell Raila? You're trying to pat his back that mzee, we usijali. Hiyo BBI hata ikiwa isikue utakuwa president. Usisumbue na usianze maandamano sahi. That is the simple thing that that Murade is trying to do. They are trying to still keep Raila because they know that the moment they don't keep him, he will burst. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Nelson. I love your line of thought.
Yes.
And Bernard, you see the way they've been taking votes to him too. Those little girls, you know. They know Baba likes to be, given that high, to be made to feel important, like candy. That's what every time they are giving him goats or taking him to elders. I think it's in line with what Nelson is saying.
Thank you.
But actually, what Raila loves most, is attention and power. Yes.
Nelson, wacha hiyo maneno. So, do you think that Raila holds the monopoly of demonstration, that he just wakes up in the morning and calls for demos and we are gone?
Now, Bernard, let me tell you one thing, bro. You will like it or not. There is only one person out of the constitution of Kenya who can call for a public holiday when there is no public holiday. If Raila speaks tonight, we are talking at 2:19 a.m. and people wakes up and finds that Raila has spoken in his timeline, Facebook and other platforms that people should not report to work. Let me tell you, my brother, before 11 a.m., everyone shall have gone back to their places. And if Raila says by 3 p.m. he wants those people at Uhuru Park, everyone shall have been at Uhuru Park when you wanamfuata. So if there is anybody, he doesn't monopolize per se, but he has suicidal political followers who can do anything at any time and in his convenience. And there is no other person who has political suicidal followers in this country other than Raila.
No, thank you,
and
thank
you see,
you.
that is why you see, like Uhuru likes to follow him to Kisumu. He wants to soak in. He wants to discover the secret.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nelson. We were closing, huh? And then Nelson came in, and Brother Benson has come in. Please, we're giving 2 minutes to each. You give your closing remarks. Let's get out of here. Please, I beg, go. So we'll go a full round, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. The next debate maybe on Wednesday or something. Sawa. Let's begin with Benson.
Mimi asanteni sana, nilikuwa na watch tu nikiwa huko kwa sababu I was kind of committed, na leo ndio nimejua Bernard wewe ni pastor, sikukuwa najua. Actually, Senator ndiye amesema.
Who has blown my cover? Who has blown my cover?
That's Senator. Senator ndiye alisema.
Here. It's me.
Okay, sawa, asanteni, mimi sina la kusema.
Huyo ni mwenzako, mweke kwa line na muone. And he has so many sheep following him. He has to be on a straight line.
Sasa mtoe sadaka.
Unaomba kwanza ndo sadaka inapatikana.
Maombi tu hiyo tutadondoa sasa hivi tu, ngoja. Ndeto, let's go.
Okay, thank you so much, Bernard. Actually, I've really liked the debate, and it's my first time. So even I would love to be added in the WhatsApp group so that I may always keep updated. I will be participating because what I've noted, the discussion is so much on youth leadership, which our most of our youths are shying off from taking some good decisions in life, which will impact our future. So out of today's discussion, I think there are very many things I've drawn from. One is about that bill. One thing that our government should ensure is inclusivity, mostly of the youth, because I don't think what we are doing was allowed at the preliminary stage of the bill. So youth were not allowed to participate, to air their views. As well, civic education. You realize that most of the people who are to vote for this bill, which has already died, were those from rural areas. So where they do not even access to technology. So you can imagine the only mode of communication is local radio stations. And some of the people passing rumors there, they have just taken sides. So they are misleading our people. So there was need also to educate our people on the importance of change in policies. Also, job creation among youths. It's very vital and very important. If at all our government would love us to have a better life. Also, out of all the campaigns, I noted a lot of police brutality, which I think going forward towards the electioneering season, it's something to watch, where like IG, he should be very careful so that to avoid just taking directives from the top guys, like maybe the president, the former prime minister, and also maybe from the CS security, that is Matiang'i. So police brutality should be a point also to be.
Before you go. Are you implying that the police get orders from the former prime minister?
Okay, it is just a neutral. You see, I have not just mentioned only the former prime minister. It's a point across all leaders because
he's not a state officer.
Bernard.
So when you
no,
say
but there is influence.
From him, you are implying that the police is compromised, is not following the chain of command. Anybody can tell them what to do.
But look, after handshake, this guy was welcomed into the bedroom. So meaning he is among the ingredients of what is coming out as police directives. So he has an influence too, I presume. So to the next point.
An assumption, but you may be right or wrong.
Sure.
I love we leave it at that place. But summarize, we are running out of time.
Okay.
So that we hear from Ashley, Nelson, then we are out of here.
Okay. Also, corruption is something that we should really check because, like, if you noted during the discussion in the parliament, some of the MPs who are opposing the bill, whom I will not announce their names, they were claiming there were people who were given some money, and they were even invited into some places to be given even a heavier kind of offers, but they refused. Of which I think that is not towards the interest of the people, but it was selfishly among the people, the leaders who are really leading that, which is bad and it should not be allowed. Also, our government should enhance independence of various organs like legislature, judiciary, and also the executive, and also the sovereign power of the people should be appraised by all. So thank you so much. And I look forward to take part in the next one. You have said it is on Wednesday. So
okay.
I don't know the...
Neto, what you do, you see there is
Yes.
on your, is it on your right? There is a
Yes.
private chat. That private
Okay.
chat, give there your WhatsApp number so that we will add you to the group. Then from the group, you will know when is the next debate. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Okay,
can we hear from Ashley? 2 minutes.
Hello.
Ashley?
Oh, sorry. I think Brother Benson did not talk. He just said that he didn't know you're a pastor. So I don't know whether he had more to add.
He will pray for us as we close the program.
If you, oh, he will. Okay. So my 2 points are the main one is about the 2/3 gender rule. I don't think that should be an issue. I personally think women are not disabled and they should not receive special preference. So I think as far as elected office is concerned, oh my God, can you hear me? As far as
yes, you're still on, go on.
Elected office is concerned, I think as far as the elected office is concerned, the 2/3 gender rule should not apply because you cannot force the citizens or the electorate to choose a woman. So when it comes to where there is an election or elected office, I think that should be exempted, whether it is in the constitution, that BBI should have included that and void as far as elected office is concerned. Now, when it comes to appointment of ministries, cabinet ministers, I think that is where the 2/3 gender rule should apply. And in parastatus, in where the president appoints people, or other offices where people are appointed, or that's where the that gender rule is should apply. But as far as elected office, I think the best man should win, and that should solve it, or should be included in the BBI. The BBI should also include the diaspora people to be able to vote. How they can do it, I don't know, but they should. They're talking about inclusivity. They should include the people in diaspora, just as they included them when they were doing the Huduma number. They should come up with a way of including them in the system of voting and in representation. Because when there was COVID, there was a problem of some people being stuck in places. So if they had someone like a senator or an MP who was representing them, he would have been able to go and advocate for them. But people were stuck because they didn't have anybody advocating for them, yet you call them Kenyans. So they should have a representative. Last and not least, I urge everybody, at least on this channel, to hold the government accountable. It is not unpatriotic to expect of your government service. We should not feel represented. We should be represented because we are paying taxes. And with that, I conclude. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ashley. I appreciate your input. You always bring more flavor in the conversation. And the issue about gender, I really love your take, because if we must force people to vote for a particular gender, then that will be discriminative, in my opinion. All the same, thank you very much. Let's keep the conversation going. Nelson, your 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you. I have seen you guys calling Nancy Ashley senator. Sijui anavai wapi, niende nimpigie kura.
Si ni Nancy. Mimi ni raia.
Okay, thank you. I love the bit of gender presentation. I've always said that hii kitu ya mimi ni mwanamke nipewe ama tupewe tu juu sisi ni wanawake inafaa ishe. It should end like yesterday, because we all created as human. The only different parts that makes us men and women are our organs, which God decided to create a little bit differently. But what I can do as a man, I think a lady can as well do it if she takes the mantle and go for it the same way I go for it. Now, far from that, Brother Bernard, we have been talking about the validity, invalidity, BBI, votes, who are for it, who are not for it. I think we need to talk about, could this BBI have been a tool all along, a pendulum tool all along to keep the right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga in balance, for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta to rule peacefully and thereafter pass the baton to Mudavadi or Gideon Moi? Because we know and we have seen indications. I think that is some feeling that I've always had in the past, but even the comments of Mutai Ngunyi today affirms something. When Mutai Ngunyi comes out and says, perhaps the judges stopped, or rather, ruled against around BBI. State machineries. Mutai Ngunyi today, as we're speaking, is a state machinery that is being used to send and create a narrative for people to discuss and talk about. Actually, when we talk about these kind of things, they're really happy. They say, okay, it is working. Our topics are being discussed. People are engaged. People are busy. People are now, people are talking about what we wanted them to talk about. I think we need to start looking at it from that angle, and now look at the pros and cons. If at all it was being used as a tool to keep Raila in balance, what are the pros? What are the cons? Okay, we need to look at that. But honestly speaking, to be honest with you, Bernard, we don't need BBI. We don't need BBI. What we need is truth and honesty among our leaders. Truth and honesty, being true and being honest. we don't need BBI. Otherwise, Tanzania will pass us. If Tanzania gets Magufuli or Suluhu 3 times when we are still having the Kibaki, we are still having the Uhurus, the Rutos and Railas, my friend, we will look at them from another distance the same way we are looking at Singapore. If they have another Suluhu, and may the good Lord rest the soul of John Pombe Magufuli at peace or in peace. But if they have Suluhu mara tatu kutoka leo, I mean, if they have another Suluhu in the next 15 years, because they also vote in a span of 15 years, Tanzania, our neighboring country here, don't talk about Uganda. Ugandans have not even gotten independence. Huh? If Tanzanians get another Suluhu 3 times,
be fair.
Bernard, unajua, there is a big spoon and there is a spade. There is no way you want me to call a big spoon a spade. Let me just call a spade and a big spoon a big spoon. Ugandans have not gotten independence.
Independent day. Uganda has an independent day historically.
Okay, let me satisfy your demand. Ugandans are independent, but but there is a word "but" there. So I think we need to, as youths, start the narrative. What Duke was talking about was so enriching. What Duke was talking about is the conversation we need to have. We need to stop playing to the tune of these people, of that when they bring this topic, we go with that topic. When they bring this topic, we go with that topic. I think we need to talk about that nanotechnology that Uhuru Kenyatta launched. That nanotechnology, how many youths have been employed there, and how many youths have started innovating the same nano in Turkana, the same nano in Kakamega, the same nano in Mombasa, the same nano in Migori, so that Uhuru has a lot of activities to do moving around the country, launching. That way, we're gonna have a perfect country. Other than that, my brother, today I want to tell you, and I think I know kwa WhatsApp nitapashwa sana juu sasa naongea vitofauti na venye nimekuwa nikiongea. We don't need a BBI. I close my remarks.
Thank you very much, Nelson. Now we finish with I think I should finish and then brother Benson wewe utakuwa mwisho kabisa. I would just want to appreciate everybody for their input. Matters accountability is our responsibility. I agree with Ashley. We should hold the government accountable. We are and we have been the most unequal society for long. And because of that, our inequality keeps increasing. We should appreciate that and then begin to sanction the agitation that we should reduce this gap between the haves and the have-not. And so it's a conversation that we must appreciate and begin to entertain. Kenyans have a way of looking the other side, especially when matters begin to be tougher. Instead of digging in to go and find out the solution, we rather try to ignore it until it has got us, is when we now wake up and begin to talk. Our being unequal as a society is part of what is derailing our development as a people, because the have-not are always on the run to get something to eat. The haves are always on the run to make sure that we don't get what we want, so that we keep following them as tails. So it's about time we begin to think differently so that we have a better tomorrow for the country. Benson, please.
Sasa mimi nitasema nini? Ama unataka niombe tuende?
Sema uombe tuende.
Okay, basi tufunge.
Okay. Because he's praying. Bernard, sikujua we ni pastor bwana. Nashona suti bwana, kuja ununue suti uende uombe na. Benson, I think Benson had already made an inquiry. Benson is going to come. I think next week, Benson, this week.
No, I'll text you. I have your number. I'll text you.
No, Nelson, you want
Yeah,
to
yeah,
dress sisters.
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
yes.
let's go. All right.
I have a fabric. You need to organize. You come and pick it and fix it for me.
All right.
Okay, can I go on right now?
Sure, you can. I've already done my space now.
Heavenly Father, we want to thank you again this time, Father. We want to thank you for the debate that did happen, Father. Father, we want to pray for everyone, and we want to pray for your wisdom on our youths who are discussing about liberation of Kenya. Father, may you give us wisdom, and may you give us the sound of reasoning, Father. Father, I commit each and everyone at this particular moment. Those who will wake up and go to work, may you give them energy. Those who are sick, may you heal them, Father. Father, for this short prayer, I pray believing in the name of Jesus Christ.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you very much, Pastor.
Bernard, where is your church?
In the heart of the city of Nairobi.
And Mandela?
We are at Stanbank House near Dongoya Monument.
Mandela.
Okay.
Mandela, I share with you the same county, the same MCA, and the same everything. So look for me on private.
I'm looking for you. Thank you. Yes.